He faced the cruelty of the world when he died from the sword of the one he trusted before the gates of the last dungeon, and now, having returned, he was going to take revenge, no matter what the cost. He was abandoned as soon as he was born, and then treated like an animal. There were no reasons for him to love this world, and that is why he sincerely and with all his heart hated it and did not trust people. And finding himself in a trap, he always defeated those who wanted his death, no matter how many there were. Screaming loudly, the guy delivered several quick blows to the faces of the offenders, who clearly did not expect such agility from him. After which, having finally dealt with everyone, he pulled on his hood, looking around to see if anyone had seen him. And then he calmly walked away without looking back at the beaten guys, all the while thinking about his own things. Dungeons appeared in their world, and their world, from ordinary and gray, suddenly turned into a game. The monsters that came out from there destroyed cities and killed people in them. Many died until people realized what and how. Along with the monsters, creatures called Shining Ones appeared. They gave abilities to people who could destroy dungeons and turn into players. People believed that the players would save the world, and they, in turn, were engaged in this only to satisfy their own selfish goals. However, for the guy, this world was still the same. Despite his abilities, it remained a place in which he did not trust anyone. At least that was the case until he one day met Lee Sejong, who was one of the original 7 players. These first 7 players, although they had different motives, all had enormous weight in what was happening. And Sejong was the strongest player who absolutely selflessly helped the weak, protecting them from monsters. For everyone, he was like a hero from the legend of King Arthur, who pulled the sword out of the stone in order to fight monsters. Turning to the others, Sejun confidently said that he would destroy the very last boss in this game. And looking at the surprised guy, he added that he would put an end to all this on his own, and that's how he would save the world. The brave men who wanted to save the world gathered around Lee Sejong one after another, wanting to participate in the rescue, and this was the first time. The guy, along with his teammates, fought monsters. He was also among those who wanted to save the world from this scourge. For the first time in his life, he met people he could trust, and they won another battle against the monsters. So they all decided to celebrate their success in fighting the monsters, and gathered around the fire cheerfully discussing what had happened. At that time, even he himself believed that he could change the world, and such thoughts could not help but please him. Approaching the last dungeon, the guy, without turning around, said that they had one last battle left. Sejun, walking behind him, suddenly replied in a sepulchral voice that it was so, and perhaps she would be the last. After which, saying that he was great, he struck the guy who had turned around with his sword with all his might with great speed. After which, taking him by the head, he said that if not for him, they could not have achieved all this. And then he walked away from him, watching him fall to his knees, holding the sword sticking out of his stomach and leaning on the ground. Looking after Sejun, the guy, spitting out blood, asked why this was so, and had he really planned this from the very beginning. A girl appeared and asked if he still didn't understand where everything was going if this continued. When the game ends, everything will disappear. The power, the dungeons, the monsters, and the reason to honor the players will disappear. Clearly recognizing her, the guy strained with all his might to say her name, looking at her menacingly. And Shin, he said that in this case, they won't even be able to take over this world. Then everything became clear to him, everything that he had believed in lately, which made him freeze for a while, and then loudly call Sejun. Looking at him spitting out blood, Shin, he said that the Balman curse only caused poisoning. But he was really very cool because the fact was that others just needed poison to die right there. The guy, in shock, asked how it was for others, and whether they had already tried to kill someone in this way. He was immediately struck by a terrible guess about all those whom he knew. Perhaps they were the ones who were killed. The guy shook with anger, saying that he believed them and trusted them. He really wanted to save this world. And the so-called colleagues with whom they risked their lives together, and it turns out that now he is in the way. And that's why they decided to get him out of the way. Spreading her hands, the girl said that everything was correct, and he actually thinks quickly. Finally, turning back, the girl asked if they didn't have the right to rule this world as they pleased. At that time, the guy himself shouted and called Lee Sejun, forcing him to turn around, but apparently he didn't care. After which he told him to try to come up with an excuse for his actions with his filthy and vain mouth. However, Sejun, in turn, did not answer anything, and turned around and left, not paying attention to the call from behind. With thoughts that no one in this world could be trusted, the guy finally fell on his back and died. The car drove along the road at great speed, and the people sitting in them discussed what awaited them now. At that same moment, the guy woke up as if from a dream, and immediately raised his head, looking ahead in shock, trying to understand what was happening. After which, touching his stomach and chest, he began to think that he had definitely been stabbed to death with a trunk and betrayed by his friends. Looking around, he wondered if this was all a dream. He died, and all these people only seemed to him. Suddenly, the driver stared ahead in shock, and then quickly braked the car at full speed. Right in front of them were monsters who crushed the police cars that had arrived earlier and apparently killed the police themselves. Hearing the words that there was a crowd of orcs right in front of them, everyone who was in the car immediately began to jump out of there and quickly grab their weapons. Obviously hearing the fuss behind them, the monsters immediately rushed with a loud roar in the direction where the sounds came from. However, none of the military was going to move. Everyone was too scared of what was about to happen. And the commander shouted loudly that they already didn't have enough cartridges, so they should only pull the trigger when they were sure. Suddenly, a shot from a weapon was heard, and the first orc who blocked the road took a bullet in the forehead. To the surprise of everyone there, the one who fired was Wu Jin, from whom such a thing was not expected at all. The guy, in turn, did not respond to others calling him, and continued to shoot at the orcs and dodge their powerful attacks. Silently jumping and avoiding the orc's attack, Wu Jin again raised his weapon to shoot the orc in the head. This time, he didn't even have time to do anything before he was defeated. Now there were much fewer enemies left. Looking at how one guy dealt with a crowd of monsters, the rest of the military began to discuss in shock what had happened, including the guy himself. But most importantly, they could not understand how something like this was possible alone and whether what they saw was real. But Wu Jin didn't pay attention to them. Looking at his hand, he thought that he had a feeling that this was too real to be a dream. Suddenly, the commander called him, and coming closer, he began to furiously ask if he was an idiot without a tower who wanted to kill them all. However, the guy didn't answer anything, and to the commander's surprise, he didn't stop for a second. As he passed by the commander, he lowered his head and thought that this was really not a dream, and he returned to the past. The commander, in turn, did not stop trying to shout out to him and call him, but Wu Jin continued to walk forward. And as soon as he began to move closer to the crowd, they also began to discuss what was wrong with this guy. He, not reaching the entire crowd, sat down on a box next to the car, and sighing heavily, lowered his head into his hands. He remembered exactly what Lee Se-jun and Park Shin-hye did in his past life, and it couldn't help but make him angry. Suddenly, a notification beeped that he had become a player, after which a window appeared in front of him, showing halos that could help him. Just like last time, it was on this day that he became a player. But compared to last time, now he had as many as 3 choices. The first was a representative of another world, whose role made it possible to control curses of various types. Or using the dead as monsters, create a dark army. Unlike other roles, this one provided cheating abilities, so one player could master all the skills. The so-called King of the Immortals was the most powerful player who received the favor of the representative of the dark world and all the abilities. And in the end, if Se-jun was a hero, then the King of the Immortals was a monster. And now Wu Jin was going to find this monster, accept and explore his halo. In this case, he will also become a monster, but this is exactly what he needed in order to finally start the hunt. After some time, he arrived at the Phoenix Guild headquarters, where he decided to sign a contract. In turn, the director did not wait long and immediately handed him the contract, after which he explained that each clearing of a dungeon invariably entails additional costs. Reading the terms of the contract, Wu Jin became more and more gloomy. This was not enough to buy the item, but in the end there was nothing to be done. Raising his head, he asked how he could prove his qualifications as an association player. While he was talking about how the status window can only be seen by the player himself, and there is no way for others to see it, the director took something out of his jacket. Finally, he put several envelopes on the table, with the words that these were unique pages of skills of representatives of the dark world. And he explained that if he is a player, he will be able to choose one of the unique skill pages of the dark world and tear the paper. Wu Jin's gaze fell on the hemotoxin ability, which turned the owner's blood into poison as the owner's skill rank and level increased. He didn't think he could get it there. The skill turned blood into a potent poison that was difficult to resist. The skill itself is very simple, but with the blood golem the effect increased, so it is a very useful ability. Therefore, having chosen it, the guy quickly tore open the envelope with the words that he was choosing this skill page. At that same moment, a bright light appeared behind the guy, which began to completely envelop him, and the system announced that he had acquired the hemotoxin skill. After some time, he began to have dreams about his past life, where his subordinates discussed why he was chosen as a bloodhound. The girl, looking away thoughtfully, asked if his role was not suitable for this role. Stealthily looking at Wu Jin, The man quietly whispered to her that this was all because in the entire guild, his character was the most doggy. He answered all the questions that when she stayed with him a little longer, she herself would understand how bad his character was. After some time, Wu Jin shouted that they were approaching and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Waking up on his bed, Wu Jin said that he died once and was revived, but he still has dreams about his past life. In the Gwanmun Sports Park, military personnel in full gear scurried around every now and then, checking the situation around. One of the guys in the parking lot waved to his friends and asked if they had all suddenly arrived early. The girls said that this was their first hunt, so apparently they should trust him. He replied that everything was correct, and this was his fourth hunt, so they could trust him and follow him. After which, as if remembering something, he asked when the last participant would arrive and if he was late. The next moment, an eerie sound was heard that made everyone turn their heads in the direction where it was coming from. An old damaged car drove into the parking lot with a terrible roar. One of the guys said that the guy said it was his first time, but he was slow, so he should have been more disciplined. Looking at him, the girl said that was true, and he should be grateful that they allowed him to join, at least considering his terrible car. Someone also said with a laugh that, judging by the way he looked, it seemed to him that he had not even received the guild equipment. In the end, they decided that he had simply decided to focus on survival for the first time, so they should forget about him and leave. The guy suggested that the others just pretend that they were missing one member, and he had just acquired a new weapon. Wu Jin said nothing, silently stopping behind those people who were leaving, cheerfully discussing something. Finally, the director finished his brief briefing on the dungeons, and there were things he didn't mention, but they didn't matter. Finally, he wiped the sweat from his face and said that if they had any questions or wanted to refuse, they should say so now. And if there are none, then now was just the right time to check their inventory again. Wu Jin tapped his finger on the table, thinking about how he didn't really know anyone there. And then an evil smile appeared on his face. All this meant was that he wouldn't have to worry about them. After some time, the whole team went to one of the dungeons in which the entrance was open. The girl covered her mouth in shock, looking at the entrance, saying that it was the first time she had seen it so close, and the guy said that they would be even more surprised when they went inside. Finally, they made it all the way through the entrance, immediately changing clothes and getting weapons to destroy the monsters. Finding herself in a strange forest, the girl looked around and asked in shock if this was really a completely different world. The second guy said that everything looked like he was in a real game. And the bald man asked what kind of game he was talking about. After all, this is reality, and this is reality. After which, he examined everyone and told everyone to stay on alert because everyone has only one life. Meanwhile, Wu Jin examined the tracks on the trees, thinking that, judging by the tracks, there were a lot of goblins there. The bald man pointed his finger at him, walked up to him, and with a smile asked if his name was Kim Wu Jin. After which, without waiting for him to answer, he also asked if he could inspect the surroundings while they set up camp. Wu Jin, in turn, replied that of course he could explore the surroundings since that was the case. Looking after him, one of the guys said that he thought that he would be pestering, but he was so easily led. After which he cheerfully said that apparently he doesn't know how dangerous it is and he's so stupid. And the bald man suggested that they prepare for the hunt together, and now all the objects will become theirs. Wu Jin asked if he was going to use him as bait, and then smiled and said that everything was as he expected. One of the girls in the guild building asked the others for permission to introduce a new member for this mission. Looking at him, young Ji-Hoo thought that he was just an arrogant bastard. And that man, tapping his hand with a fan, said that he was pleased to meet you, and his name is Suzuki Aichi. And then he said that since there were so many familiar faces there, did that mean that he didn't have to introduce himself? The head of the guild, Lee Se-jung, said that he was pleased to meet you and then said his name. Suzuki paused and, looking into Se-jun's eyes, asked what he should do in this case. Ji-Hoo angrily jumped up and hit the table, asking how he dare talk to the head in such a tone. After which he turned to the master and asked why he even called such a bastard to them. Suddenly Suzuki came up to him and asked why he was saying that. And after a pause, he also asked if he had gone crazy. And then he hit him on the hand with a fan and asked if he was really annoyed by his intonation, and really because of the last time. And he, not paying attention to the bewilderment of the people sitting at the table, loudly promised Suzuki that today he would definitely die. When suddenly the voice of the head was heard, who loudly told him to stop. Ji-Hoo immediately stopped shouting and sat down in his seat. And if it weren't for the last time, this wouldn't have happened. But even so, he was more than confident that all his arrogance would soon be knocked out of him anyway. The girl said that they should finish with greetings and asked how long they should wait about the work indicated earlier. Suzuki slammed his fan with a smile and said that if it was only about finding the location of the material, then 3 days would be enough for him. The head thought for a while and finally replied that 3 days was already quite good. Inspecting the tracks on the trees, Wu Jin thought that apparently the rumors about this dungeon were not true. Now all this was even funny for him because all this type of reconnaissance and combat style, was taught to him in a past life. Suzuki told him that each trace carried information, and this could help him survive in the dungeon. Jin Woo asked that information is important, but in order to survive, isn't it enough to just become stronger? And Suzuki, looking down at him, said that no matter how strong he is, he will always have a weakness. Wu Jin thought that Suzuki's words would be a lesson to him, but in the end he turned out to be the dog of the Messiah. And now Wu Jin was sure that now all this knowledge would turn into a knife in his back. Suddenly a stone flew from the side, from which he quickly dodged and looked in the direction from where it had come. And as he immediately noticed, it was several goblins who were rushing towards him with loud screams. Looking at them, Wu Jin smiled cheerfully and pulled out a knife from the system window, roughly imagining how he would deal with the goblins. Having cut his hand until it bled, the guy said that recently he had been hiding from goblins in 7-story dungeons, but now they are just targets for his hemotoxin. That is why he simply calmly watched as the goblins rushed towards him, raising their bat to strike. However, the guy did not wait long and dodged the attack and struck the goblin with a knife, not really trying to kill him right away. The goblin looked at his wound in shock, and the system reported that goblins are vulnerable to blood poisoning. And the goblin, in turn, raised his bat again, which the guy just as easily dodged, looking at how foam poured out from behind the goblin's mouth. Apparently the goblin had been poisoned, but was still moving, and apparently the poison was not very potent. At the same moment, the guy quickly dodged the blows of the other 2 goblins who also attacked him. Then he threw a knife at the forehead of one of the goblins who immediately fell to the ground, struck. The second goblin, looking at this, immediately stopped the attack and shouted loudly, as if he understood something. And the guy, looking at this, thought that the goblin's strategy was easy to predict, so it would be easy to deal with them. However, if he continues to destroy them one by one, he will only waste time and they will continue to accumulate. The guy immediately activated his whip, pulling it out of the system window to destroy all the assembled goblins. Immediately, the effect of the Goblin King's whip began to activate, and all the goblins trembled as one. And Wu Jin said that it was good that he had prepared it in advance. One of its properties was that it could instill unimaginable fear in the goblins. Hearing a sound, almost the entire team turned back, trying to understand what it was all about. And to their horror, a whole cloud of goblins rushed towards them with loud screams, raising their weapons to attack. One of the goblins rushed towards the standing girl, trying to attack her and destroy her with one blow, and she covered her eyes. Suddenly the bald man cut the goblin in half, and asking what she was doing, said that there was no need to be afraid of simple goblins. Looking at the girl and listening to how she called him, he shouted for her to concentrate and not be afraid of these wimps. He thought to himself, smiling, that it was very good that he had prepared a long sword, because goblins were just bags of meat. Suddenly he felt that he could not pull out the sword, and over again he began to pull it with all his might, trying to understand why this was happening. Suddenly one of the goblins, quickly approaching him, hit the bald man in the face with all his might. Bald, unable to do anything in response, flew back and immediately fell to the ground, looking at the goblins. As soon as they began to approach, the bald man turned to the others and extended his hands to them, asking for help and salvation. In the end, hearing the question of why they were standing and watching, the frozen people rushed at the goblins, not knowing what else to do. Wu Jin also dealt with the goblins, but he was better, and the last of the remaining ones ran away from him with a loud cry. However, he did not manage to escape far. Wu Jin immediately lashed his whip in his direction, preventing him from escaping. After some time, the system notified him that his level had been raised after this battle, and a representative of the Dark World was interested in him. The guy said that they are weaker than he thought, and he even attracts attention with so many. After which he said that only fools swing heavy swords, and the Goblin King's whip is enough, so there was no point in wasting time there. Meanwhile, the team dealt with the goblins, but everything was not so good for them, and therefore they gathered in the clearing with their heads down. One of the guys raised his head and suddenly remembered another member of the team and asked what happened to the new guy. The bald man with a bandaged head said that most likely he died since there was no news from him. And that guy shouted that everything would be better if there was someone else with them. But he did as he said. Suddenly there was a sound that made everyone who was there jump up to ask in horror, "Is it really happening again?" Meanwhile, Wu Jin destroyed the goblins again and raised his level again, this time without paying much attention to it. Seeing that he had acquired the skeleton warrior skill, the guy immediately told the system to open the directory. Looking at him and reading about his abilities, the guy said that he couldn't believe that he had this skill. This was one of the strongest skills of the immortal king, who could control the army of the dead with his hands. However, on the other hand, this skill was not perfect, and its flaw turned out to be fatal, which allowed him to kill him. Only monsters killed directly by the caster's hands could be sacrificed. There were limitations, and at least he was going to save some time on this. Therefore, he went to the killed goblins with the words that now it would be easier for him to distract the enemy and hunt. After which he activated his skill and made a skeleton out of the killed goblin, and he immediately began to rise. Looking at the skeleton, the guy thoughtfully said that he really liked the shine of his eyes. After some time, he began to watch as he poked the dead goblin with a sword. After which he said that he was not as strong as expected, and then asked that the indicators of his magical power were too low, and was there really nothing that could be done about it? And then he put his hand on his head and said that it would be difficult to use him as his main weapon. However, he raised his head and frowned, wondering if this was really what he was thinking about. These were indeed the remains of players, and their rotting bodies hung there in the trees like puppets. One similarity between all monsters from the weakest goblins to dragons is the desire to harm people, but most do not take this into account. So he had no reason to be merciful to these monsters. The team reconvened in the clearing and lit a fire, sitting with their heads bowed, trying to figure out what to do next. Suddenly, the bald man broke the silence and, without raising his eyes, said that damn, they were just goblins. The second guy, also without raising his head, calmly asked the bald man like the eldest what they should do now. The third guy, after a pause, muttered to himself that they had definitely underestimated this dungeon. The bald man continued to mutter under his breath that he couldn't die like this, as if he hadn't heard all the questions addressed to him. And in the end, he jumped up and said that he couldn't die like that, and he wouldn't lose to these damn goblins, and they couldn't die there. Then he asked what was wrong with them, and it was difficult, but they can still cope if they try. The guy pointed his finger at him, saying in a trembling voice that he wasn't actually talking about that. The bald man immediately cooled down and asked in surprise in what sense he didn't want to talk about this. The guy immediately jumped up and said that he had something over his head, and he asked what he was talking about and what was over his head. Gray raised his head in shock, asking why the level increased. He was not even in battle, and what happened in that case. He knew one thing for sure: the level could only rise when someone from the team fought, and this meant that the newcomer was still alive. Meanwhile, Wu Jin walked into the cave with the goblin skeleton and looked around with a lit torch. Then he said that the most effective way to kill a crowd of goblins is to set them on fire. That is why he immediately threw a torch into the place where their lair was, which was full of hay and wood. The goblins did not immediately smell the smoke, but once they saw it, it was too late. After some time, unable to get out, they fell to the ground and began to choke with loud screams. Suddenly, someone pointed to the exit from which the smoke was coming, and all the goblins immediately rushed as one in that direction. At this time, Wu Jin continued to watch the boards burn, not at all expecting that the goblins would want to break out. They in turn burst out of the cave through the burning wood with loud screams, seemingly not paying attention to the fire at all. And Wu Jin in turn offered to at least bury the dead players with them. He stood there until the very end, until everything burned down and the system reported that the representative of the dark world was pleased with his cruelty. Wu Jin said that this was strange, because he thought that it would help to at least see his face. Thinking that this was a little unpleasant and maybe he was hiding somewhere, he headed away. And the next moment, a loud sound was heard from above the hill, and then something huge jumped down along with the falling stones. At the same moment, Wu Jin came back with the words that the goblin boss had finally appeared. After all, he was already starting to get tired of this place. Before the Messiah Guild intervened in this matter, millions of newcomers died in this dungeon, all because of this monster. Still, in a dungeon with level 1 goblins, meeting the hidden Goblin King is equal to meeting death. However, Wu Jin was not going to let this monster continue to take lives. Looking at how the skeleton gloomily walked towards the goblin, Wu Jin asked if he was really so eager to fight. He turned to Wu Jin so that he noticed how his gaze changed, as if he wanted to say something. Wu Jin did not argue, but just silently gave him the sword and walked away while watching what would happen. The next moment, the skeleton rushed at the goblin with great speed, and he in turn just stood and silently looked at him. Before the goblin could understand anything, the skeleton cut off his legs with quick movements. Jin immediately felt a sense of déjà vu. He had already seen something like this before and even felt it. when he and his team fought against a huge boss, and everyone froze in indecision trying to figure out how they could even defeat this. Then he told them to attack his legs because if they knocked him down, they would have a better chance of winning. And he immediately rushed forward, attacking the monster's legs, setting an example for everyone else. What he saw now, these movements of the skeleton, indicated that he was exactly repeating him from a past life. Meanwhile, the skeleton stopped in front of the kneeling goblin, who still did nothing to attack. The next moment, he quickly rushed past the goblin behind him and plunged his sword into his head. At the same time, now Wu Jin was definitely sure that the goblin's style was the same as his. He certainly knew that his combat strength would affect the skeleton minion's strength, but he would not have thought that he would copy his style. Before he went back in time, he could handle any weapon in existence. Even in the guild, there were only a few people who could resist him. So at this rate, he was now thinking that he would have to reconsider his plan in the future. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, which informed him that the representative appreciated his achievements and was sending him a legendary skill page. Reading what was written there, Wu Jin grinned and said that he never expected to get it there. After some time, the guard, looking at the entrance to the dungeon, shouted uncertainly that the dungeon had been cleared. The director jumped out of his seat in shock, asking what he was saying, after which he jumped out into the street and looking at the entrance and convinced himself that it really was so, and the players also returned. But he was more surprised and interested in how the dungeon could be cleared in one day. After all, it was impossible. Running up to the returning players, he shouted that he was very glad that they all returned alive. But after counting how many there were, he still asked why there were only 4 of them, and where was Mr. Kim Wu Jin? The players, gloomily lowering their heads, were silent. None of them could answer this question. The director was about to assume that Wu Jin had died, when suddenly someone pointed behind him and shouted that someone else was coming out. The last player actually appeared from the entrance to the dungeon, walking calmly with his hands in his pockets. Looking at how he calmly leaves, as if without noticing them, the director rushed after him, asking him to wait. The bald man, pointing his finger at him in bewilderment, said that everything was as he thought, and this impudent man remained alive. But he didn't understand what kind of dirty tricks he used to clear the dungeon so quickly on his own. And he could not understand who this guy really was and where he got such enormous power from. The news broadcast the news that Lee Se-jung had saved the world again, and the Messiah Guild was the first to clear the 5-story dungeon. And also after the successful clearing of the dungeon, the guild's sponsor, the Han Song Corporation, recorded a sharp increase in the stock price. The bald man swore at the people from the Messiah and angrily clicked something on the phone and threw it face down on the table. In response to his words that they make them look like bastards who do everything only for money, the guy next to him said that this is not the first time for them. After which, with a smile, he told him to forget about it and better tell him what happened in that dungeon. Baldy, in turn, asked not to even talk about it because of this, Kim Woo Jin almost all of them died. When asked what happened, he pointed to the headband and said that it was all because of that newcomer. The man looked at this skeptically and thoughtfully asked what it means that the rumors do not lie. And in response to the rest of the story, he eagerly asked if in this case the guild shouldn't punish him, and the bald man told him to just forget. Meanwhile, Wu Jin was busy devising his plan. This time he definitely didn't have to just date Lee Se-jung like before. He must become many times stronger for him to become interested in him and get in touch. And in order for everything to go smoothly, he must start from the most forgotten corner of his life. After some time, he was already in the guild and talking there with the director and his assistant about rumors that he had no idea about, because all he needed was some money. The director asked a little thoughtfully if it was all true because of money, and if he really shouldn't worry about his life. All the talk about how the guild can lend him money if he urgently needs it. Wu Jin interrupted and told them to just set a date and he would do the rest. After some time, the director and his assistant began to discuss him, that perhaps the rumors were not lying, but even if they were, he definitely did not know his place. When asked what kind of dungeon the guy went to, the assistant replied that recently a group of Chongyonggu went there, where they were killed, and since then, no one has gone there for a month. The director turned and asked who Yonggu was, and he replied that he was a rising star from Park Yong-won's group. The director, looking down at Wu Jin, said that he was trying to get into the dungeon, which the specialist Yong-won could not master, so he would not live long. But even despite such forecasts, they will to some extent support him just in case. And Wu Jin, looking at the building with a smile, said that in order to kill the hero, he needs to make friends with the villain. After some time, he arrived at the place where the entrance to the dungeon was, and there he was immediately met by a plump man. after which he stopped opposite and asked in surprise if he had really come alone now. The guy didn't answer, and the fat man thought that he probably couldn't find partners because of his greed for money. And then he finally showed the way and suggested going straight to the dungeon, after which he began to think whether he would really fight alone, but it was not his business whether Wu Jin would die or not. After some time, Wu Ding walked through the portal into the dungeon, where he immediately began to read the conditions. All he could understand was that according to his level, clearing the dungeon was impossible if he went alone. Saying that everything would change if he could use the orc as a skeleton warrior, the guy immediately pulled out his sword. And at that very moment, a huge goblin appeared behind him, swinging his bat at him. Wu Jin quickly avoided the blow and slid under the orc behind him. And then he quickly turned around and delivered a powerful blow to the orc's leg, wanting to hamstring him. However, to his surprise, even though it was an ordinary orc, its skin was thicker, and the attack only left a small scratch. And most likely, judging by the dent left after the blow, he himself could easily die from one blow. And if only he could kill him and summon him as a skeleton warrior, then he would have a chance to clear the dungeon. Therefore, he immediately jerked towards the orc to try to attack and kill him again. However, he quickly noticed this, and therefore struck another blow, which Wu Jin dodged as quickly as the previous one, after which he jumped behind him with great speed and stopped behind him. And then he began to deliver quick, powerful blows to the orc's legs, so that he did not even have time to understand from which direction these blows were flying. And after some time, he stopped right in front of him, not looking at how blood gushed from his legs. Finally, the orc fell to the ground, no longer able to keep his carcass on his feet, and Wu Jin immediately approached him, raising his sword above his head, saying that a predator without legs is no longer scary. In one of the guild buildings, people were talking about the person who was written about in the report. A man with a beard smiled and read what was written there, saying that it was really interesting. His interlocutor asked what he was staring at and asked him not to talk about the fact that he was again trying to choose some strange object for his business. The man did not answer, but only threw the report in his direction with the words for him to look at it himself, since he was so curious. He asked if what was written there, that a newcomer who had recently awakened himself cleared the dungeon, was true. The man replied that they say that he has now entered the second dungeon, and this time alone, and he's quite arrogant for a recently awakened one. The guy said that this couldn't happen, and that it was just nonsense because even he had difficulties at first, after which he asked if he really trusted it. After all, these are papers with an unknown source, and he didn't think that he was really so naive. A girl suddenly appeared with coffee and asked gloomily if he had any problems with her report. The guy quickly said that it was not surprising that she provided it, because he thought it was just perfect. When asked how she received such accurate information, the girl calmly replied that it was her job. The man took coffee from the tray, saying that this information was 100% reliable because it was collected by Secretary Lee, saying that if they can't trust Secretary Lee, then who can they trust? He suddenly turned his attention to the coffee packaging. And then he shouted to the calm secretary that he told her not to buy instant coffee because he hated it. And just as loudly, irritated by her calmness, he asked why she even bought it since she knew it. She replied that this coffee was left over from a meeting with the Phoenix Guild last week, and the report was drawn up on the back of the paper used. The man immediately cooled down and began to say that it was very tasty and the best coffee is instant coffee. The guy was simply amazed by such a quick change of mood and the man's stinginess, but did not say anything. After some time, the man turned to Secretary Lee and asked how things were going with the purchase of land. The girl replied that there were several good dungeons, but the price was too high, so she continued to search. The guy asked the man if there were any dungeons left from those he had recently acquired. The man with burning eyes asked him in response what he meant, and said that if he started going into dungeons, they wouldn't have enough of them. The guy indignantly asked for forgiveness and said that he only returned from the dungeon yesterday, and didn't he deserve a little rest? The man with an innocent look replied that if a person rests often, he will soon become lazy, so he does it for his own good. Meanwhile, Wu Jin was still fighting the orcs with the help of the skeleton of one of them. It didn't take long before several orcs destroyed it, breaking it into many pieces. This was expected because Wu Jin, sitting on the corpse, said that due to the low level of skill, the durability was quite weak. But this did not mean at all that the battle was lost, and therefore he immediately jumped from the corpse to the ground, after which he touched him, immediately activating his powers with the words that the king of the immortals, with whom he fought in a past life, told him one thing. The goblins looked blankly in that direction, trying to understand what he was doing. Wu Jin waited until the system notified him that the skeleton warrior had been summoned, and then turned completely towards the goblins. Without looking at the skeleton behind him, Wu Jin smiled lightly and added that as long as his magical power allowed, he would have as many skeleton warriors as there were victims on the battlefield. After the fight, he looked at the indicators in the system window and said that trying to level up in this dungeon would be difficult. That is why, after thinking the same way, he decided that he needed to stop fighting ordinary orcs and find an orc hunter to replace them. It would make sense if an orc like this didn't hunt alone, but rather led a pack. But it didn't look like he was hanging out with a group. Suddenly he noticed a skeleton that was looking at what he was drawing on the ground, and it was unclear what was wrong with it. So Wu Jin asked if he really knew something, and that's why he was looking at the ground like that. But that couldn't be the case. The place where there could be an orc hunter clearly could not be a place where there would be many monsters from which skeletons could be made. And therefore, even so, he could not leave this skeleton because apparently he would be the only useful skeleton warrior. Finally, he walked away with the skeleton while saying that he would have to come up with a better plan. Just at this time, the very orc he was looking for came out of his lair and walked forward, dragging one of his brothers behind him by the head. While he was devouring the meat, Wu Jin quietly, so as not to give away his location, watched him from behind a rock. In fact, as expected, such an orc as a dungeon boss was much stronger than everyone else. That's why he first started preparing for battle. It would be stupid to enter into battle without preparation. And if he can only pierce his body with an arrow with poisoned blood at the end, it will be much easier. Therefore, he nodded to the skeleton so that he would come out of hiding to the orc and began to watch what would happen next. The orc, as if sensing someone else's presence, immediately looked up from his food and turned towards the skeleton walking towards him, after which he rushed towards him with loud screams, immediately raising his hand to strike. The skeleton, in turn, also rushed towards him, preparing to attack and repel the orc's attack. And the next moment, they both collided with each other in battle, repelling each other's attacks. At some point, the orc, without the opportunity to attack with a bat again, gave up and began gnawing on the bones of the skeleton. Aiming at him with a bow, Wu Jin thought that from his burning eyes you could immediately understand that he was that same orc hunter. It was precisely because his only weak point was his eye that it was necessary to avoid his thick skin and shoot the arrow straight at him. So the next moment, having taken good aim, he released the bowstring and launched an arrow towards the orc. He noticed the second enemy on the field too late, and an arrow flying towards him hit him straight in the eye. He immediately fell to his knee, struck by the shot, and pulled the arrow out of his eye, and the system reported that the poisonous blood had affected him. Naturally, using the poisonous blood skill will not increase the chance of death, but this effect was quite enough. So when the guy said that it was all over, the skeleton immediately swung his sword to cut off the orc's head. He didn't even turn to look at the orc, but only looked towards the pile of someone's remains. It was obvious that the orc had eaten everything that was in his way. As he got closer, he kicked one of the skulls and said that he even wondered if there was a guy inside of him who was a member of Park Yong-won's group. There was a cut wound on one of the skeletons, which was even surprising because it certainly wasn't done by an orc. And from the appearance of what was left, it could be said that he was attacked from behind by someone who was used to killing in dungeons. It was not clear whether the murder was intentional or not, but if this person was from the Phoenix Guild, because of the money and items, someone might even commit murder. And it was not clear how he could find traces of this guy, so it wouldn't be bad if it helped him get closer to Park Yong-won. Suddenly, a bright white light began to shine from some cave, and with the words that there was a cave there, Wu Jin headed there. While the guy was climbing inside, he realized that in fact, only one person could get through there, and his skeleton was now in front of him. The weapon in the skeleton's hands was surprisingly clean, and the skeleton was not as damaged as the others. Judging by the marks on the wall, this could mean that while his comrades were dying, he escaped and counted the days until he died. After looking at the brooch on his chest, Wu Jin decided that such an act was worthy of the Phoenix Guild. There is no more suitable place in the world for his grave than there. Suddenly something fell to the ground, and Wu Jin immediately noticed it. Apparently it was a diary, but after looking through it a little, Jin said that it didn't look like there was anything important in it. But on one of the pages, unexpectedly for himself, he suddenly discovered the blacklist of Park Yong-won's group covered in blood, and he immediately slammed the diary shut with the words that he was lucky, and this list and diary would have an excellent use. After some time, he again received a page with a legendary level skill, which he never thought could be obtained there. And apparently with this eye it was possible to look into the past of the dead. However, no matter what failures haunted him in his past life, now everything has changed. After some time, he came closer to the skeleton, saying that many people say that the dead do not speak, and adding that now it doesn't matter to him. He took the skeleton by the head and activated his new skill. The next moment, a bright light appeared from the cave, and Wu Jin himself was plunged into the memories of that guy. The memories were vague, but they began from the moment when Yong Jiwayu escaped from his teammates. He should not have died. Then the memories switched to the moment when someone said that hunting people is a crime, and the other replied that there was nothing wrong with that, as long as he was backed by the one who would one day become the owner of the Phoenix Guild, Pak Yong-wan. The next moment the guy returned from his memories, threw the skull aside and grabbed his head. Now he understood how this ability worked, and that most likely these were the memories of the dead man. It seems that he had a painful past, and Wu Jin himself spent more magical power than he would like. But now his preparation was complete, and if he used this information and the list he found, he could get closer to him. One of the people in the organization was beating up another, asking if he really allowed another player to take over the dungeon. He in turn apologized for this and promised that then, just in case, he would take care of him. His commander, without putting away the newspaper, asked what he was talking about if he couldn't take care of it before the newcomer cleared him out. Secretary Kim, as soon as she was called, immediately bowed respectfully and without unnecessary chatter, said that in that case, she would start right away. The man, who was led out of the room by the hand, asked in tears not to be killed and to be given another chance, but everything was useless, and they didn't even pay attention to him. After which the man with the beard said thoughtfully that the newcomer who captured the dungeon alone was very interesting. When asked if he really had a bad reputation in the guild, Secretary Kim replied that he did. And then she said that from the very beginning, in the first dungeon, he abandoned his partners. There are also rumors that he kept the entire reward for himself, but this has not yet been confirmed. The man said that the problem is that if his reputation in the guild is really bad, it will be difficult to move on because he can't always walk alone. Suddenly, someone called him, and as soon as he answered, they said that a person under the name Kim Woo Jin had requested a meeting with him. The man seemed to be waiting for just this, but he was a little surprised that the guy actually came to the lion's den himself. Meanwhile, another guild was discussing the results of the turnout for the A-rank one-story dungeon, and that 20 places had been allocated for phoenixes. But the biggest problem was that even if they divided each faction into 6 seats, there would still be 2 seats left. There were 3 factions, but there were still 2 seats left, so a compromise had not yet been found. Also, this dungeon is an A wound. The chance of dropping rare items is higher. Moreover, since it is one dungeon, the efficiency is just as good. The man with the beard said that they would most likely not give in to each other. They were completely filled with self-confidence. He didn't know if they knew what could happen in the dungeon or not, but they were still like a pain in the ass. When asked if there was anyone who is not part of the faction but has applied for the remaining 2 seats, the aide replied that, not yet. The bearded man leaned back in his chair and said that they can understand. You never know what can happen when you go in without a group. Park Yong-wan suddenly called, and while the assistant was trying to figure out what was going on, the bearded man picked up the phone. After which, after listening a little to what they were saying to him there, he jumped up in shock and asked what he was talking about and whether Wu Jin was really there. While the assistant was trying to understand what he was talking about, the bearded man had already ended the conversation by saying that he understood everything and would contact him later. When the assistant asked what was going on, he said that Kim Woo Jin wants to take 2 seats without the knowledge of the other factions. And if it is true Kim Woo Jin, then the rumors do not lie. And since he always goes alone, the other groups will not be too worried. When asked if Kim Woo Jin had become part of Park Yong-wan's faction, he replied that he did not know yet, and perhaps they would only use him for the dungeon and then get rid of him. The assistant, shocked, asked what happened to the remaining space, and if so, would other factions fight for it? He replied that Park Yong-wan said that he would give in to the other factions if they installed Kim Woo Jin, so they would simply become mediators. In fact, sometimes it was better to retreat in order to get the greatest benefit later, but it was not clear what was wrong with this Kim Woo Jin. Meanwhile, Park Yong-wan was asked by the secretary why he accepted Kim Woo Jin's application in the first place. Looking at the diary, he replied that it was fun to watch how he made his way there to bring such a thing. And he can manipulate it and then get rid of it at any moment. And isn't it easier to get rid of it as soon as it ceases to be useful? An hour ago, he talked with this guy, and in response to the question of whether he knew what kind of diary this was, he replied that he knew very well. He asked why he came to him with him then, and was he really going to blackmail him, thinking that blackmail would work. The guy in turn seriously replied that he came there with an offer not as blackmail. After which he said that he wanted to get into the one-story dungeon of A rank, which everyone is talking about. Park Yong-won first asked in shock what he meant, then laughed loudly and said that he was funny. After which he suddenly seriously asked whether he understood what kind of dungeon this was to tell him something like that. He scratched his head and replied that he knew this is a dungeon for which the Phoenix and Messiah guilds compete, because there is a limited number of places in it. The man said that he was just crazy to know all this, but still wanted to go there, and he would accept his offer on one condition. After some time, an introduction to the dungeon took place at Kenbu University. The man told those gathered that they probably knew the contents of his report on the dungeon, but still, he would tell more about it. There were at least more than 1,000 orcs in this dungeon, and this also includes the orc warrior. Kim Woo-jin, looking at this, thought that in past attacks about 70 people always survived and almost half died. Only the elite players of each guild gathered there, so it could not be said that all these deaths were caused only by fighting monsters. But he was forced to close his eyes to all this due to lack of evidence. There was a high chance that the murders occurred among the players, as this would be a good opportunity to get rid of rivals and steal their items. Besides everything else, this dungeon also had a reward for killing an orc warrior. This reward was called the Orc Clan's Fang. After all, the prize was given to the Messiah Guild for their enormous contribution. And he didn't know anything, but thinking about it now, he realized that it was just as strange as possible. Even if Sejun was behind this incident, there was still a possibility that the Messiah Guild had nothing to do with it. And instead, she planted spies in other guilds, and if he needed to predict their next move, then based on his memories, the players are most likely entering the dungeon right now. So it was. But Woo-jin went into the dungeon himself, confident that now he would tear out the fang of the orc family from the Messiah. Meanwhile, the guild commander Messiah ordered his subordinates to line up and prepare. Looking at this, many began to say that this could be expected from the Messiah, and they quickly and magnificently lined up. Someone said something that they were the first to move out doesn't mean anything, because there are thousands of orcs there. As soon as the team entered the dungeon, they immediately encountered a huge orc that emerged from the forest. While everyone was discussing what kind of orc this was, one person stepped forward and said that the Messiah would deal with him, and they should just watch. After which, activating the skill of a tenacious fighter and provoking the orc, he set himself up to repel the attack. The orc, in turn, didn't keep him waiting either, and turned and immediately rushed towards the guy swinging to strike. The guy barely repelled the orc's attack with his shield, and at the same time moved a couple of meters back, after which he calmly looked into his eyes and asked if this was all he was capable of. The next moment, another man stepped forward and, without wasting time in idle chatter, began to recite some kind of spell. The orc was immediately entangled by vines that grew out of the ground, after which they tore him away from the guy he attacked and pinned him down. For some time he still tried to somehow escape, and then raised his head up and roared loudly. Suddenly the ground shook, and everyone began to discuss whether it was an earthquake or just something behind the forest. Deciding that it was more likely the latter, they immediately prepared to repel the attack, and were not mistaken. A huge number of orcs ran towards them from the forest. Everyone who was there immediately began to successfully fight the orcs attacking them, who in turn were magicians, attacked behind the backs of the knights. Looking at this, Woo-jin, who was sitting on the tree, thought that everything was as he thought, and no one noticed him, and therefore he could proceed with his plan. But one way or another, it was clear that the enemies would not be able to push the players back to such an extent, so he should determine the location of the orc warrior. The quest requires getting rid of the orc warrior and 1,000 more orcs, so the guilds will first try to reduce the number of orcs to minimize losses, and after destroying thousands of orcs, they will begin to look for an orc warrior. So Woo-jin decided for himself that before this moment, he must manage to get the fang of the orc warrior at any cost. After some time, looking at the goblins clustered next to his commander, Woo-jin thought that following the escaped orc was a good idea. And if that orc with the huge knife was in fact an orc champion, then he looked much stronger than Woo-jin imagined. But even so, he sent his minions to fight, so luck was clearly on Woo-jin's side. And while everyone else was fighting on the front line, he could get closer to the orc warrior, who was now left alone. Meanwhile, the teams defeated the first wave of orcs, and the commander, saying that the orcs were not so difficult to fight, ordered to move on. At the same time, he was a little embarrassed by the fact that there were fewer orcs there than he expected. Most likely, their main forces were elsewhere. Suddenly, he noticed a scout appearing out of nowhere next to him. after which he told the master that many orcs were heading in their direction. When asked how many orcs there were, he replied that there were approximately 900, 1,000 of them, and apparently this was their main force. At this, the commander turned to his subordinates and suggested that they stop there because they needed more equipment to oppose the army. A disgruntled man came out of the crowd and said that he did not agree, and they, the Lion Guild, would continue their attack. The man replied that many orcs were heading their way, and competition between guilds was of course important. But even so, if they do not work together, then they will all simply die together in this dungeon. The second man responded by asking why he thought so, and whether it was because he was not confident in his abilities. And without waiting for an answer, he said that since they were so scared, they shouldn't have entered the dungeon at all. After which he and his group, talking about something along the way, headed further into the forest. Looking after them, the man suggested that they find a safe place to rest and prepare for the next battle. Meanwhile, Ujin had already come to the main orc with his 2 skeletons to fight. He in turn looked at them with displeasure and growled and stood up from his seat, holding a weapon in his hand. In turn, Wujin also prepared himself, pulled out his bow and pulled the string in order to hit the target in time. The goblin, having activated its fang, headed towards the skeletons, rushing towards him at great speed, with full confidence in his victory. After which he easily cut one of the skeletons into pieces before he even had time to get to him. Wujin looked at this in shock, not believing that this was actually happening, but not letting go of the bow either. And at that time the goblin himself was swinging at the remaining skeleton, who continued to run in his direction. He swung and hit the place where the skeleton was standing, but the skeleton was able to easily dodge his blow in the other direction. Looking at this, Wujin raised his bow again, thinking that from the looks of it, the skeleton warrior would definitely not last long. That is why he decided to attack the goblin now, while the remaining skeleton distracted him. The next moment, he fired an arrow towards the orc, but it passed by and only hit his hair. The orc turned in his direction, but Wujin was only interested in how he managed to dodge. It was clear that the orc was stronger than they thought. The next moment, the skeleton made a maneuver and struck the orc's legs with his sword, but it was useless, because the sword simply broke into several parts, and at that same moment the orc dealt the final, decisive blow to the skeleton. Looking at this whole scene, Wujin, who did not expect this, said that it would obviously not be easy, and therefore it might be worth changing the plan. After some time, it became clear that it was useless to fight this orc, while the fang of the orc warrior was in his possession. And Wujin's magical power, as he himself thought, was clearly not enough, so it was better to retreat. That is why he, without wasting time on further empty chatter, rushed to run from that place. However, looking back to check if the orc was following him, Wujin could not believe his eyes. He did not try. It was somehow strange. The orc did not even turn his head in his direction, and it was not clear whether this was because it was too troublesome to pursue a fleeing enemy. But this was expected from an A-rank dungeon boss. In fact, it was good because he could escape. However, what Wujin was sure of was that the orc would definitely regret letting him go when he returned. The members of the Lion Guild standing behind the trees, looking at the figure running through the branches, tried to understand who it was. And the head could not believe his eyes that, after all, someone besides the Lion Guild had also fled from the battlefield. One of his subordinates asked if that guy had discovered the orc faster than them, and the head said that it was impossible. But still, they do not know for sure whether he's returning back because he found an orc warrior. They should not blindly trust anyone until they see it with their own eyes, and the item that drops from the boss of this dungeon should fall to them anyway. Suddenly, right before the commander's eyes, all his men who had previously been standing fell face down. Looking at it all in shock, he also came out from behind the tree and began asking what was happening. Looking around, he thought that he had not heard anything about other monsters appearing there except orcs. All those who surrounded him simply could not be truly monsters. That is why, when the man finally lost his nerve, he began to loudly shout to all those who were looking at him from behind the trees to show themselves. And at this time, Wujin had already found where the rest of the expedition members were staying and entered the camp. Looking around, he thought that it was very good that there were no factions interested in him. But he didn't understand at all why the mood in the camp was so gloomy, as if they were all at a funeral. Turning in the other direction, he noticed the graves, and it became clear why this was so. But he could not even think that so many people would die on the first day. But still, something was wrong, even though only soldiers gathered there, and they were all well prepared. As he passed by the groups sitting around the fires, the guy heard one of the people say that from what he heard, the Lion Guild suffered the greatest losses. When asked how it was possible that more than one group had disappeared, he replied that, after all, it was not possible to recognize them, and orcs eat people in the end. Then they talked about how they were afraid of dying there at the hands of the orcs, and really didn't want this to happen. And if this were an ordinary task, of course, there would be dead and mortally wounded, and at least one should survive. In the end, what is, and human life should be placed above objects and the like. Woojin thought that considering that they were in an A-rank dungeon, this could very well happen, but the chances of so many groups being destroyed were not that high. There was definitely something behind all this, and his plan could easily fail if the soldiers became weaker. The next day, they again encountered a huge gathering of orcs. Looking at the cloud of dust rising above the battlefield, Woojin thought about what had apparently begun. Now he thought that the problem was on this side, and he was unable to deliver a fatal blow to the orc warrior. He could have succeeded in this with the help of the available items, and it would not have been possible to use the skeleton warriors as bait due to their lack of survivability. But then the thought occurred to him that if he thought like that, then the skeleton warriors should know how to shoot a bow. After some time, Woojin again came to the place where the orc warrior was sitting, and clearly did not worry about anything. Sometime later, he activated his fang and got up from his seat and rushed towards the guy with great speed. However, the next moment, an arrow flew towards the orc's axe from somewhere from the side. The goblin immediately turned in that direction, and there in turn stood several skeletons with bows. The orc was very angry at all these actions, and therefore immediately threw several stones towards the skeletons. The skeletons immediately rushed to the sides from there, and at the same moment an explosion was heard right in the place where they were standing, after which both skeletons, while still running, again shot towards the orc, and he just as easily deflected both arrows. The guy, looking at all this, thought that everything was as he thought, and the skeleton warriors also knew how to shoot a bow. So, with the thought that everything was going according to plan, he also entered the battle, after which he rushed at him with a sword, cutting through his entire body and clothes from top to bottom, and only when he reached the ground did he bounce back, waiting for the moment when the orc lord's fang will fall to the ground after he cuts the thread that binds the necklace. Appearing nearby in time, Woojin grabbed a black fang the size of his forearm before it even touched the ground. This was followed by notifications from the system that the orc's health and strength had been weakened, which meant that it was now possible to fight him. This greatly angered the orc, so much so that he rushed towards Woojin and struck the place where he was standing several blows, but he managed to dodge. At the same moment, several skeletons behind the orc fired shots. The arrows hit the orc's leg, and the system reported that the orc was poisoned with poisonous blood. Woojin, smiling, said that now he had this fang and his attacks accordingly could finally reach the orc. After all, there was now only one thing left for him to do, and that was to get a weapon that could cut off his head. The orc was still struggling with the skeletons that would not leave him alone, but they constantly evaded his attacks and he could not reach them. At some point, he again did not have time to fight off the arrow flying at him, and the system again reported that he was poisoned with poisonous blood. The repeated attacks from his skeleton soldiers' arrows, as well as the poison that accumulated in the orc's body, clearly caused significant damage. The next moment, he noticed Woojin, who was standing behind him, and immediately turned in his direction, trying to inflict damage. Woojin dodged the attack, his legs pushing off the ground with force, instantly closing the distance between him and the target. After that, with all his might, he struck the monster's right wrist with his sword, causing it to back away in agony. This was the first time the orc released the weapon from his hand, clutching his sore wrist, which was also poisoned. And finally, the moment has come when Woojin will receive a weapon capable of delivering a fatal blow to the orc. The skeleton picked up the fallen axe and looked at it with some surprise, not understanding what to do with it next. After that, Woojin finally decided that this axe must be the ideal weapon to cut off the head of that orc. And so, the skeleton grabbed it more tightly. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby in the forest, some players were killing others while everyone was busy with their own business. At the same time, he noted something, saying out loud that the battle with the orcs could only be made better by killing one more player at this time. The guy sitting on the tree told the newcomer that half of the items from the guy they killed belonged to the guild, and they should not forget to share them. He said that he understood, and asked about that guy, and were they really going to kill him. They told him that although he was not on the list, they were going to get rid of him and take the reward as soon as such an opportunity presented itself. The guy left the newcomer to remove the body, and he dragged the body outside, thinking that the orcs would do their job skillfully if he threw the body to them. Meanwhile, the group continued to destroy the orcs, not without losses. but still they succeeded more easily than from the very beginning. Some people happily told the master that they would deal with this dungeon in no time if they continued in the same spirit. He replied that this was true, but starting from this moment they would not be zealous, and at the first opportunity they would return to the rear. Thinking that by tomorrow everyone would be preparing to attack the orc champion, he also said that they should start preparing for the main event. At the same moment, system notifications appeared above the heads of all players, indicating that they had defeated the orc champion. Immediately, everyone began to discuss whether they had heard correctly, and the orc champion had really been defeated by someone. The master himself was shocked, because the two main groups of each guild were supposed to be busy fighting the orcs. The scout approached the master and asked what was happening, and whether this meant that the missing people from the Lion Guild were still alive. Although the master answered that he didn't think so, he recalled to himself that he thought that the people from the Lion Guild were bluffing. Meanwhile, Wu Jin was dealing with notifications from the system, which informed him that he would receive a catalog as a reward. Looking at this, the guy thought that there would be a new catalog. It would even be nice if it would give him a useful skill. And the next moment, he received a Rank E Grim Reaper book that could store 5 living dead. It was something like inventory in which you can store the living dead, plus their abilities increased if placed there, so Wu Jin decided it was definitely worth a try. Therefore, in the next moment, he activated the book and launched one of the nearby skeletons into it. This was unexpected, and this would eliminate the need to hit monsters with your hands. Instead, he will simply summon skeletons as soon as he enters a raid dungeon. It is with this book that apparently the most important drawback of the skill of summoning skeleton soldiers will disappear. Meanwhile, the master rushed with great speed towards the supposed lair of the orc, and his subordinates asked incomprehensibly why he was doing this. In response to the words that the orc had already been killed, the master angrily asked if they really thought that he didn't know about it. And then he said that he needed to at least see what happened and come up with an explanation. He still needed to say something to Mr. Park. Hearing Park Yong-won's name, the guys behind him immediately trembled and ran faster. Looking at all this, one of their killers cursed and said that the orc was defeated much faster than they expected. They decided to leave the guy who killed him alone and get rid of the remaining targets first. One of the killers asked the commander what happened to the newcomer, who remained to restore order, and why he did not return. The commander said that he told him to follow him as soon as he finished and would teach him a lesson again when it was all over. Still, if they are discovered, the higher-ups will be very worried, and they must prevent this from happening at all costs. In any case, they had no more time, and now they had to move as stealthily as possible. Suddenly, they all fell silent and turned around. Someone was approaching them with great speed. Apparently, it was the same newcomer, but it was not clear why he was running towards them with such noise. Behind the figure, they also noticed running skeletons, which could only indicate that the newcomer provoked that guy. That is why one of them loudly asked if he had really gone crazy and was now leading these skeletons to them. After which he asked the master what they should do, because of this newcomer, their location could be revealed. He didn't answer, trying to understand if that guy really knew everything. And if the battle continued, it would attract the attention of the other guilds, and everything would be over. That is why he turned around, asking his subordinates if they were ready, but at the same moment a newcomer quickly rushed between them and quickly laid them on their shoulder blades. Everyone immediately fell to the ground, trying to understand what had happened and whether the newcomer had betrayed them. However, to their even greater shock, when the newcomer took off the cloak covering his body and face, it was not who they expected to see. Having killed a newcomer who was going to feed the corpse to the orcs, Wu Jin thought that it turned out to be whose fault only half of the people survived in the past. But even so, in his memories he could not find any information related to the Messiah Guild. And apparently the guy he killed was even on the list of missing people in the past. So Wu Jin put on a bandage on his face and decided, apparently, to visit the head of the Skull Guild for now. He was already very lucky that he was able to discover this connection between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild. All the guys looked at him in shock, trying to figure out who this guy even was and how they could escape from him. Looking at all this, Wu Jin thought that luck was favoring him. And since all the guys from the newcomer's memories were gathered there, he would deal with them. That is why, despite all the cries of the people, he ordered the skeletons to kill them, and they did not hesitate to do so. Looking at Wu Jin approaching him with a sword and how he dealt with his subordinates, the guy tried to crawl away. At the same time, he thought that the fact that this bastard kills without any hesitation means that he has killed before. He said out loud that he would not learn anything from him. But at the same time, he thought that even if he got out of there alive, he would be a hindrance. So thinking that there was no turning back, the guy simply took out a sword and pierced himself with it. Looking at this, Wu Jin said that he moved on, and in the end committed an absolutely useless act. And perhaps on the contrary, Wu Jin should be grateful to him for this, because he just proved that he has information. In my memories, I immediately began to see a conversation about how the huge changes opening up to the world would provide Japan with the opportunity to move forward. They were going to collaborate with Lee Sejong from the Messiah Guild to lay the foundation and then spread their influence. If they can take over the dungeons in Japan, including everything that appears in Korea, they will recreate history. This history will be much more powerful than before, and it will be called the State of Yamato. Therefore, the master asked permission from Im Seong-chong to introduce him to the people who would guide him on his path. These people were members of Japan's elite, who may well have helped found the nation of Yamato. Song-chong immediately bowed and said that it was a great honor for him to meet them. After looking at all the memories, Wu Jin said dissatisfiedly that he hoped that the reason would be different, but it seems that it was a matter of vanity. Even in the worst of times, they trusted each other and fought together. And in the end, the master swordsman and the archer turned out to be the same. Before his return, he had conquered many dungeons with these two. They always went forward to save the world, and he wanted to be like them because they were not only his teachers, they were also moral support for him, the dearest comrades to whom he could entrust his life. That's what he thought before, but now he realized that they were no different from Lee Sejong, who betrayed him. This time he certainly did not have the right to allow them to do everything they planned. And since their next target is a dungeon broker, he must be quite talented to be on the blacklist. And the fact that he is not in his memories means that the assassination was successful. And if the people from Yamato take his place, then Sejun will benefit from it. They will search for him like moths search for light, but perhaps Wu Jin can find a way to weaken their group. After all, Wu Jin also needed a broker who could find him a dungeon, so everything was pretty good. A car was driving up to the gate, and one of the guys sitting there asked the other if it was always quiet near the gate. He replied that the likelihood of monsters coming out of the gate is low, so only silence can only be there. When asked whether those who leave will have any, he replied that they will not, because the players will fight with each other for items. Apart from the Messiah Guild, everyone will be trying to get at least one additional item, but in any case, nothing has started yet. He wanted to lie down and sleep while no one was there, but his partner showed him behind him in shock and told him to look in that direction. He did this, and at the same moment, he was stunned by the fact that the portal opened and a guy came out covered in blood. He fell to the ground, and at the same moment, doctors with a stretcher flew up to him, asking if everything was okay. All representatives of the guilds immediately began to quarrel among themselves, trying to understand what was happening. The news wrote that no one knew who had defeated the orc champion, which is why fights began to break out between members of the guild. Reading all this, the man angrily squeezed the newspaper and, cursing, asked how they couldn't find the bastard who defeated the orc champion. In response to the question why this happened, one of the guys answered in a trembling voice that he was sorry, and it happened unexpectedly. The man asked how they were going to compensate him for his time and resources. And he said that this is not a charity business where he can give them an infinite number of chances. So they have to pay him back 5 times as much in a week. When they left the office, the man asked the secretary if the guy was being treated in the hospital, to which she answered in the affirmative. He said that there were no useful guys left, and he was injured only in a 1-story dungeon. But to his surprise, the girl said that Wu Jin said that it was not the monster that injured him, and that only meant that he was attacked by the guild members. Over time, the truth might have been hidden, so she thought it was better for them to hear the story directly from him. The man immediately stood up and said that they were going to the hospital, and he hoped that the guy didn't blab anything to the others. At the hospital, some guy was already leaving Kim Wu Jin and asked him to tell him everything if he remembered anything. Scratching his head, he said that it was bad that Wu Jin didn't remember anything, and apparently he would have to figure out what to tell his superiors. He thought to himself that if everything was supposed to happen this way, then why did Park Yong-won even ask to include Wu Jin in the team? The elevator went up to his floor, a man with a secretary got out, and the guy, in turn, silently entered. The man said that, judging by the expression on the face of the man they missed, Wu Jin still kept his mouth shut. Entering Wu Jin's room, the man immediately said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how he was feeling. After some time, he began to talk about the fact that although he did not have much information about the Skull Guild, he was suspicious of it. Wu Jin said that he saw them attack the orc champion, but the fact that they were all destroyed means that the items were stolen by another group. And the last thing he saw was how they used the silent hunter skill, a kind of stealth. The man said that he knows about the stealth skill, and it allows the one who uses it to completely hide. The goals of that group are now clear. Wu Jin said seriously that everything was so, and if it weren't for the poisoned blood skill, he would have simply died on the spot. The man said that this was all because he was lucky, and since all the guys from that guild were destroyed, then no one except him witnessed this. And in response to the question whether the Phoenix Guild managed to get something, the man said that he gets angry every time he thinks about it. He thought to himself that he couldn't just leave it like that, and he needed to dig up more information on the Skull Guild to reduce losses. In response to the question of what he really wanted, Wu Jin began to pretend that he did not understand the question and asked what he meant. The man in turn told him not to be a fool. Perhaps he was spying because of their deal, but initially he clearly wanted something. The guy stopped denying it and suddenly said that speaking seriously, he needed to find a person. In response to the question of who he was talking about, the guy asked if he knew a broker named Seichan, because Wu Jin himself had no way of finding him. The man asked how he knew him, and without waiting, he replied that he advised him to pick up the phone if he received a call from an unknown number. Afterwards, he told him not to forget to keep what happened secret, because the situation would only become more dangerous for him if everyone found out. Wu Jin, in turn, said that he already knows this and is going to stick to the same thing as always. As soon as they left, Wu Jin thought that everything was going according to plan, even if he didn't trust him completely. Yang Wan knew nothing about the connection between the Messiah and the Skull Guild, and once he started digging for information on them, everyone would pay attention to him. Yang Wan, who did not know that Wu Jin had injured himself, would have to suffer, and Wu Jin himself would be able to focus on improving while everyone was busy. The man and his secretary were discussing that despite the fact that the Skull Guild is quite large, they did not have any sponsors. And this, in fact, could only mean that they carried out monetary transactions by selling items abroad. This meant that he needed to explore the black markets outside of Korea, and then he could meet the traders who were doing business. And he didn't just guess, but actually felt that he and these traders were simply birds of a feather. Already walking down the street, Wu Jin nervously thought that he should have been contacted a long time ago. At that very moment, he received a call, and a voice from the phone asked if he really wanted to make a deal with him, and that the deal could only take place after he saw Wu Jin's skills, and he sent the details by message. Judging by the message, it was clear that even though the dungeon was a C rank, he would use it as a test, so it would be useful if Wu Jin made a deal. Meanwhile, that guy was answering the other guy's question about how he had been communicating with a new applicant whose contacts he had received from Park Yong-wan. Blonde exhaled and asked if he really didn't remember the last incident. And what if they tried to kill him again? He replied that he didn't care. And besides, if that guy really worked for Yong-wan, he would have contacted him directly. Either way, he was useless if he failed the test. It was okay even if he tried to kill him as long as he had the necessary skills. Because if he is so capable, one day they will be able to destroy all the dungeons and end this game. The guy smiled and asked what he was talking about and said that if he was looking for that kind of guy, he was right there. However, the man replied that he still had a long way to go since he couldn't even clear the dungeon alone. Well, even so, in any case, he sent Wu Jin to the Kobold dungeon to see what would happen. And while they were there discussing what and how it would happen, Wu Jin had already arrived at the entrance to the dungeon, completely ready to clear it. Looking around, he asked in surprise if he really didn't plan to earn money. After all, the test would not be easy. While watching him, the secretary radioed that Mr. Kim Wu Jin was approaching the dungeon. Then she asked, since he was already there, if she should turn on the timer right now. The man also said on the radio that this guy was quite hasty and asked whether he had prepared anything or not. But to his surprise, the girl replied that he did not bring anything special with him, to which both men decided that he was simply crazy. However, who knew? Maybe he didn't prepare anything because he was simply too arrogant. So in this case, we could only hope that all this confidence of the guy was not a bluff. Meanwhile, people in the Messiah's Guild were discussing how difficult it was to predict what would happen in the dungeon. In response to the words of the person sitting in front of him that the damage was not so great, the man asked what he meant. After all, 5 of his students died. The guy immediately realized what he had said and tried to justify himself that he was not trying to say anything bad at all. Scar said that Lee Se-jung most likely also knows about them and about their connection with the Skull Guild. And wasn't that why he offered the job to them? Of course, no one could know about the things that could happen in the dungeon. However, it seemed as if he was trying to say that all their people were destroyed along with the orcs. The guy immediately began to bow, saying that he asked to accept his apology for such incorrect things, and if he was given a little time, he would investigate this case again. Scar said that there was no need because they had already begun their investigation, and asked why not have something to drink. After which he began to pour wine for the guy, asking that despite the current state of affairs, they are still allies of the Messiah. And without waiting for an answer, he said that he just wanted them to understand how deeply they were offended. So he hopes that if there are any disagreements between the comrades, then a glass of alcohol will help settle them. After which he got up and started to leave, and the guy said in a trembling voice that of course this would all sort it out. As soon as they left, he thought that he had underestimated the master archer and swordsman, and he needed to quickly come up with a plan right now. One of the masters, meanwhile, was already talking on the phone and asking someone what about the losses on their part. After which he got into the car and said that everything was as they predicted, and the guys on the murder list had nothing to do with this. And this could only mean that all this was done by someone with not the best skills. So their next target could only be the people of the Phoenix Guild. If it was not someone from the list of victims, then it was probably done by another faction that most simply did not know about yet. Meanwhile, not far from the Kobold dungeon in Songpo Dong, several guys were enthusiastically discussing something. And this was just the question: can they rest for a couple of days, if the player has already entered there or not? One of them said that he didn't think he'd ever seen any sane players anyway, and this guy was probably going to die soon. The next moment, to their surprise, the gates began to open, and not exactly when the players die, but vice versa. The guys said that it was simply impossible because this was not the kind of dungeon that could be completed even by a whole crowd. They wanted to follow him, but that guy did not wait for him to be followed and quickly left in an unknown direction. When they reported this to their commander, he asked how it happened and said that if they received payment, it needed to be worked off. The secretary silently looked at all this, covering her ears from loud screams, after which she calmly called him and said that she did not pay them, so they had nothing to work off. The man asked in surprise whether they decided to pay them, to which the girl said that not at all, and they came to help him. Then she reminded him that he had instead said that he would take them to drink a couple of glasses with him. The man pretended not to understand anything and said that it was bad because he decided to stop drinking from today. The secretary in turn said that if it was Kim Woo-jin, he had nothing to worry about and would contact them soon. The man watched her leave the office, thinking that it was all quite cold-blooded. But if you think about it, it was all around the same time when he first met her. Suddenly a guy came in with a bag full of sweets, asking if everything was okay with the secretary, and the man told him to leave her alone. After which he said that it didn't matter, and that Woo-jin cleared the dungeon in just half a day and met his expectations. And then he finally drew attention to all that mountain of food in the hands of his interlocutor and began to scold him for buying so much. Woo-jin was driving in the car, remembering how he saw the walkie-talkie and the note on the car as soon as he came out of the dungeon. Looking at the road, he touched the walkie-talkie and the note, asking himself whether they were going to make a deal with him or not. And it was all because the note said that if he returned from the dungeon, he should contact him by radio. Meanwhile, the guy in the parking lot was thinking that he couldn't meet the master in such a state. Finally, someone called him, and after listening to what they told him, he immediately got into the car and said that he was already leaving. Yong-wan talked about how it would be great if they handled this quietly as usual, and he hoped he didn't have to explain anything. The guy said that he understood, and asked if Latotus had agreed with the person he was supposed to protect, to which he received a negative answer. And he said that then he would also explain the situation to his subordinates and say that under no circumstances should they let him die. Another guy was watching this whole conversation from the shadows without giving away anything about his location. However, despite this, he was still curious about what Park Yong-wan was up to and how much he knew about the Skull Guild. A guy who suddenly appeared from behind him said that he was also interested, and he could be quite influential. But it's wrong to think that he knows a lot because he, hiding behind his own business, told him that he wanted to know more about the Skull Guild. The man himself said that it would be difficult for him to share information about the Skull Guild, even with Park Yong-wan. And in response to this, he asked what would happen if he said that he knew the secret of the guys from the Skull Guild who died in the dungeon. At this moment, the guy asked in shock if he really said everything that way. He thought to himself that if this was true, he would not be able to deal with this alone and would have problems, so he should report this to the master. In response to the question of who Yong-wan was talking to, the man said that it was Jong-hoon, with whom Yong-wan often collaborates. He is a mercenary who is not a member of any guild, so he will do whatever he is told as long as he is paid. The guy immediately thanked him for assisting the Messiah Guild and for providing information. He did not say much, and said that in any case he was indebted to the Messiah. After some time, he approached the guy and asked if they could talk to him. He in turn became thoughtful, and looking at the guy, tried to understand whether he was Kim Jae-hoon from the Messiah Guild. At that time, he sat down opposite him, saying that he didn't know what Park Young-won told him, but he definitely had a better offer. Then he explained that this was something related to cooperation with the Messiah Guild. The guy asked him with a smile what he meant and whether he could speak more directly. He said that he was talking about a business that could bring good profit, but he didn't seem to understand yet. Meanwhile, Young-won listened to the girl's report that she managed to capture the dungeon and asked why he didn't act as usual. Having received no answer, she also turned and asked if it wouldn't complicate things if they intervened directly. Young-won said that it was no big deal, and the Skull Guild should take action since he was causing so much noise. And he believed that they would do it one by one, and now that the actors in the place had been chosen, it remained to prepare the stage for messers. Meanwhile, the guild representative Messiah was nervously biting his nails trying to understand what Park Young-won was up to. He remembered how that guy said that since Young-won asked 5 of them to protect this person, then he must be an important guy. And that guy's name was on the list of participants for this A-level dungeon, but it was impossible for him to deal with everyone alone. Woo Jin was talking on the radio and the man asked why he finished the test faster than planned and if he was hiding his skills. Woo Jin calmly replied that he only showed him his skills because he asked him to. The man asked if he really wanted to buy a dungeon, and he put the list of dungeons in cell 19 of Ilsen Station. In response to telling him to choose and call him, Woo Jin said that he had to do a few things, so he would call in a couple of days. The man said that everything was fine, and in that case, he would wait until he called him. The guy sitting behind asked if he was really going to make a deal. This guy was clearly unsafe. The man asked whether his inner feeling turned out to be correct, and whether being a broker in itself was not risky. Meanwhile, Young-won was talking to Woo Jin about him becoming bait. Looking at the guy in front of him, Young-won said that he doesn't know what rumors are going around about everything, and it's only a matter of time before they reach the Skull Guild. But still, he decided to ask if Woo Jin wouldn't have lost his life if he just sat there and did nothing. Without waiting for an answer, he said that he had hired a couple of experienced guys especially for him, and he was wondering if he would go into the dungeon with them. Woo Jin said seriously that his life was at stake and asked if there was any reason why they had to do it this way. Young-won replied that he was sorry, but he still had several debts to these guys, and he was not someone who liked to be in debt. Woo Jin calmly said that he understood that nothing could be done about it, and if so, he would like to increase his fee. He said that he agreed, and the secretary immediately gave Woo Jin some papers saying that the boss had prepared this for him. And Young-won said that the stronger he becomes now, the faster his survival rating will also increase. Already leaving the building, the guy thought that this was all ridiculous, and even before he returned to the past, Yen-wang met with Yamato. And in the end, he ended up going down the path of betrayal, and the end was not rosy. However, despite everything, the gift he gave him turned out to be more useful than he thought. In the dungeon, meanwhile, the guys were talking dissatisfiedly about the fact that it would all end with him paying his debts for the rest of his life. One of the men told him to shut up and that Young-won was just a bastard who left them there, even though it wasn't fair. But in the end, they didn't decide anything, and therefore they began to argue that if they had time to whine, then they should get down to business and not talk. The mercenary told the customer that it seemed to him that he was giving them too little for the task, given that they were losing an important client. He replied that if it comes to money, then he can always give him more after he finishes the work and even find a new client. However, the mercenary said that he would like to make a deal with the Messiah instead, and if they could arrange it, then no additional payment would be needed. The guy replied that he could not arrange this because it was a personal request and had nothing to do with the guild. Having said everything he wanted, the guy got into the car and quickly drove away from that place back to his guild. The guys looking after him began to discuss that they had attacked a gold mine, and when this was over, they would become rich. The mercenary said that he didn't think there was anyone like him in the Messiah Guild, but after all, they are people, and not like Sejong. But they didn't care. They just had to take advantage of this opportunity and enjoy life after receiving the money. After some time, another dungeon was cleared, and the surviving players returned back. Unlike last time, this time all the Skull Guild players survived. The person who saw them was in shock, trying to understand what happened to their members of the Phoenix Guild. After all these people who did not leave the dungeon were clearly professionals from Park Young-won's faction. After standing in a stupor for a while, he finally decided to stop those who survived from the guys and ask them if they were the only ones who survived. And if this is the case, Could they give him at least some explanation so that he could tell this to the families of the victims? One of the guys stopped, took off his mask, and said with a smile that he had torn them apart beyond recognition. And while the man, in shock, tried to comprehend what was said, he got into the car and drove off with the others. One of the guys, without looking, asked him if he had forgotten that the master told them to be careful not to make noise. He said that he understood, but the guy was already distracted by the call, reporting that he had just finished the task, and what about the next one? Meanwhile, the guy from the Messiah Guild was telling someone that the targets were going to enter the dungeon as soon as the day ended, and they should come. Yong-won thought about the foreign faction in Korea and how it would be a good opportunity as long as he used the Skull Guild. In any case, he always knew that working only in Korea was a waste of time for him. So even if things don't go according to plan and Kim Woo-jin dies, at least he will have information about the skull. And Woo-jin had already arrived at the place where several guys were already waiting for him. Noticing him, the mercenary immediately greeted him, after which he introduced himself and offered to do everything possible to clear the dungeon. As soon as he said that, there should be another team. But they seemed to be late. A car immediately arrived and stopped behind them. Looking at the approaching guys, Woo-jin asked if his interlocutor knew where the restroom was. He asked, a little surprised, why he needed this, and then said that he was also going there and they could go together. Already near the restroom, they began to discuss that it was Woo-jin who should be accompanied. In response to the question of whether he was the person Yong-won was talking about, the guy suggested that they talk on the way back. They would be entering soon anyway. The others didn't know that they were on the same side, so anyway, no one should have seen them together inside the dungeon. It was also very likely that an ambush would await them at level 2. If they started killing each other from the very beginning, it would be difficult to clear the dungeon. Woo-jin shouldn't have worried so much because they knew what they were doing, and Woo-jin should have just entered the dungeon. Woo-jin did not argue with all these words and therefore said that he should do as he says. The guy said that then he would be the first to enter the dungeon, and it would be too suspicious if they entered together. Looking after Woo-jin as he left, the guy thought that this would be much easier than he originally thought. After some time, they all entered the dungeon and began to read the rules. The first level was about exploration, and the clearing conditions weren't that difficult, so it was worth splitting up and moving one at a time. And Woo-jin came there alone, so they would lend him someone to keep him company. One of the guys said that he would go with him, and the mercenary immediately said that in that case everything was decided. And now they don't have much time, so it was worth killing this goblin quickly and moving to level 2. Looking after the people leaving, Woo-jin thought that now everything would be easy, and the real battle would be at level 2. One of the skulls asked why they weren't going after Woo-jin now, and whether it would be troublesome if he died. Another replied that the guys he hired would accompany him, so no problem. If things don't go well, then it will be troublesome. Especially this will happen if Kim Woo-jin suddenly runs away from them, then they will certainly not have a sweet time. This led some to ask him if he was trying to say that they wouldn't trust their skills. However, he replied that there was no need to be offended and that everything was wrong, thinking to himself that he had come there to get rid of the mercenaries when everything was over. The mercenaries were discussing how Woo-jin hunted orcs. He was apparently quite experienced and used the poison blood skill to catch them. But clearly something had to be wrong with him. After all, Yong Wang and Jae-hoon were not people who would spend large sums of money just like that. Hearing that Jin-wook was still following him, he decided that they should follow him and grab him the moment he lets down his guard. As soon as they approached the place where the guy was, they immediately discovered that he was not there and assumed that he had gone somewhere. Approaching the right place, one of the guys said that, judging by the smell of blood, he was sure that this was the right place. But to his surprise, Chun-wook did not show up, and the bodies of dead monsters were lying around, which only made him wonder what happened. Looking at the killed monsters and still not waiting for Chun-wook, the guy said that something was clearly wrong there. Suddenly another guy called him loudly and, pointing to the side where 2 human bodies lay, said that they were there. The mercenary ordered him to first examine Chin-wook, while the others would inspect the surrounding area for danger. Min-sik approached Jin-wook, but immediately after the initial examination he said in horror that it was bad and his neck was injured. After which he turned to him and ordered him not to move so that he would stop the bleeding. Otherwise he would not be able to do this. And while he was trying to heal his wound, he pointed towards Woo-jin with trembling hands, as if trying to say something. Looking at him, Min-sik said that they should have given it to Jae-hoon anyway, so it doesn't matter. The mercenary, as if he had heard their conversation, began to loudly ask why and how Chin-wook was doing. While healing him, Min-sik shouted that he was in a very serious condition, and at this rate he could die very quickly. The mercenary tried to understand what happened, because it was impossible for them to fight with each other, because they knew that they were on the same side. But suddenly he remembered the conversation with Jae-hoon, and how he told them to be careful, because this applies to the Messiah. Immediately his head seemed to be pierced by a guess. Probably he had originally planned to kill them too. Suddenly Min-sik called him in a panic and asked him to get rid of it, because at this rate Jin-wook would definitely die. Feeling the appearance of someone behind him, he said that he was bleeding heavily and his magic could not cope with it. Before he had time to turn around to see who was behind him, he found himself thrown aside from the guy he was treating. It immediately became clear to the mercenary that they injured Jin-wook because they wanted to get to their healer, Min-sik. Turning to another member of the group, he said that he thought that Jae-hoon had deceived them, and he should have guessed, because that request was strange. And now, all they could do was fight the skeletons that surrounded them and try not to die. Meanwhile, the skulls were also dealing with the monsters. Looking at their teammate, one of the guys told him to hold on and save his energy. He replied that these monsters probably know that he is handsome, and therefore they just continue to step on him. However, another replied that it was more because of his terrible smell, and he asked if he could tone down his cologne when entering the dungeon next time. The guy immediately began to sniff himself, asking how he could even say such a thing because this cologne cost a lot of money. However, the interlocutor said that there are many monsters that are sensitive to smells, and now they have even more of his fans on the way. He replied that everything was fine, and what problems could there be as long as he provided high-quality fan service. Then he turned and grabbed one of the monsters approaching him with his bare hands. And then, looking at the others running towards him, he easily tore it into 2 parts and threw the remains away from him. After which I dealt with the rest of the monsters who were no longer so sure but still attacked. Meanwhile, the mercenary told Woo Jin that he was just a bastard, because they were on the same side. Woo Jin asked what kind of betrayal he was talking about. After all, for a dying man, he was not very honest. He's no longer even surprised by the number of players who use their power only for their own gain. But the mercenary's greed exceeded all boundaries, even though he said that the value of each person is measured differently. The guy remembered listening to the conversation between the mercenary and his guys about how they killed people, and that it would be nice if they received more requests like this, since they earn so much from it. But one way or another, everything had its value, so in the end they decided that they had to kill in a method that suited the price. Woo Jin pulled out his sword, and in one motion cut off the mercenary's head, saying that he was even curious how much his life was worth. Having found the goblin, he said that he was hiding in the same place as when he conquered this dungeon in his previous life. Therefore, deciding that now he should move to the next level, where the guys from the skull were already waiting for him, he killed the goblin in one motion. The system immediately notified that the first floor of the dungeon had been cleared, and they were moving to the second floor. This greatly surprised the guys from the skull, who could not understand how this happened and why the first level was cleared. One of the guys turned back with the thought that they should give him a signal if they found a goblin. The second team member looked at him and said that, judging by the reaction, apparently everything was not going according to plan. Level 1 was cleared unexpectedly, and they were probably going to move to Level 2 to wait for them to appear in order to kill them. That is why they rushed in a crowd to the entrance to the dungeon, hurrying to enter as quickly as possible. One of the leaders was silently trying to understand how it happened that they understood his real plan. Meanwhile, Woo Jin was already at the entrance to the second level of the dungeon, and without wasting any time, he entered there. Young Wan and his secretary were discussing a strange set of items bought by Woo Jin. After all, the liquid flasks were too strange an item. Of course, it was obvious that blood and other body fluids were sold at high prices, but there would be no valuable items in the dungeon. Young Wan himself also could not understand what Woo Jin was thinking. Buying a flask despite the fact that his life was in danger seemed stupid. The scoop guys also approached the entrance and discovered that no matter how they rushed, it was already open. One of the guys stated the obvious, saying that he thought those guys had reached Level 2 first and could now ambush them on Level 2. The second guy said that thanks to someone he could have even more fun, and shouldn't he show his gratitude for that? That is why they pulled out their weapons, and taking them in their hands, walked in a confident crowd to the entrance to the second floor. However, as soon as they walked there, nothing happened, as if no one was going to attack them right away. The second one, saying that they were obviously hiding somewhere instead out of fear, broke the rope tied under his feet without looking. And as soon as he did this, a huge number of arrows flew in his direction, which he deflected with his hand. At the same moment, the flasks that were on the arrows broke, and some strange-smelling red liquid fell on the guys. Looking at this, the guys said in surprise that it was blood, and besides everything else, it smelled strange. And then they began to think about why everything was this way. After all, it was just a great chance to attack them. At that same moment, Wu Jin came out from behind the tree saying that of course he apologizes for this, but he thinks that this stench suits them. One of the guys responded by asking him if he really thought he would be safe after betraying them. Wu Jin immediately realized that everything was as he expected, and this guy thinks that he is on the same side as Jung Hoon Young. Wu Jin said he knew they planned to kill Jung Hoon Young and his team after that, and he didn't think they would follow them all the way there. And besides, he didn't think that now was the right time for useless chatter. The next moment, something gurgled behind them, and then some unknown creature appeared out of the water. After which, as if not paying attention to anyone around, in one movement he grabbed and bit one of the guys in two. Purple turned to Wu Jin and in a panic, cursing him, asked what he had done. Wu Jin pulled out one of the flasks and waved it in front of him, saying that the liquid on it belonged to the goblin. It was also the lizard warrior's favorite snack, and since he poured so much on them, they should have become an excellent dish for the lizard. The guy swore loudly again and rushed towards Wu Jin, saying that he would kill him. The mask, looking after him, loudly called him an idiot and said that he could not ask them for nothing. He didn't hear him and already crossed swords in battle with Wu Jin, promising him that he would scratch his eyes out alive. Jin didn't seem at all concerned about the outcome of the fight, just saying that he was all bark and no bite. Looking at the sword, he said that he thought that he was a simple guy when he ran there, but it looked like he was a student of a master swordsman. The guy immediately lost his former ardor and asked in shock how he even knew about it. Jae-hoon, meanwhile, looked around, trying to understand where Hong Young's guys were. After all, Kim Woo-jin was not the main problem. One way or another, it would not have been difficult for the four of them to clear this dungeon even if they were alone, but there was still a problem. Suddenly, the mask snapped him out of his thoughts, asking what he was even doing, and saying that he shouldn't just stand there but should help them. He immediately headed towards them, thinking that Hong Yong might appear there with his guys at this moment, when their forces were scattered. So even despite all their strength and skills, if they are caught by surprise, they may end up dead. Violet was still holding back Wu Jin's onslaught, asking how he understood all this. Wu Jin calmly replied that his master must be losing his touch for someone like him to be his student. Again repelling his furious attacks, Wu Jin thought that he was glad that he succumbed to provocations, but he was definitely more experienced. It would obviously be difficult to simply defeat him with a sword, but all the same, Jin had trump cards up his sleeve, and therefore he decided that it was worth using them. Therefore, easily dodging another attack from the guy, Wu Jin made a U-turn in the air and spat blood in his face. He, in turn, did not expect this, and therefore immediately fell to his knees in pain, after which, wiping his face, he began to loudly ask how he even dared to spit blood in his face. He thought to himself that since he was working with poison, a long fight would put him in an awkward position. So he immediately raised his sword and swung it, saying that he would not waste time and would finish him off right now. Wu Jin immediately thought that it was possible, an attack skill that was only available to those chosen by the Halo. He sent a blow to Wu Jin's side, and the system announced that the Holy Light Executioner's skill had been activated. However, Wu Jin immediately dodged this blow, and the guy could not see it because of the rising dust. And therefore, after the blow, he relaxed, thinking that the poisoning was beginning to affect his body. At the same moment, Wu Jin appeared behind him, and realizing this, he began to think about how he was able to evade his skill. And before he could turn around and strike, Wu Jin inflicted many wounds on him with quick movements. Before his death, he recalled how for the first time, after a long time of training, he could use a blade of destruction, just like his teacher. And his teacher, despite all the joy, did not share his joy but praised him, saying that he was doing well. However, it was still too complex for him to use in a real battle, his hand trembling after he used the skill. And this move had enormous power, but he should refrain from using it against an enemy who knew about his weakness. Therefore, if he encounters a monster that remains unharmed even after he uses it, then he will be caught and killed by that monster. Dying, Matsumoto uttered his last words addressed to his teacher, that today he met this monster. The mask began to shout his name in shock, but because he was distracted, the monster hit him in the back and threw him to the side. Looking at this, one of the guys began to think in shock that they all reveled in the fact that they were students of the master swordsman. But they were all useless, and on top of that, Hong Young and his boys never showed up. So he shouted to Wu Jin that they can call it reconciliation. After all, they don't need to fight each other. He asked for a truce at least for the time until they conquered this dungeon together. Otherwise, they would all die there. Wu Jin smiled and said that he did not need to worry about it, because by killing them, it would be easier for him to clear this dungeon. While his opponent was asking in shock what he meant, Wu Jin had already summoned skeleton soldiers, and then asked how he could trust him after he tried to finish him off moments ago. He didn't answer, saying in shock that it wasn't just the blood poisoning skill as a trump card. At the same moment, a monster appeared in front of the guy, from whose attack he tried to evade, which he initially succeeded in, and the jaws clicked before he could catch it. However, as if feeling that he would not be able to dodge the next blow, the guy sat down on the ground and covered his head with his hands. Just as the tentacle was about to grab him, the mask cut him into two pieces with one quick movement of the axe. Afterwards, he called him the Dog of the Messiah and said that he had been asking for help for ages. And he was just a bastard who not only didn't help, but simply stood there and begged for mercy. At the same moment, the lizard extended its tentacle and in one movement grabbed him, lifting him from the ground to eye level. Looking into his eyes, the mask displeasedly told him to remove his stinking head, because he felt that he would suffocate from this smell. In response to this, the lizard only squeezed him even more, so much so that the remaining guy cursed to himself. At the same time, he thought that if he wanted to get out of there alive, then this was the only option left. Looking at the monster, he understood that he could not cope with it himself, and everyone who could help him was long dead. So there was no other choice but to be the first to escape from there, before the other guys conquered this dungeon. He knew for sure that everything else in any case could be sorted out later, but now he had to survive and not die. Suddenly, a silhouette rushed past him at great speed, which made him turn around in surprise. At the same moment, one of the skeletons darted behind the back of the ogre monster and with all its might plunged a sword into its shoulder. Looking at this, the guy thought that he didn't think that a skeleton soldier could move like that. It was almost like the movement of a high-level player. In addition, there was clearly more than one skeleton soldier there. There were as many as 5 of them. But then it dawned on him that if Kim Woo-jin was so strong, it meant that he probably got rid of Hong Young's team. This would explain why they still haven't appeared. They were simply killed in this dungeon. And the way the Skull Guild members were killed in the A-level dungeon indicated that he just needed to get out of there and report it. But to his even greater surprise, for some reason the lizard ignored all the skeletons and chased only him. The next moment the lizard fell to the ground, and the system reported that the poisoned blood skill continued to poison it. But despite this, he got up and began to pursue the guy again, as if all the other skeleton soldiers were invisible. Wu Jin, looking at all this, said that now that he was distracting the lizard warrior on himself, it became easier for him. And probably he doesn't quite understand, but because of the time when people could only rely on their level and items while clearing dungeons, everyone began to forget the main thing. He immediately remembered a scene from his past life where a girl asked her teammates why she should put dirt on herself. They answered that they themselves did not fully know, but the lizard did not have very good eyesight, so most likely they were trying to disguise themselves this way. When asked if he was right, Wu Jin replied that this was not the case at all, and explained what the point really was. While running away from the monster, the guy thought that he really couldn't run away from him forever, and sooner or later they would catch up with him. And he didn't know why, but the lizard apparently only aimed well at the players. So he rushed towards Wu Jin with the thoughts that he should not suffer alone, and this guy should also take part in this. At the same moment, a clearly belligerent skeleton warrior blocked his way. The guy jumped over him, asking how a skeleton like him could even block his path. At the wrong time, he noticed a second skeleton mid-flight, which dealt a downward slash. The guy immediately fell to the ground in surprise, unable to move anymore, surprised by this outcome of events. The lizard came towards him from behind with great speed, fully confident that it could easily defeat him. And a moment later, this monster, killed, fell to the ground face down. Wu Jin, without saying a word, calmly looked at the performance unfolding in front of him, seemingly not trying to intervene. And the guy shouted loudly that his leg hurt, but turning behind him he couldn't believe his eyes. Apparently these several skeletons killed the monster. Looking at this, he was too happy, and for some reason decided that now he could get out of there alive. But Wu Jin took the floor and, coming closer, thanked him for distracting the lizard warrior from his name, but it was time to wrap it up. The guy asked him to stop and talk, and said that he would give him everything he wanted if he helped him get out of the dungeon. Wu Jin replied that he thought it was better for another guy to handle his request for salvation, after which he said that he should be interested in why he was only pursuing him. The monster's eyes acted as heat sensors, and it goes without saying that it has no interest in cold skeletons. The next moment, the monster rushed forward and in one movement, swallowed the guy. The news reported that the boss monster of this dungeon was a tailed lizard, which all the players in this world were desperately trying to catch. Also, according to the news that was broadcast on the main channel, it was reported that the Phoenix Guild refused to clear the dungeon. The secretary said that she could not even think that such a problem would arise at a time when he was planning to clear the 6th-level dungeon. However, Yong Wang said that listening to weaklings is only a waste of time, and now they should concentrate on their original plans. The Messiah, in turn, said that if this was a problem of extreme importance, then they had enough time to prepare for the conquest. Reading this, Zichan did not have even a hint of a smile on his face. The fact that even the Messiah postponed the purge said a lot. Chin-Ah said that it is clearly called the Death Snake for a reason, and they still don't know much about this monster in reality. Moreover, not a single player has yet returned alive from the hunt. There is no point in discussing the difficulty when it comes to such a monster. Zichan thought that it would be somehow creepy to imagine that such a dangerous monster appeared in the country. There was no information about him, and the Messiah made the decision without any doubt, but there may have been ulterior motives. Suddenly, Zichan found something and asked Chin-Ah what he thought would happen if the entrance to the dungeon was delayed. He replied that it was obvious. Only the fearless would gather together, although it would be difficult to clear this dungeon. Over time, the government itself will want to get rid of this dungeon, so they will open the borders. Zichan said that this is true, and simply put, the dungeon will be conquered on a larger scale, and asked what would happen if at that moment someone defeated the lizard. Chin-A, in shock, asked what he was talking about, and was he really sure that in this case, the Messiah's guys were deliberately trying to get more time. Zichan replied that there must be a reason why they are in no hurry to enter the dungeon. Ujin watched as the system wrote that he had received the Lizard Hunter achievement in the catalog, and his level increased. After which he said that everything ended much faster than he expected, due to the fact that the skeletons did not have body temperature. But since he got involved with guys who have connections with the Messiah Guild, it will be difficult for him to move around. The next moment, he picked up the trophy that he received and examined it from all sides. It was an armored turtle sword. The attributes of the items remained the same even if the shape was changed. It was not a very bad weapon, but still Wujin gave it to one of the skeletons with the words that it was now his weapon. The skeleton looked at its reflection in the sword without noticing anything around, and Wujin went back. Approaching the corpse of the guy from the Messiah, he said that now they would talk and activated the Eye of Anubis. Sometime later, the dungeon that had made the golf course even more deserted after its appearance began to show signs of disappearing. The employee ran up to Wu Jinwoo and praised him, but did not forget to ask what happened to the others, and received the answer that they were all killed. Having heard such unexpected news, the support team member began to ask in surprise what had happened. They answered him, but as soon as he began to understand the situation, surprise gave way to pallor, and even more questions appeared. However, Wu Jin left him and immediately headed into the building behind, after which, saying that he had completed the order, he slammed the door. He took out his phone and called Zichan, after which he said that one of the killers who were hunting had an item belonging to the Swordmaster. As he himself knows, the Master is an important member of the guild, and he is sure that the Yamato faction is the main branch of the Skull Guild. He added that they found nothing else. However, they will continue to hit the Skull Guild. He is sure they will get results. There was a bug installed inside the TV in the VIP room. He was recording in real time, so he had to leave the room. That's exactly what Wu Jin did before turning back and smiling sardonically. Now he was sure that the bastards from the Skull would fall into their own trap, and now he was wondering how the Skull Guild would deal with Park Yong-wan. At that same moment, Park Yong-wan called him, and he immediately picked up the phone with displeasure. He, without greetings, immediately said that he had heard what happened, and said that he was wondering if he had something for Yong-wan. Wu Jin replied that he couldn't find anything else because he was focused on survival, but he had some information. After he told him to come tomorrow, Wu Jin hung up the phone and started the car and headed to the place he was told about. Arriving there, he examined the cells and noticed that Osei-chan was truly a prudent broker. He even wondered if he knew what the target was too, so he hoped the list wasn't too disappointing. The guy, reading what was written there, said that now it is not surprising that the Skull Guild considered Zichan a nuisance. The content and quality of this book were simply excellent. He couldn't get enough of it. And remembering the dungeons that he conquered in his previous life, when he was a member of the Messiah, he finally understood where they got them from. Suddenly, his gaze fell on one of the dungeons called an albino lizard egg. The guy didn't think that Zichan would have it. There wasn't much information about the albino lizard egg, and even he couldn't find a source or variations. So taking the walkie-talkie, Wu Jin decided that no matter what, He must be the one to clear the dungeon first. Listening to him being called on the radio, Se-chan thought with a smile that the time had come for his and Woo Jin's first deal. The day after returning from the dungeon, Kim Woo Jin immediately met with Park Yong-won. Having met, Kim Woo Jin told everything that he had experienced in the dungeon, and of course, when answering questions, he largely lied. Despite this, he said that judging by the killer's sword skills and equipment, they were related to Japan. Yong-won looked away from the newspaper and said that some factions have quite a lot of influence in Japan too. So instead of wondering what happened, Park Yong-won thought about what he should do next. Putting down the newspaper, he said that since Woo Jin was the only survivor in the dungeons where everyone died, they would start watching him. Saying that he should refrain from acting until he had cleared the dungeon and returned, Yong-won called his secretary over. She said that the money was transferred to Woo Jin's bank account, and Yong-won added that this was his compensation and he would contact him later. Park Yong-won motioned for Kim Woo Jin to leave his office, and he left the room without another word. Leaving the office, he did not look back. The dice had already been cast and the fights were now out of Kim Woo Jin's league. So it was even funny that he was planning something with such confidence. The Skull Guild will definitely target Park Yong-won rather than Kim Woo Jin, and will begin aggressive attacks on him from now on. As he got into the car, he thought that he simply couldn't wait for Yong-won's reaction when they met again. Saying that he had finished with all the urgent matters, so perhaps he should go against everyone and act alone, Woo Jin reached for the walkie-talkie. The secretary told Se-chan that the preparations were completed and that she did not know whether Kim Woo Jin would accept it. Se-chan replied that she shouldn't worry about it, and if there was a problem, he would talk to him. Woo Jin was already approaching the headquarters when he heard words from inside that the boss told Lin Chin-ah to prepare. He replied that he told her not to call him Mr., and he doesn't like it when she calls him Mr. Lee Chin-ah. Reaching for the handle, Woo Jin thought that if this is really the Lee Chin-ah he is thinking about, then this simply could not be. The next moment he walked inside and noticed a secretary standing there and another guy sitting at the table. The secretary said that the examiner would accompany him since he had not chosen a dungeon that suited his level. So if he agreed with it, then he should have signed the contract. And if he had questions, he could ask them. Woo Jin thought that Lee Chin, whose player cannot be killed, and when he was in the Messiah, he eluded him twice. After which he said that this was the first time he had heard that an examiner was needed, and asked if they really should enter the dungeon together. Answered by Lee Chin-ah, who called him dissatisfied and asked if he hadn't heard what he said to the secretary. He turned his gaze to him and, asking for forgiveness, asked if he didn't want to not be called Mr. This was an outright provocation. Lee Chin-ah's face was fierce, and he asked how he dared to look down on him. Of course, Kim Woo Jin ignored him, instead turning to his secretary and asking him to contact Se-chan. The girl calmly pointed to the walkie-talkie on the table and said that he could use it. Taking the walkie-talkie in his hands, the guy immediately asked if anyone there could hear him, and if it worked at all. Se-chan replied that he could hear him, and said that he might not be happy with the examiner who would be entering with him. Woo Jin said that this was not the case, and asked what would happen if the person he sent died while clearing the dungeon. Then he turned and met the gaze of Lee Chin-ah, who approached him with a creepy expression on his face. And then he snatched the walkie-talkie from Woo Jin's hands, saying that he thought their new client was a crazy cretin. The words that if he entered the dungeon, and he turned out to be not what they expected, then he would simply get rid of him, greatly angered Se-chan. And in response to the words that he did not have enough calories, Se-chan advised him to buy vegetable oil and drink it, after which he ordered him to turn off the walkie-talkie. The girl said that she believed that the conversation was over, and asked whether to accompany them to the dungeon, to which she received the correct answer. The guy said that Woo Jin shouldn't do anything stupid, and didn't even think of anything like that, because he can't say about other places. But in the dungeon, I never regret the one who dares to threaten. Woo Jin thought that he was not bluffing, judging by the memories, and he could not even think that he would meet the immortal Chin-ah there. The girl looked through the roller blinds at the leaving guys, and transmitting information on the radio, asked if everything would really be all right. He replied that if Chin-ah did not return from the dungeon, then Woo Jin would become their enemy, and what he needs is a player who can finish the game. On the other hand, Chin-ah is not that easy to kill. As soon as they entered the dungeon, a notice appeared in front of them with the conditions for moving to the next floor. Chin-ah said that precisely because he infuriated him, he would try to ignore him with all his might. Then he added that he would have to try very hard to kill all 1111 kobolds and not die himself. And then he sat down on a stone, saying that now he could move on. At the same time, he pulled out a chocolate bar from his inventory and said that now he even felt sorry for him. Then he added that he should kneel down and ask for forgiveness if he wants him to help him. Wu Jin looked at him without saying anything, while thinking that he probably received the blessing of the river Styx. Only people whose halo is a stern fighter for life could obtain this legendary skill. And even if your head is cut off or your heart is completely torn out, then he becomes an immortal who simply cannot die. Therefore, Wu Jin thought that he was very lucky to have the body of an immortal, after which he summoned the skeleton with the thought that if he had already met him, he would make him understand that it was only his obsession. Jinnah couldn't help but be surprised by the sight he witnessed. Two lights flashed in the skeleton's eyes. Looking at how the skeleton fought, he said that this cute little friend fights well, and what is his name anyway? Wu Jin remained silent, and Jinnah continued that he had always been interested, but now he understands how he clears the dungeon alone. Although, in fact, he could not believe what he saw with his own eyes. He thought that the fragile skeleton would be a hindrance, and yet he could swing the sword like a high-level player. It doesn't take a genius to understand that Kim Woo Jin's skeleton soldiers were becoming more and more numerous, and he watched as Kim Woo Jin's army gradually increased. Jinnah found himself forced to admit that Kim Woo Jin's ability to challenge dungeons was unmatched among current players. Wu Jin looked at him and realized that he had shown enough to prove his strength, and then asked if that was enough. Jinnah nodded slightly in response to this question and said that he would tell Zi-chan about his skills. Wu Jin calmly exhaled, and as if it was necessary, he called him a good fellow. This made Jinnah come to his senses and go to Wu Jin with the question that he had suddenly spoken informally. While Jinnah was trying to comprehend the meaning of these words, the skeleton soldiers began to move. The skeleton soldiers, who were enhanced by the effect of the black bones and the battlefield ruler, suddenly showed hostility towards Jinnah surrounding him. Jinnah turned to Wu Jin and said that these little skeletons suddenly weren't so cute anymore. Wu Jin responded by asking if he had said that if he begged him and gave him his allegiance for the rest of his life, he would help him. Jinnah scratched his head and laughingly asked what he was talking about, because of course it was a joke. He began to approach Kim Woo Jin, holding out his hand as if asking for forgiveness, saying that he did not want to offend him. However, suddenly Jinnah rushed with his whole body at Kim Woo Jin with considerable speed. The force behind his thrust was significant. Wu Jin dodged the fist that came within a millimeter of his face and grabbed his hand, spinning around and using its momentum to throw Jinnah to the ground. Standing above him, he said that it was a good try to attack the summoner himself instead of the skeletons first. Jinnah thought that he had hidden his powers until that moment, and it was not clear for what purpose he even turned to them. He said that he would not receive anything from him, as if he was not in a dangerous situation. But everything went according to Kim Woo Jin's expectations. Wu Jin said that this is interesting, but in fact the information is not important to him anyway. The next moment, many swords from the skeletons surrounding him were directed towards Jinnah. After some time, the guy already hanging from the tree loudly told Wu Jin to untie him. Well, or at least give him food, if he is not going to completely starve him there, and thus kill him. Wu Jin did not answer, and only silently cut the rope on which the guy was suspended. After which, with a slight smile, he suddenly said that in this case, he would give him a chance to prepare. When asked what he meant, the guy said that he showed his skills in front of him, so now it's his turn. And he needs to be a simple bait so that the skeletons can easily attack him, only then will he let him go. And in response to the words that he would not follow his orders, the guy asked if he really wanted to be hung up again. He was indeed caught by such a crazy monster, so he quickly replied that he liked being a tank. A large group of kobolds were rushing towards a certain place at full speed, screaming at the top of their lungs. Of course, as expected, a group of kobolds rushed towards the man and a large battle began. The man punched and swung the kobolds that clung to his bare arms. Having waited for their chance, the skeleton soldiers lying nearby jumped up and rushed towards the kobolds. They stabbed and slashed at every kobold that still moved, the sword slicing through the kobold's fur and skin like butter. While Jinnah held the attention of the group of kobolds, the skeleton soldiers destroyed them one by one, and Jinnah helped them with this. Kim Woo Jin watched from the sidelines as the carnage unfolded, since it could no longer be considered a battle. Jinnah punched the kobold closest to the head, completely crushing his head. Finally, he and the skeletons dealt with everyone who was on the field, and therefore he turned his head towards Wu Jin. Watching him, Wu Jin did not see in him any of the strength that he had in the past. No matter what, he was still not that easy to kill, and he would be a small asset in the future. Soon after, a group of kobolds appeared, running towards the place where Jinnah and the skeletons were fighting. Jinnah, breathing heavily and tiredly, said that this was just madness. Seeing the new enemies, Jinnah, who was just about to take a break, yelled loudly in frustration that he wasn't even given a break. The skeletons and the guy continued to fight each other, and the monsters became fewer and fewer over time. Chin-Ah nonchalantly punched the head of the kobold that was biting his leg and threw him towards a group of skeleton soldiers. Turning to the skeletons, he asked if they were being overloaded with work because they had met the wrong master. When Chin-Ah raised his hand and approached the skeletons, they all just looked at him like he was mentally retarded. Seeing how one of them turned away, the guy loudly asked how this bastard dares to ignore him. He did not stop cursing at him while Wu Jin stood by the tree and continued to silently watch them. Wu Jin did not see in him any shred of unwavering determination to destroy the Messiah Guild that he once knew. In the future, Chin-Ah would become very strong as he remembered knowing better than anyone else how to use an immortal body. To use it, he used a fighting method that involved bones but not flesh. And he couldn't get to him quickly because of this destructive method, and he doesn't see in him the same anger that was in him before. There was also a possibility that the Messiah's Guild would be excluded from the blueprint for the future. Chin-Ah thought he didn't know his intentions, but this guy lured them there just enough for him to handle. This was not just a coincidence, and not just an analysis of the monsters, but something that could only be done by someone who had an absolute understanding of what was happening. He didn't want to admit it, but this Wu Jin was superior to him in every aspect. During Chin-A's trial, they killed the required number of kobolds to move to the second floor. Wu Jin finally approached him and said that they were moving to level 2, and it would be much better there than level 1. After some time, Chin-Ah wiped off his sweat and said that he was very tired after all these ordeals. And then he turned to Wu Jin and said that he had been working all day, so maybe he should at least take a break now. Wu Jin, in turn, silently took out some test tubes from his inventory. The guy asked in surprise what it was and said that it didn't look like elixirs. Wu Jin asked in response if he was a good runner. This surprised the guy even more, who asked what this unexpected question was about and how running related to him in general. Wu Jin, still not saying anything, threw the test tubes from his hand, watching as the liquid poured onto the ground. The guy, already really angry, loudly asked what he was doing. Finally, Wu Jin said with a smug smile that he had better start running away as far as possible right now. A huge monster appeared from behind the trees, obviously attracted by something, and rushed towards them. Chin-Ah turned around completely and called Wu Jin an idiot and said that he couldn't even just relax. Meanwhile, Zi-chan read the news and said that as they predicted, things are getting more tense since the Messiah Guild refused to take part. But still, he was very interested in how long the foreign guild's list would be. The girl replied that they finished compiling the list this morning, so all that was left was to compare and analyze it. Zi-chan replied that he understood, but still they still have time before Chin-Ah returns, and therefore they must hurry. Meanwhile, Chin-Ah continued to run from the monster across the entire battlefield, more than once finding himself just a few millimeters from its teeth. He didn't understand how it happened that he was bait again, but even if so, it seemed that this time he needed to act like bait. And so he turned around and faced the monster who had also stopped opposite him. Then he asked, cursing loudly, how it was better there than on level 1, and he would kill Wu Jin as soon as they got out of there. Wu Jin, in turn from a tree, intently watched the battle unfolding from below, saying nothing but not trying to help. Chin-Ah continued to hold the monster's head motionless, and the skeletons in turn rushed forward to kill him. The next moment, one of the skeletons jumped forward and pierced the monster's head, and the system reported that it had been subjected to the blood poisoning skill. Looking at them, Chin-Ah thought that they looked like they were each individually trained until they reached this level. In any case, if it had been one of the other skeletons, they would have been called in for support or to delay time. The system reported that with the use of the blood poisoning skill, the health of the albino lizard decreases. But at the same time, the lizard itself became more aggressive, and with its tail it began to scatter skeletons approaching it, which clearly caused it inconvenience. However, after a couple of moments, as soon as everything froze, the lizard looked around and turned again towards the guy. He asked in surprise if she really couldn't see the skeleton warriors, and that's why she was only pursuing him. It was simply amazing then, and now it was clear why Wu Jin said that he should run as quickly as possible. Due to the fact that he was distracted by thoughts, the next moment he received a serious blow from the lizard's tail. From the force of this blow, he broke a tree with his back and crashed into the tree that stood right behind him. Wu Jin still continued to look at what was happening on the battlefield, making no attempt to help in any way. Meanwhile, the guy stood up staggeringly from the place where he had crashed and headed towards the lizard. And after a couple of seconds, having fully recovered, he stood up to his full height, completely ready for battle. Wu Jin smiled looking at him, thinking that this was exactly what was expected of him, that he would instantly recover from such an amount of damage. Meanwhile, the guy had already calmly walked towards the lizard, firmly intending to deal with it this time. Looking into her red eyes, he asked displeasedly why he had to waste his calories so uselessly, after which, without further ado, he stood up and began to attack the monster in front of him. With great speed, he struck many blows at the monster in front of him, who could not understand what was happening. Behind the monster, in turn, skeletons with swords rushed towards him at great speed. However, the monster did not pay any attention to them, still heading towards the guy in front of him. And he, in turn, realized with horror that these skeletons, just like their master, were using him as bait. The next moment, the skeletons began to strike the lizard with many blows with their swords, forcing it to fall again. After some time, the system finally announced that the albino lizard had been defeated and everyone could relax. At the same time, Wu Jin came down from the tree, listening to the notification that he had earned an achievement and would receive a catalog as a reward. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, another person used skeleton warriors in the same way to destroy monsters. Looking at them, he said that they were just stupid, and if they continue to move only forward and backward, they will fall one after another. The system informed him that he had earned the Troll Hunter achievement, but was not yet developed enough to receive the attention of the envoy. He thought that this messenger was just a bastard who did not pay attention to him, even after he killed 50 trolls alone. Because of this, he wondered who the bastard guy was that the halo favored. Thinking that he was starving to death, the guy suggested that Wu Jin get out of there now that they were done fighting. In response to the question of whether there was anything else left, Wu Jin replied that the most important thing remained. Then he picked up the sword and began to feel the carcass of the monster they had recently killed. Looking carefully at his hands, Wu Jin finally asked if what he was looking for was really out there somewhere. After which, without saying another word, he cut the carcass of the monster in front of him in one movement. And he pulled something out of there without much effort, saying that it was finally in his hands. The system announced that he had found an albino egg and completely cleared the dungeon. Wu Jin remembered that once upon a time, the Messiah Guild went too far for what was in this egg, and he will find out what it is right now. The guy asked in shock whether the condition for completely clearing the dungeon really was protecting the item. And he himself answered that he had forgotten about it because he had been spinning back and forth all day, and now he was wondering what he would do with the egg. Wu Jin, without answering him, hit the egg with the hilt of his sword, thereby breaking it. The guy asked what he was doing, and since they didn't know what it was capable of, there was no need to break it. Wu Jin still did not answer, looking in surprise at the contents of this egg. Finally, he pulled out a piece of paper and pointing to it, the guy exclaimed in shock that he couldn't believe that there was actually a skill page there. This was the skill of the power of Apophis, the king of deadly poisoning, who dealt with all kinds of poisons. Despite this, he did not receive damage from any of them thanks to his skill. He was also a scoundrel who used his power to take what he needed from people and kill them with poison. After his capture at the peak of his crimes, the Messiah Guild announced that they would try him. And many lost their lives in the process, and even now he remembers every one of his comrades who died from poison. He didn't know anything about this egg except that it was owned by the Messiah Guild and had never heard of this skill. But the king of deadly poisoning could not steal it, and the only option was that the Messiah Guild gave the skill to him. So Lee Se-jung once again made him realize that the death of his comrades was in vain after all. He tore up the skill, thinking that if he mastered it, their deaths would never happen again. The system did not take long to wait and announced that he had acquired the power of Apophis and became resistant to any type of poison. And Wu Jin himself was absolutely sure that this time he would kill Lee Se-jung with his own hands. Looking at Jin, who finally offered to go back, the guy was only convinced that they were definitely not alike. 3 days after the start of the test, both guys finally returned back to their reality and went to the prepared house. Seeing the package on the table, the guy immediately reached into it, saying that as expected, Zichan is a sensible person. However, to his displeasure, the package contained only 2 bottles of mineral water, so he also put them in a paper bag. Meanwhile, Zichag in his office said that he was wondering who was talking about him now, that his ears were itching so much. After which, with a smile, he looked at the walkie-talkie, which began to make sounds and said that they managed it faster than he thought. And after asking how everything went, I received an answer that everything went well and a response question about what was happening outside. He replied that there was no news from Yongwang yet, but there was a problem with foreigners and their large guilds. But that was not all. There was also news about a dragon hunter who caught a golden dragon in a 5-level dungeon. The golden brawl has always interested people because of its skin, which was durable and resistant to high temperatures. They thought that armor made from this skin would open up a new world for players, but it wasn't what changed history. It was the golden dragon's gastric juice that changed history, and he wasn't quite sure how to use it since he was banished. But later, they discovered that, in addition to other properties, it helped in removing seals and curses. From Balmung Lee Sejong's sword, his seal was also removed using the stomach juice of the golden dragon. Its value was beyond anyone's expectations of anything, and therefore he had to get it before people found out about it. Finally, Zichan said that these were the only significant events and asked if he wanted to know anything else. He replied that that was all, and Sechan said that then the examiner would tell him the details, and he would give Wu Jin a regular phone for communication in the future. After which he turned to Chin-Ah and told him not to run anywhere and returned to the office, to which he asked if he wouldn't let him rest first. He replied that since he was his hen, he would give him one bowl if he headed without turning straight there. Chin-A grabbed the radio and said that they are always putting pressure on the people around him, and one bowl is not enough for him, but he needs at least 10. After which he looked at Jin one last time, silently asking him not to hang around with him in the future, and left. Wu Jin, without saying anything, silently looked after him, absorbed in his thoughts about revenge and the future. Chin-Ah, looking displeased at the boss, asked in a serious tone why he called him there. Sechan put some document on the table in front of him, and Chin-Ah displeasedly asked what was so important that he was forced to skip breakfast. And looking at the rank of the dungeon and the conditions, he asked whether this was a joke, and whether he really had to enter there alone. Sechan said that he naturally would not send a player there alone, and he would have to go there with someone who has skills. Chin-Ah stared at him blankly, asking who it could be, Dragon Slayer, Brain, or Lee Sejong, but they were all high levels, so they would not be able to enter the dungeon. Sechan asked with a smile why he didn't take Kim Woo Jin into account. Hearing this name, Lee Jin-A made a terrible grimace and exclaimed that he did not want to hunt with this bastard. And he explained that he had never met someone as crazy as him. People usually have a conscience, but this guy's stamina is more important than your skills. Jin-Ah was categorically against cooperation with Kim Woo Jin and threatened that he would go on a hunger strike in this case. Instead of arguing further, Sechan took out a voice recorder from his pocket and pressed the play button. Chin-Ah's voice came from the recorder, and the sound echoed in the now silent room. Jin-Ah's face became even darker and more fearful when he heard his own words. Zichan asked with a smile if he remembered that he had told him this once, and now he must answer for his words. Jin-Ah's face became serious again, and he asked how he could keep it all the time. It was very cheap of him. Zichan did not answer his question, and said that he had registered both of them anyway, and gave them an excellent bait. Chin-Ah asked in surprise how he completed the registration, but he was more interested in what he meant by bait. To his question, Zichan again did not answer anything, and only smiled, looking straight into his eyes. Meanwhile, Wu Jin was improving his sword on the abandoned outskirts of Seoul. Despite everything he had already done, the blade was seriously damaged, and he thought he should take it to a workshop. But he didn't know that Zichan had such an item, and since he wanted to kill those guys from the Skull Guild, things have become more interesting. Chin-A, finally calming down, asked if there was any poison left in the dungeon of that tailed lizard. Zichang replied that he didn't have to worry, because he and Secretary Lee had prepared everything in advance. He asked whether it would be difficult for Kim Woo Jin to participate in this in the remaining positions and whether he would not spend a lot of money. He turned with a smile towards the opening door and asked why he would spend a lot of money. Then he asked the secretary if she had completed all the work and why she returned so early. She replied that the Moscow Guild had finished bidding, and she also brought him the item that he had prepared for Kim Woo Jin. Meanwhile, Chin-Ah touched his nose and face, after which he cursed and complained that the mask he was wearing was simply idiotic. Tapping his feet on the floor, he turned towards the other man and asked if he was okay. He replied that he was fine and told him to eat his food and not to worry. This infuriated the guy even more, and he replied that he had never worried since he was born. At the same time, thinking that no one has ever returned alive from the dungeon of the tailed lizard, and his interlocutor would at least give a damn. So he noticed that he was talking as if he wasn't worried, and asked if he was scared. Looking at the characteristics of the object, the guy thought that he never in his life thought that he would get to it. Chin-Ah told him not to forget to buy a ball for the last attack, otherwise they would end up like this one. In any case, they were supposed to fight together in this dungeon, so he couldn't do that weird thing again. A series of notifications sounded in Wu Jin's ear, and at the same time his phone rang. Zichan said that he heard about his excellent performance in the dungeon, and therefore invited him to participate in the tailed lizard dungeon. And if he still makes up his mind, then Zichan has prepared a suitable item of legendary rank for him. Although the king of the undead dreamed of this item, he still failed to get it, and now it is in the hands of Wu Jin. He's never seen this guy use it before, so he has no idea what effect it will have. Suddenly, another man appeared in the room and calling them players of the Moscow Guild, he ordered them to get ready. Both guys immediately stood up and headed towards the exit, and Wu Jin thought about how he needed to test this Reaper mask on the first level. After some time, they already entered the dungeon territory along with other players. This was a survival quest, and it may seem easy as long as they survive and are not killed within the designated time. But surviving there alone will be quite difficult, and there may actually be countless monsters there. To his question about what they will do now, Wu Jin replied that first he needs to conduct a test. This really scared Chin-Ah. After all, he remembered what the test was last time, and he was not at all happy with the prospect of doing again everything that he had done last time. However, Wu Jin only said that he had just received a new item, and it was okay to check its effect. Having received in response the words that this was indeed normal, the guy suggested that in this case, find a quiet place and not waste time. After some time, they found a clearing and summoned a skeleton warrior on it, looking at whom Chin-Ah immediately greeted, after which he invited him to look at the armor that had been prepared for him, and he began to communicate with him, just like he was alive, saying that he hoped that he would not avoid him, and this was just the beginning. At this time, Wu Jin took out the Grim Reaper mask from his inventory and immediately put it on his face without further ado. The system announced that he had received an achievement, and the guy thought that increasing magical power was not so bad. Then I was surprised to find a thread leading to the skeleton skull, and he raised his hand, trying to understand how to manage this thread and what needs to be done for this. After some time, when he lowered his hand down, the system announced that he had joined the skeleton. Meanwhile, Chin-Ah continued to stroke the skeleton's head, smilingly asking why he was acting so strangely. The skeleton suddenly looked at him and rudely ordered him to take his hands off him. Chin-Ah backs away in shock, pointing his finger and asking Wu Jin, what the hell is this skeleton talking about? Meanwhile, the skeleton began to move strangely, as if it had suddenly stopped being able to stand straight. After some time, he completely fell to the ground and completely stopped moving. Looking at this, Chin-Ah panicked and asked if the skeleton had finally died, but he never received an answer to his question. And when he tried to touch the skeleton with his foot, he received in response an order to remove his foot and not touch anything. Wu Jin thought to himself that, in fact, controlling the skeleton is more difficult than he initially thought. Survival quest. This was a task with only one condition: survive for a certain period of time. The guys discussed the fact that they don't know what monsters might appear there, so they should act slowly. It also cost them a couple of days to just observe what was happening, and it would be reasonable if they joined forces to survive. The guy who said this understood that in any case, no one there has such influence as the Messiah Guild. Being with the crowd would be advantageous in this situation, and the rest of the guys needed to be convinced so that their guild could focus on the hunt. The three orcs who were currently facing off against Chin-Ah in a 3-on-1 duel had an advantage in numbers and size. However, this did not play any role. Chin-Ah, using his fists, gradually crushed the bodies of the orcs, as if he was molding clay. He thought to himself that he was worried about the survival quest, but there were only a bunch of weak monsters there. While he was thinking about this, he turned his head, as if by chance, to look at the clearing in which he was. Nearby, a skeletal soldier was destroying the last of a group of 5 orcs using only a scimitar. Now he was once again convinced that Wu Jin was in fact a real monster. Looking at how he controlled the skeleton, he couldn't help but remember what happened just a few hours ago. At first, walking was very difficult for him, and he still fell sometimes. But despite this, he could already run confidently. Summoned skeleton warriors were no joke, but now Wu Jin could control them directly, and that was a bit too much. That's why he said that it's unfair that someone fights ahead, while he hides in a safe place with his mask. The next moment, another skeleton appeared behind the man. This time, it was an orc skeleton. He immediately turned back, thinking that this simply couldn't happen, and Wu Jin was able to use the summoning skill while in this state. Wu Jin also thought that he was able to use the summoning skill while being connected to a skeleton warrior, but he wasted his magical power triple the amount. So he approached Chin-Ah with the help of the skeleton and asked him how his condition was. He answered dissatisfiedly that, in general, good manners are to look your interlocutor in the face when you talk to him. After which he said that he had a strange feeling that even ordinary bones were ignoring him, that they also needed an injection of etiquette. At that same moment, Wu Jin approached him from behind and asked in an insinuating voice if he really liked it this way. While Chin-Ah was fighting his internal battle, Kim Wu Jin repeated his question, although his tone was much lower than when he asked the first question. That's why he turned around in fear and called Wu Jin and exclaimed that he really scared him. After which he hastily replied that he is simply excellent and is ready to instill politeness in anyone who does not have it. Still holding the mask in his hands, Wu Jin said that this was just great and asked if they would go out then. In the 3 hours that had passed since the opening of the dungeon, Kim Woo Jin and Jin Ah had killed more than 100 monsters, as the latter recalled. And he said that why should they leave there if all this time he had been fighting like crazy? Wu Jin in turn put on a mask and replied that this was actually just the beginning. Then Jin Ah asked him to wait again and said that if he thought about it, his body was not feeling very well. After which, even more frightened, as if remembering something, he said that he had anemia, and at least that's what he thinks. And then he touched his head and said that he felt suddenly dizzy. Wu Jin didn't answer, but a skeleton approached the guy and poked him in the side with a sword, forcing him to jump back and draw attention to himself. When asked what he was doing, the skeleton replied that he was helping him with his anemia and wanted to give him some iron. This made the guy terribly angry, and therefore he loudly asked what he meant by simply poking him with a sword. Li Jing-ah really wanted to cry, but despite this, he still continued to argue. Looking at his face, Kim Woo-jin nodded and turned to the exit, saying that he seemed to be feeling better and they should go. Hearing this, Jin-ah abandoned his futile attempts, but still thought that this Woo-jin was just a madman, to whom he could not do anything yet. After some time, they began to cut down trees together, but in a completely different place. Looking at Woo-jin, Jin-ah tried to understand what he was thinking about, and since they entered the dungeon, all he had done was cut down trees and not monsters. The most dangerous day in the survival quest was the second day. After the first day, it was on the second that the real battle would begin. The players continued to fight the goblins in groups, not risking going one at a time and using different tactics. Even when the third day came and went, there was no sign of the oncoming wave of monsters. They just continued to fight in small groups, until suddenly one of them said that it was somehow boring, because if this is a survival quest, then it shouldn't be like that. Another told him that the survival quest was in an A-level dungeon, and they should scout the situation even if it was risky. After some time, Woo-jin received a message that the messenger of the underworld had taken a liking to him, and he was receiving a reward. And as a reward, he was given the skill of skeleton warriors, which increased the strength of the skeleton warriors. After that, Woo-jin stood up from the built wall and said that they would move on, which caused confusion to Jin-ah. He asked why they should move on if they could use what they had. They had worked so hard to do it. Woo-jin said that the situation had changed, and the plan along with it, and in response he received a question about what exactly the situation was, and whether the number of monsters had really increased. Instead of answering, Kim Woo-jin walked up to the mountain of corpses and cast a spell towards the orc corpse lying in the middle. When the spell worked, the orc's skin and flesh melted away, leaving only bones that began to rise. Then a flame lit up in the skeleton's eyes. Jin-ah, seeing this and that it was not just one summoned skeleton, was dumbfounded. He didn't even know how to react to something like that. Therefore, he was still in shock and asked that he couldn't only summon 5 skeletons before. Woo-jin turned to him, and this time with a smile he replied that it was so, but it was before. Those who began investigating stumbled upon a clearing where the bodies of monsters were stacked high, like a mountain, and this happened in more than one place. It looked more like a massacre than a battle. Not every person was capable of this. One of the guys told Yun-chun to look in another direction, because there were even more orcs there. The guide turned to him dissatisfied and asked what it meant more, and then without waiting for an answer, he headed in that direction. Someone made a maze of fences and walls to confuse the monsters. If you look closely at the ground, you can see signs of digging everywhere. A large pile of bodies ended up there in the middle thanks to the use of an elaborate trap that was quite creepy. There were indeed even more corpses in this trap, and I wondered what that guy was thinking when he planned all this. This was so different from all the battles he had seen before, and that was why they could relax even though it was a quest for survival. Chin-A said dissatisfiedly that it was not his style to use such traps, and asked why, even if they were used, they continued to move around the area. Having received no answer, he asked if they would make those things again, and Woo-jin told him not to worry, because they no longer needed them. Now that their human strength has increased many times over, mazes and traps will be a waste of time. So it will be faster to just hunt down all the orcs and destroy them. Jin-ah happily said that this is better than the last plan, and this time he will give it his all. Looking at how Woo-jin took out his sword, he raised his hands and asked what he was doing. After all, he had already gotten rid of anemia. And Woo-jin briefly replied that he took it out because he would lead him, and turned to the exit. Jin-ah smiled again, banged his fists, and said that then he would give it his all, and would not care about anything except the clumsy guy who was running in front of him. However, after some time he was already breathing heavily, so he did not expect that only a short period of time would pass and he would already be tired. Looking at Wu Jin, he tremblingly raised his hand and asked him to wait and give him some time to breathe. Just by looking at his face, one could understand that he desperately wanted to lie down and rest. Only Wu Jin didn't care. Running past him, the skeleton looked at his face for a short time and ran on. Chin-Ah called him loudly, saying, "Why don't he come over since he's laughing at him so much?" He thought to himself that this Wu Jin is not only abnormal, he also has abnormal endurance. His fighting style was also completely different. Chin-Ah attacked with his bare hands, and therefore his stamina quickly faded away, while this guy always attacked his opponent from behind and easily avoided damage. It was a fairly effective fighting style, which, no matter how sad it was to think about it, he also wanted to learn. Wu Jin turned towards him and asked what was the matter, and wasn't he the one who said that he was going to show him his best skills? The guy wasn't going to deny it, so he wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed with displeasure that that was exactly what he was going to do. After which he rushed into the crowd of monsters, and Wu Jin looked at him with the thoughts that he would do this, even if he had to die again. If it was Chin-A that he knew, he would definitely use the moves that he showed him. Until this moment, no one could guide him, so he believes in his immortal body and mindlessly rushes into the attack. After some time, of course, he could become useful, and even if not so, Wu Jin will train him to suit himself and make him useful to himself. When the 5th day began, there was a notification that their level had increased. Looking at Wu Jin, Jin-Ah tried to understand why he was taking his survival quest so seriously. Li Jin-Ah's expression looked like a minefield, and Wu Jin, whom he looked at, calmly studied the characteristics. When the notification came that he was receiving awards, Chin asked displeasedly whether this was too much for a person, and he worked 8 hours straight without being a machine. But as soon as Wu Jin replied that it was time for them to rest, Chin-Ah smiled widely and asked where he would sit. Li Chin-Ah calmly ate his chocolates until one of the skeletons approached him and forced him to pay attention to him. At that moment, Chin-Ah began shaking the chocolate bar in front of him and saying that if he wanted a piece, he could calmly come and take it. And to his surprise, the skeleton, really like a trained dog, extended his hand, hinting to put a candy bar in it. Of course, Chin-Ah didn't think that the skeleton would actually try to do this, so he happily asked if he could really open up to him now. Li Chin-Ah, who was surprised by this action, put the chocolate bar he had just started eating into the skeleton's hand. After which he told Wu Jin that this is called partnership. He was touched to the depths of his soul, and there is something inexplicable there. And then he turned to Wu Jin and asked if he was hungry, and only then did it dawn on him that in fact the skeleton did not need chocolate, and he immediately turned around and handed the chocolate to Kim Wu Jin, which indicated that he had been controlling him all this time. Chin-A angrily asked if he had really been controlling him all this time. He really loved to mock people. However, Wu Jin just looked at him calmly and said that he wanted to know what the so-called partnership tastes like. Chin-A exclaimed that he doesn't value him at all and steals his food, so if he likes free things, he will quickly become bald like Zi-chan. Wu Jin, while eating a chocolate bar, thought that for the first time he heard about Che-chan, he was bald. Suddenly, a sound was heard, which immediately calmed both arguing parties. Chin-A, after a couple of seconds of silence, asked if it was really a distress signal, and if so, then there wasn't much time left until the end of the quest. When asked that even if they had dealt with a considerable number of monsters, there were still some left, Wu Jin replied that this was not a distress signal. Chin-A immediately became serious and asked what kind of signal it was in this case. Wu Jin replied that after the first level they moved to the second, and so they gathered the players to decide in what order to attack. Chin-A said dissatisfiedly that they were too arrogant, since it was not enough for them to simply join forces, and they also decided in what order to hunt. Wu Jin replied that they had allowed them to relax over the past 5 days, so of course they would be confident. After which, without listening to anything, he suggested that they first check the catalog, and then they would move to the second floor. However, as soon as he pulled out his, Chin-A pointed at it in shock and asked if it was a gold catalog. Wu Jin didn't answer but smiled, thinking that this was the main skill that John Georg used. Ranked dungeons were the places where the likelihood of obtaining legendary class skills and items was the highest. Although everyone knew that there were more opportunities on higher floors, that didn't mean they would be so easy to obtain. The man addressed the 85 players who responded to the rescue signal that was released to gather them. Then he said that in a few minutes the survival quest would be completed and they would move to the next level. They said that the Alliance, including the Heyday Guild, would try to attack the Needle Snake first and asked if anyone had any objections. Jin-Ah said that everything is just like Wu Jin said and asked if they really decide in what order. Finally, the man said that there were no objections, so he would say that they should remember. They were going to kill the needle snake, and those who are not with them had better not interfere. Otherwise, he will finish them off. Chin-A said that this one was about him and asked if they had a plan. At that moment, a large black man with curly hair approached him, standing in the crowd, and pushed him. Chin-A immediately got angry with him, silently asking him if he really couldn't speak Korean. However, just as he wanted to teach this guy a lesson, Woo-jin stopped him and just shook his head, as if saying not to do what he had planned, after which he raised his hands up and wished him good luck in English, without removing the slight smile from his face. Chin-A asked him why he stopped him, because that guy was actually very close. Woo-jin did not answer anything, and only asked in response if he would deal with all of them. Then he pointed to the other people gathered and said that the red ribbon on their forearm showed that they were on the same team, but he had not noticed this yet. Chin-A seemed to have just noticed them, and looking around the crowd said that everyone there was simply wearing these ribbons. Then he quietly asked if this didn't mean that they didn't even have a chance against him, and no plan would help. Woo-jin smiled again and asked if he really thought so, because he knew what he would do. The red snake slithered through the sea of red trees of the forest that could only be found in the dungeons. She moved openly and brazenly through the bamboo thickets, emitting the aura of the strongest monster in this place. Suddenly, the snake froze and quickly stuck out its tongue. Clicking her tongue, she smelled a scent that had never been there before. The needle snake's eyes became sharper, and its aura changed like that of a cornered predator. And at that moment, in the darkness behind the trees, the hunters were still hiding, holding their weapons tightly. The commander gave the command to open fire, and at the same time, many magic balls flew at the needle snake. The needle snake let out a piercing scream, as if confirming the power of the fireballs. Lee Jin-ah, who was watching the battle from afar, began to get a little worried, so he asked Woo-jin if they would do something. When asked if they would catch the snake at this rate, Woo-jin calmly replied that they would not catch it and that it was impossible. Chin-ah asked why this was impossible and asked that with so many people and tactics, it wasn't enough. Instead of answering, Woo-jin asked him a question. If he encountered a monster for the first time, what would he do first? Chin-ah replied that he would try to attack him and strike him because he does not know what he is capable of, and it is difficult to cope with unexpected developments. After which Woo-jin replied that then they would move on to the creature and asked if he would hit this snake the same way. Lee Jin-ah nodded, finally understanding why Kim Woo-jin said their tactics were wrong. But he still said that of course it would be better to get rid of her right away with such and such a bunch of people. Woo-jin said that it's good if that's the case, but if it was a simple task, then why hasn't anyone conquered this dungeon yet? Is it because they didn't have enough people? Or everyone who didn't succeed lacked human resources, unlike these guys? The snake writhed furiously. Its surroundings turned into a killing field, and all players jumped back to avoid its body. Sometime after the attack, people suddenly noticed that the snake seemed to be running away from them. The players were shocked when the struggling snake changed its furious attacks in an instant to something they never expected. The commander thought that if things continued like this, it would only be a matter of time before they caught her, and he would be the first player to kill her. The needle snake, which quickly left the battlefield without looking back, was surprised why they were not chasing it and stopped. After some time, stakes appeared from the ground, and the system reported that the breaking skill had been activated. Looking at what was happening, Chin-ah said that it looked like the guys had prepared everything, and they even predicted that the needle snake would escape. However, he was surprised by the fact that Woo-jin exhaled in surprise and calmly said that everything was beginning, which made him turn his attention back to him and asked him why he was saying that because it looked like it was going to end very quickly. Woo-jin said that the needle snake never attacked properly, and besides, it has something like needles on its body. However, the commander, despite everything he saw, ordered to continue the attack and focus on her head. Although the snake did not understand words, actions, or gestures, it instinctively felt that this prey had lost its fuse. Realizing this, the snake immediately turned around and rushed at its weakened prey. The needle snake knew where those who launched fireballs at it were hiding, and therefore rushed towards them with all speed. However, after some time, she slowed down and turned around, while the tanks continued to hold back her huge body. The players steeled their nerves and rebuilt their battle line. The one-sided massacre turned into a real battle again. After some time, the snake again swung its needle-like body at them, wanting to sweep away the annoying people. The commander, even despite this, loudly shouted for them to stop the attack and remain in their positions. The needles protruding from the body of the needle snake swept across the area like a storm. Therefore, although there were still victims among the people, it was clear that to some extent they were winning, since the snake used its trump card. Wu Jin, looking at this, thought that he also suspected that the needles were covered with deadly poison and knew that these were not just thorns. Achina was surprised by how strong this attack was, and nothing else bothered him. The commander thought that he knew that this snake would have an ace up its sleeve, but it was only a long-range attack, which was not such a problem. After this attack, many still came to their senses and got to their feet. Suddenly, one of them was surprised to discover that the needles that flew out of the body of the needle snake easily broke, and inside they were also empty, which actually suggested certain thoughts. The commander, looking at the snake, said that now it has no needles, they have nothing to fear, and most likely, it is not even dangerous anymore. After which he turned to his subordinates and ordered them to attack the snake altogether before it recovered. Most importantly, the snake, now covered in holes, was not what they were afraid of. The players, having gained confidence in its weakened state, immediately rushed towards the snake. The commander thought that if you need to kill a snake or something else, then you should leave it to them. Everyone wanted to be the one to deal the final blow to the snake, but suddenly one of the players coughed and fell to the ground. Following him, all the players who approached the needle snake began to fall one after another, and it was not difficult to understand why. A system notification appeared that they were all poisoned by a needle snake. The people running behind stopped in shock, looking at what was happening, not knowing what to do next. One of the guys turned to the commander and said in fear that this was serious damage, and most people would not be able to break through. The range of the needle snake's venom was much greater than players expected, and it continued to expand. And apparently it was precisely those thorns that the snake threw at them that were saturated with poison. So the commander understood for sure that even if the tanks fell, then the poison was definitely fatal. The figure of a needle snake without needles appeared in Wu Jin's eyes when he used the vision of a skeleton soldier using the Grim Reaper mask. Looking at the picture spread out in front of him, Wu Jin thought it was simply disgusting. China asked what the hell was going on there, and Wu Jin said that because of the poison of the needle snake, their plan failed and they were retreating. Hearing this, China asked what kind of poison, and could it be that those things that flew out of the snake's body were thorns with poison? Wu Jin replied that this was not the case at all, because before the massive attack, those in the rear guard had already received damage. So if the spikes were initially saturated with poison, then the damage would have been received by the damage dealers and not the tanks. Chin-A thought that the attack was too smooth, and it's not for nothing that this snake is seriously called deadly. After which he asked what they should do now, and whether he would join those people, to which Wu Jin replied that he shouldn't. And he explained that now that they had found where the cards were hidden, it was their turn to make their move and attack in response. He rose from his seat, and with him 12 skeleton soldiers rose from the ground, after which he said that in any case he would go to the snake alone, but he should stay and wait there. Chin-A said that it was just a relief, but quickly corrected himself and said that this was not what he meant, and that he was not there to carry out his orders. Wu Jin turned to him with a smile and said that then he could go to the needle snake, and he wouldn't mind. Chin-A immediately waved his hands and said that this was not about that, but meant that he would deliberately stay there and carry out the order. No player thought that hunting monsters would be an easy task. In fact, they usually entered the dungeon with a good understanding of the dangers. Looking at the snake from behind the tree, Wu Jin thought that the poison had no smell or color, and therefore the players relaxed their vigilance. Now he understood why the attacking groups were defeated, and they had already suffered irreparable damage by the time they noticed the poison. However, Wu Jin was different from them and was going to act differently, so he put on a mask and activated the power of the Apophis. When the Apophis power was activated to its full potential, even the poison blood skill improved along with it. No other player in the world could move so freely in the face of such a deadly poison. Suddenly he noticed a spear lying on the ground, thrown by an apparently already killed soldier, and took it in his hands. After which he began to think that with such a physique, the snake's skin must have been quite dense. Meanwhile, the commander was catching his breath, thinking that he had completely lost his vigilance, and all the blame for what happened lay with him. And other players began to tiredly ask each other how many people managed to escape from there. One of them said that he didn't know, because when he ran away he saw about 30 people, but now they are all scattered. The second man suggested that the commander find them, but he rejected the offer and said that they should stand there and gather the remaining people again, after which he adjusted his glasses and added that those who remained there were probably already dead. The man asked him what he was saying, and didn't he understand that with the remaining people he wouldn't be able to attack again? He replied that they would lose a lot more people if they looked for the dead, and he would rather organize an attack force and try again. After which he added that he no longer expected victory, but returning there would be the same as killing himself. Even if they manage to rescue these players, their number will not exceed 50 or 60 with everyone in the dungeon. They simply had no choice but to abandon their comrades, and there was no point in doing so. And it was clear that fighting such a monster without tank players absorbing damage was like going to war naked. Suddenly, there was a sound that a snake usually made, and everyone turned in that direction. One of the guys, in a panic, asked not to tell him that the snake was heading in their direction. The commander ordered to quickly confirm the location of the snake, which one of his subordinates immediately did without hesitation. After some time, the one from the tree reported that there was a player who was fighting a needle snake right now. All the players were very surprised by this news and began to ask for a little more detail. The watchman replied that everything was as he said. Someone fought with a needle snake, and if they don't believe it, they can see for themselves. It was hard to imagine that someone would fight a needle snake in poisonous gas. It was impossible for him to breathe in this hell. Suddenly, the captain thought that the poison might have disappeared, but this could not happen even in theory. Even so, there could still be survivors there, so he decided that he and the survivors should go there. The guy asked if they didn't see that the needle snake's venom had disappeared. This was the perfect opportunity to correct their mistake. The snake, meanwhile, still continued the battle with the guy. At some point, several skeletons shot from a bow appeared next to it. Looking at how the arrows stuck into her skin, Wu Jin thought that everything was as he thought, and the arrows could not pierce her skin. But despite this, he knew one simple way to simply poison the snake and thus bypass its protection by 2 times. Meanwhile, the snake rushed towards the skeletons who were shooting at it with arrows. However, both skeletons easily dodged her attack and jumped to the sides. At the same time, Wu Jin jumped onto the snake's body with a spear in his hand and began to attack it himself. As a result of his powerful blow, the skin of the snake was pierced and the needle snake was poisoned. After which he said that there were no more thorns, but instead there were many holes, and he would poison her through these holes. These holes, logically, should have been like human pores, which should have been extremely painful. Apparently last time the snake pretended that it had to escape. But she didn't do it just like that. She cheated, trying to get naive players to come closer to her. The snake immediately rushed towards him, ready to attack, and Wu Jin thought that those guys didn't even realize that she was deceiving them. The essence of her attack was that unimportant spikes deliberately flew out of her body, to leave behind holes from which poisonous gas eventually comes out. Wu Jin attacked her again, and the system again announced that the snake was poisoned. However, as soon as she tried to attack back, the guy quickly left there. After which, listening to her furious hissing, he said that she creates too much noise for her size. Meanwhile, Chin-Ah was removing the corpses and grumbling at Wu Jin, who told him to hide, but at the same time he climbed forward. How, in his opinion, Wu Jin treated a talented person, that is, him, very badly, forcing him to do dirty work and not caring about anything. So he swore loudly and made obscene gestures at the skeleton while he ordered him to report the situation. Chin-A immediately exclaimed that he surprised him and put his hands behind his back, and the skeleton, not paying attention to this, asked if he had prepared everything. He answered with a smile that of course he had prepared everything, and this was the last corpse that he put in the place where it should be. To all his questions about whether the snake would really crawl there, Wu Jin replied that he did not have time to explain everything, and he should finish quickly. After that, Wu Jin disconnected from the skeleton and immediately thought that it looked like all the preparations there had been completed. Sometime after the battle, one of the skeletons jumped onto the snake's body and with all his strength pierced it. The snake hissed loudly in pain, and the system reported that it had been poisoned by poisonous blood. The skeleton waited for a while, then threw a spear towards the snake, and the system announced that it had hit. The second skeleton jumped just as high while the snake was distracted by its brother, and then again, with all its strength, pierced the skin and body of the snake with it. And the skeleton controlled by Wu Jin suddenly said in a gloomy voice that he would make the snake live up to its name. The system again announced that the needle snake had been poisoned and its characteristics had changed. When the needle snake that was pierced by the skeleton soldier turned its back and began to run away, Kim Wu Jin was already expecting it. Therefore, the skeleton quickly grabbed the branch of the nearest tree and watched as she ran away. He then began to look at the world through the eyes of one of his skeleton soldiers. He could see many bodies of monsters lying on the ground where the snake crawled. Only after waiting for the needle snake to reach the bodies lying on the ground, the skeleton clapped his hands and uttered a spell. A huge pile of bodies dumped in random order in one place immediately exploded. The snake rose again, and looking at Wu Jin rushed in the other direction, and he thought that there was no point in running there. There were also corpses on the other side, and therefore everything that had happened before was repeated, and the snake again suffered an explosion. Zi-chan, who was looking through the newspapers, raised his head and called out to his subordinate, after which he said that this is the end of the elite troops that Yongwang has assembled. It is becoming more and more interesting, and the appearance of a 6-level dungeon will hurt his pride. And then he told the secretary to rent a car and send it to the entrance to the dungeon, to which the secretary asked if they shouldn't leave in a week. Sei-chan said that he didn't just spend so much money, and told Woojin to focus on showing his skills without paying attention to his surroundings. The girl said that then they shouldn't rent a car from a junkyard as usual, since they are pretending to be Russian. After which she promised that she would prepare a car for the diplomats to take them out of any turmoil. Zi-chan, having no idea how much it costs, asked her to wait and asked if they drive small cars. The secretary didn't even turn to him, and answering that they weren't coming, immediately walked out the door. Chin-ah watched what was happening on the battlefield, as Woojin foresaw in which direction the snake was trying to escape. And he not only foresaw, but one might even say deliberately set up explosions to drive her into a certain corner. Approaching the snake in person, Woojin said that it had finally curled up and calmed down. The snake hissed angrily in response, and the system announced that poison had spread throughout its body. Woojin nodded and said that as far as he understood, she should be in a state of panic now, but it was too late. The skeletons immediately began shooting at the snake again, which again began to try to evade. Woojin said that there is no point in avoiding attacks, because the poison has already spread throughout her body, and she is only making things worse. Meanwhile, the survivors, led by the commander, rushed headlong towards the direction where the battle with the snake was taking place. The commander thought that the screaming had already been going on for some time, and he was sure that it had attracted most of the players who had entered the dungeon. One day after entering the dungeon, a notification appeared. It was a moment that will be remembered in history. For the first time, the hunt for a needle snake was successful. They all stopped in shock and began asking each other what they would do, and that if they did everything right, they could even steal. The commander looked in that direction in shock, saying that this was impossible, and that guy really killed the snake. After which he called the others and ran again, thinking that they could not leave the dungeon empty-handed. Not only that, he had to at least see the face of the guy who defeated the needle snake. Woojin looked at the message with a smile that he had received the achievement of the first snake hunter. Also, his rank was raised. He was awarded a mastery stone, and his own level was raised. Looking at the defeated snake in front of him, Woojin still couldn't get rid of the thought that this was somehow troublesome. The players approached the place where Woojin was, like a pack of hyenas trying to steal someone else's prey. Appearing in front of the crowd that was running towards the location of the needle snake, Chin-ah spread his arms to the sides and told them to stop. Those who were running had no choice but to stop, and the situation eventually became tense. The captain came forward with his hands up and said that they just wanted to look around and didn't want to cause trouble. He shamelessly stepped forward, confidently telling Li Jin-ah that they were not bad people at all, but suddenly he saw something and stopped short. Black skeletons began to appear from behind Li Jin-ah one after another, and he, in turn, still remained silent. The skeleton warriors were not affected by the gas, and therefore were effective in the fight against the snake. The attack that failed them simply could not be carried out successfully by these soldiers. Something was clearly wrong there. Therefore, the commander thought that he needed to see the corpse of a needle snake to be sure. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard, and everyone immediately turned in his direction. Right in front of them, towering above the forest, a skeleton of a snake appeared, which, even when already dead with glowing blue eyes, inspired fear. The commander could not believe his eyes, and therefore stammered and asked if it was really a needle snake. Now his goal was simply to close the distance to Li Chin-ah, and then quickly rush past him to see the other guy. And he almost succeeded, while Chin-ah continued to gaze in fascination at the skeleton of the snake in the distance. After which he suddenly disappeared from the periphery and reappeared, hitting the neck of the player who tried to slip through and throwing him back. The guy couldn't do anything, and therefore, after just a couple of moments, he found himself lying on the ground. However, this did not stop him, and he asked Chin-ah, no longer understanding at all what was wrong with him. He angrily, still in English, replied that he had already told them to go back and not come closer. Therefore, the commander, lying on the ground, said that they should retreat, but remember the face of the guy who did not let them through. The players knew that they wouldn't be able to gain anything by fighting. What's more, they didn't know if there were any other players behind the two they knew about. Woojin looked at the skeleton of the snake with a smile, and the core that was there was just fine, because you didn't even have to look for it. After some time, the system reported that his rank was too low, and he could not summon the snake as a warrior. The snake itself crumbled into small pieces, causing a small cloud of dust when it fell to the ground. Jin, meanwhile, received the Yellow Dragon's magical sphere, which contained powerful mana. Reporters have already written that the attacks on the needle snake have failed. They have been there for a week and have not received any news. From the very beginning, no one expected that this campaign would succeed. But even so, it would be amazing if it were successful. One of them said that he just wanted this to end quickly and not hang around forever, and he should quit his job as a reporter. Because of this, the reporters were unprepared to react when the first person emerged from the dungeon. Coming out of the car, they simply could not believe what they were seeing, and that after all, someone had survived and cleared the dungeon. No, they just didn't know how to react. However, the players who had just left the dungeon suddenly started running towards them, after which they began to call the support group of the Heitai Guild and found them right in front of them. One of the guys immediately shouted at them to stop the Russians because these guys had killed a needle snake and they couldn't be allowed to leave. Soon after, they discovered Lee Jin-ah and Kim Woo-jin, who had just emerged from the dungeon gate. All the reporters around asked them to give interviews, but both guys quickly moved towards their car. They couldn't stop Kim Woo-jin and Lee Jin-ah as they headed towards the black S-Class sedan that was waiting for them. They were not stopped by how luxurious this car was, but by the license plates on it, which indicated that it was a diplomatic car. Chin-ah, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, couldn't help but exclaim that Zi-chan had to spend money this time. Taking off his mask, he asked Woo-jin what happened to that item. After he killed the snake, the item must have been amazing. When he didn't answer, he said that he could at least say what kind of object it was. He didn't just labor for it. Suddenly, Woo-jin spoke on the phone and said that it was him, and he had just left the dungeon. Zi-chan laughed and called him Isaac and asked how he liked the role of a hero, and he replied that he was not sure, also asking what they were saying in the press. All the episodes were about him, so it would be unwise not to take advantage of his current reputation. So Zi-chan wanted to add more weight to his name and asked if he could play on the big stage, and if he agreed, then they could make a deal. Woo-jin thought that this name would definitely be useful to gain authority and enter a special dungeon, so he agreed to the deal. Se-chan said that something very interesting happened while they were in the dungeon and asked if he knew Jin Hyami. She led the team into a 4-level dungeon, but no one survived. There would have been nothing special about it, if not for one thing. He checked some information, and it seemed that there was a Skull Guild spy on her team. He also received information about the players who were sponsored by the Yamato Guild. The Skull Guild made the right conclusions. Woo-jin asked why he was telling him about this, and Se-chan answered as if he was just waiting for this question. There was no use hiding it from him because he was well aware of his relationship with Yongwan and the Skull Guild. When the car came to a complete stop on the old abandoned road, Woo-jin said that they should get out of there. Chin-ah came out saying that, for sure, Se-chan said that he would feed them for their hard work, and so they stopped. After leaving the car, on the other side of the road they saw an old passenger car, and Woo-jin said that now they will change there. This greatly surprised Jin-ah, who was actually hoping that Zi-chan would feed them. As a matter of fact, this was to be expected. They could not drive the diplomat's car to the embassy. However, Jin-ah still complained that the car was too small and dirty, until Woo-jin said that it was his car. Then he awkwardly scratched his head and said that he had always liked compact cars. Woo-jin said nothing to this, but after a moment he said that it reminded him that there was a food allowance in the glove compartment. As soon as he said that he could take it if he was hungry, Chin-ah immediately reached for the glove compartment. And he actually found an envelope there from which he immediately began to say that he could not believe it, and tomorrow the sun could rise in the west. However, the amount of money that fell into his hand, approximately 2,500 won, indicated that a miracle had not happened. Naturally, interest in Isaac Ivanov, the first person to kill a needle snake, was very high. Looking at the news articles in the newspapers, the secretary said that the mood in the press had changed from curiosity to hatred. Then she asked her boss if she should now do what he ordered her to do. He replied that they need to answer, so yes. When an interview with Isaac Ivanov came out, who highly praised the Messiah Guild, public opinion in Korea quickly changed. After seeing this interview, Kim Woo-jin couldn't help but laugh. Now that this statement was made, the Messiah Guild couldn't stay away. He never thought that he would actually use public opinion to lure the Messiah Guild. He could no longer wait for their answer, but he needed to carefully prepare before the Messiah contacted him. A moment later, the notification he had been waiting for so long came to his phone. Yong-wang had finally cleared the 6th-level dungeon. The moment Park Yong-wan stepped out of the dungeon gate, the public went wild on his behalf. News related to Park Yong-won was broadcast on television almost 24 hours a day. The secretary approached him and whispered that Hye-mi's team, which went to the dungeon, was completely destroyed. The smile immediately disappeared from his face, and he called several bodyguards standing nearby. They loudly announced that the press conference was over, and Yong-won needed to visit the hospital for medical examination. Meanwhile, Yong-won walked next to his secretary, irritably telling her to tell her about the details in the car. She began to tell them that a few days ago, an anonymous informant sent them an account statement to their office. Looking at the tablet, Yong-won began to ask why she was anonymous, and whether they could believe that the source was unknown. The girl replied that she did not know why this information was sent to them. But according to the investigative team's report, most of the team members died from knife wounds that the monsters could not inflict. Yong-won angrily broke the tablet into two parts, asking if she was really saying that there was a rat among his royal guards. Meanwhile, the Messiah Guild was discussing how they should deal with Yong-won in the future. The girl said that she would leave him at the mercy of public opinion, and somehow they remembered this too late. Scar said that he is currently working with the Skull Guild and is trying to get rid of this mess. The girl immediately jumped up, asking what he said. After all, this was not the time for rash actions. And if he is going to do something, then let him do it properly, because even Jae-hong, who was on their side, is probably already dead. One of the guys looked at the empty place, thinking that he was a bastard who didn't even have any special skills, but he had already been mentioned so many times. After some time of pointless arguing, the girl finally said that they could no longer work with the Skull Guild. When ordered to stop doing business with her, Scar replied that he couldn't, and since there was no head there, they couldn't simply obey her decision. The girl looked at him gloomily, and looking into his eyes said that he did not seem to understand, but this was the decision of the head. Nobody argued with this, and everyone immediately fell silent, only occasionally looking at each other. As soon as they left, Scar asked Hajiro what he thought about this and what was said at the meeting. He in turn replied that it seemed to him that they could no longer tolerate this, and the time had come to part with the Messiah Guild. After some time, Wu Jin, on the orders of Yong-won, arrived to meet him. Wu Jin asked Yong-won if his subordinates weren't a highly qualified team, and he would never have thought that something like this would happen. Yong-won said that he wanted to do business with the skulls to gain profit, but everything has changed, and it is better to destroy them. Wu Jin did not answer, and there was dead silence in the room, but Yong-won continued to look at him expectantly, waiting for him to answer. In fact, Park Yong-won was more ambitious than anyone else. In a few years, he would be selling all sorts of items in Japan and therefore go into exile. People who did not know the truth called him a traitor, but he was afraid that the Messiah's Guild would take away everything that he had created. That is why Wu Jin made a serious face and said that he would become his bodyguard in this case. Looks like he wanted to use it to deal with those guys, but he didn't want to get thrown out after he did it. Yong-won thought about it. He didn't think that he would have such an idea and planned to win him over to his side, but didn't know what to do now. Although his intentions do not interest Yong-won as long as he is able to get rid of the Skull Guild. So he asked if he was saying that he would destroy the Skull Guild for him in exchange for protection. Wu Jin replied that it is, and it is worth protecting well if he needs it, and he also has something to repay the Skull Guild for. Yong-won immediately smiled, and all the bad mood disappeared as if by hand. This was the answer he was waiting for. Wu Jin came out of there in the dark, thinking that from now on all responsibility for his actions lies with Yong-won. After some time, he went and changed the terms of the contract to the highest level. And as soon as this was done, he said that in this case he would be under their supervision. One of the guys, as soon as he left, asked how this Wu Jin even became Yong-won's personal security guard. The second, in turn, without looking at him, answered just as thoughtfully that this was due to the fact that they did not know. Wu Jin pulled out his phone thinking that it was impossible to deny that he was lucky, but he didn't care because the hunt had just begun. As soon as he called him, Zi-chan immediately picked up his cell phone, saying that he must have urgent business with him since he found time in his busy schedule. Jin-ah displeasedly asked what this idiot was planning to do this time, and Se-chan replied that it was not something he could do. It was a little difficult to manipulate the people and those in charge of the dungeon, but he would handle it. Finally hanging up the phone, Se-chan said that Wu Jin wants to use fake documents to enter the dungeon. Jin-ah asked why he was helping him so much, even if he didn't know the details, and he shouldn't be completely trusted. Meanwhile, the guys were discussing the fact that Kim Wu Jin apparently was going to destroy the Skull Guild. This was very likely, and it looked like Yong-won was determined to declare a full-scale war on the Skull Guild. Most of the skulls today were entering the dungeon. This was a good possibility, but they couldn't rule out other developments. However, to all these words, the second man replied that he did not care, and the main thing was that Wu Jin entered this dungeon. After some time, Wu Jin arrived at the registration place and said that his name was Lee Jong-hyun. Of course, the AA Guild didn't really care whether the applicant was an angel or a demon, so they simply asked for a signature. The problem was that the maximum number of players who could enter the dungeon was 61, and Wu Jin already knew that this dungeon was an obvious trap for him. At that moment, an expensive car appeared. It drove into a temporary parking lot, and people began to get out of it one after another. Looking at these guys, Wu Jin thought that he actually expected to see more experienced people there. Si Chang, meanwhile, asked what Yang Chi-hu's name was doing on the lists and how it even ended up there. The secretary said that she also checked the list and thinks that he joined under the pseudonym Yang Woon-hyuk. Suddenly, Chin-ah made himself known and asked who this guy, Yang Chi-hu, even was. Zi-chan replied that he was a troublesome rookie with a level below 50. He was one of the Knights of the Round Table, and they screwed up. Wu Jin thought that it was strange that the Messiah Guild sent Yang Chi-hu so soon, and this guy was also one of them. He was one of the members of the Round Table from Kim Wu Jin's memories. The Knights of the Round Table at first were not such a large group as a guild. Park Shingi, owner of the staff of Merlin, was one of the members of the Round Table, and with her support, the group was able to build a good foundation and expand. Much later, he found out that everything was planned, and the Knights of the Round Table were weakened by none other than the King of Poisons. Now he knew that everything that happened were situations created by the Messiah Guild in order to control the entire world. After some time, he got out of the car and headed towards the entrance to the dungeon, listening to everyone being told to get ready. After some time, the system reported that they had to kill 3,000 monsters, which immediately caused indignation among many players. One of the guys said that all the same, 3,000 monsters are not particularly dangerous, but it may take some time. Another said that this is not bad. In the midst of this chaos, it will be easier to stab Kim Woo Jin in the back, pretending that it was an accident. Yang Chin-hu, who still had his hand on the hilt of his sword, turned to the man standing next to him, who in turn pointed at the other guys. Apparently, those guys in robes were from the Skull Guild, and they just entered the dungeon dressed like that, as if they didn't understand the situation they were in. Turning fully to them, he continued to think that they were not able to deal with the situation on their own, but continued to ruin everything around them. And he was sure that they had been warned not to interfere in this matter personally, and they dared to disobey the head, which gave him permission to kill them as soon as he left the dungeon. Finally, turning to his people, he said to ignore them. No matter what happens, they must deal with Wu Jin with their own hands. They had to report to him as soon as they found Wu Jin. His skill was blood poisoning, so if they attacked carefully, they could kill everyone. One of the guys was rushing through the forest thinking about it. He didn't think that they would attack the Skull Guild right away on the first level. Wu Jin was just a bastard. Finally, he reached the right place and immediately hid behind a tree, not forgetting to look around. And he turned towards the clearing, trying to understand whether Yongwan's royal guards had also entered the dungeon. However, to his surprise, there were several skeleton warriors there, and it looked like one of their team members had brought a necromancer with him, which was tricky. He was trying to figure out where Wu Jin was when he himself revealed his location by jumping down behind him. The guy immediately turned around and grabbed the sword from its sheath, trying to get ahead of his opponent and be the first to attack. However, he failed, and a moment later his chest and stomach were opened, after which he began to make excuses that he had nothing in common with the Skull Guild. Wu Jin asked if this was true, because the guy above said that he was from the Skull Guild. Looking in horror at the corpse of that guy, he thought that there was no way he could have said that. And I also remembered how they talked about how Matsumoto also failed, so even if they were in danger, he should not interfere. Therefore, after a couple of moments, he loudly asked what he was talking about and said that he had never seen him before. However, he could not stay alive for long, and therefore he immediately fell face down on the ground in front of Wu Jin. At the same time, even in death, he tried to justify himself by saying that the truth knew nothing and not with the guys from the skull. It was funny to Wu Jin that the people who came to kill him actually thought that he would want to believe their words. They could only be trusted if they were dead. Si-chan asked Jin-ah if he is asking because he doesn't know, and he knows that that player is much stronger than him. Chin-a exclaimed dissatisfiedly and already regretted asking, and in this case he completely lost his appetite. Zi-chan looked down at his feet and asked if this was really what the guy who ate 5 boxes of pizza was saying. Chin-a immediately began to angrily ask if he really couldn't eat the pizza he bought himself, and he even shared a huge piece with him. When asked what he meant when he said what kind of player Wu Jin is, Jin Ah said that he is actually very cunning, and he will never recklessly enter into an unequal battle. If there is no chance of victory, he will never fight. The captain's patience had long since worn thin, and he began to become confused. However, a group of skeletal goblins and orcs soon appeared in front of him and his team, surrounding them and showing extreme hostility. Sitting by the fire, he said that they knew what to wish for if they met this coward, but he was more worried about the whereabouts of the guys from the skull. They don't yet know what will happen ahead, so it would be nice to meet them as soon as possible to avoid surprises. Running through the forest the next day, he tried to understand why they still hadn't seen Wu Jin, and whether he had also moved to the second level. But still, he didn't want to hear if this Wu Jin was going to play hide-and-seek before clearing the dungeon. Suddenly, something hit him on the armored shoulder. It was obvious that it was Kim Wu Jin who had finally decided to make himself known. The rest of the guys also began to fight off the weapons flying at them with swords. In the clearing in which they found themselves, they were immediately surrounded by skeletal warriors with swords in their hands. Some guys said that he finally showed up, and it seemed that among his companions there was a necromancer, judging by the skeleton warriors. The commander turned to Wu Jin and asked if he was really going to use skeleton warriors to fight the players, and if so, then it was just ridiculous. Wu Jin suddenly came out from behind the trees, stroking the skeleton's head, looking at everyone gathered. The commander in turn pulled out his sword and said that in this case he would see what skills he had. Several skeletons immediately rushed towards him with obvious intentions of attacking first. He squeezed his scimitar tighter and swung to attack one of those who approached faster than the others. Then he hit the place where the skeleton stood, but they, in turn, easily dodged these attacks. This surprised him greatly. The way they had just avoided the attack was not something normal. It was the first time he had seen them move like that. The next moment, Wu Jin rushed towards him, apparently hoping that he was distracted enough. Wu Jin's scimitar and Chi Hu's sword collided with each other and then bounced off, as if they were magnets of the same pole that rejected each other. Kim Wu Jin looked at him calmly, thinking that he tried his best. But this guy is still keeping up with him. Wu Jin's physical strength was much higher than other players of his level, but this did not mean that there were no others like him in the world. Chi Hu suddenly looked down at him and calmly asked what the hell he was doing, after which, without waiting for an answer, he added that he really made him wait so long just to show him this. Wu Jin didn't answer and just jumped back from the guy, increasing the distance between them. Chi Hu was definitely keeping up with him, and unlike his previous enemies, he was unable to fight and remain cool at the same time. Suddenly, there was a ringing sound in Wu Jin's ears, which could only be heard when players who had received the attention of their respective patron were fighting. Looking at his face, Chi Hu asked if he too had received a notification from a patron, after which he said that he receives such notifications only when he fights with a worthy opponent, and the reward will probably be good. Wu Jin didn't answer, but just continued to look into his eyes with a frown, thinking that it would be difficult if everything continued in the same spirit. Wu Jin concluded that under his current circumstances it would be difficult to defeat or kill Chi Hu, and several more skeleton soldiers appeared behind him. The captain's face distorted when he saw 9 more skeletons, and he asked if the other one was saving his strength to fight him. Then he rushed forward with the words that in this case everything is just fine, and he likes it. After which he attacked Wu Jin again, who also repelled his attack and continued to confidently control the skeletons. Seeing this, Chi Hu clenched his sword tighter. It was difficult to fight against Wu Jin and the 9 skeletons, but even so, he did not lose confidence. However, to his surprise, the skeletons ran past him and went to fight his comrades instead. A groan was heard in the distance, as if someone was holding back a cry of pain. Now the battle was going on across the entire battlefield. Suddenly, one of the guys raised his head and loudly called the commander, asking him to help them fight against the skeletons. Thinking that they were just useless idiots, he asked Wu Jin what these cowardly actions were. Wu Jin mockingly asked what kind of dog was there yapping about cowardly actions. This completely infuriated the commander, and he said that he had messed with the wrong person while activating all his abilities to the fullest. The skill he activated was a powerful buff skill that could only be used once per day, sun protection. It was at this moment that young Chi Hu finally showed his determination to fight Wu Jin with all his might. Wu Jin looked at him with a smile. This was the moment he had been waiting for, and this guy finally took advantage of him. He ordered several skeletons to attack him, but the effect was as expected, and the guy easily dealt with all the attackers. Looking at this, Wu Jin thought that he was wearing one of the items that belonged to the Knights of the Round Table, and the effect was amazing. Suddenly, he ordered all the skeletons to retreat from them and stop fighting. And just as suddenly for everyone watching, Wu Jin and the skeleton soldiers ran away without looking back. It was a scene that made the people who were fighting stand motionless, not knowing what to do. But suddenly Chin-Hu said that he would follow him, so they had to deal with the skeletons and catch up with him. Chi-Hu did not change at all. He still did not care about his subordinates at all, and this was probably due to lack of confidence in his own abilities. Of course, the Gawain necklace will not help him with this. This item, of course, significantly increased the characteristics of the owner. But since he had no idea how to use this item correctly, in his hands it was like a pig's pearls. Suddenly he finally turned back and noticed that he was running after him at great speed, full of confidence that this time he would win. No matter what Wu Jin thought about his stupidity, it was impossible not to notice the difference in characteristics. The sun's protection lasted only 10 minutes, and after it ends, the situation will return to what it was before, and maybe even worse. Therefore, Chin-Hu ran after him with all his might, thinking that he could not run away from him after he had used it. Clapping his hands, Kim Woo-jin activated the skill. At the same moment, the bodies lying under Yang Chi-Hu's feet exploded. The explosion caused by the pile of 3 bodies was quite powerful and affected a large area. Many guys began to ask each other in surprise what kind of explosion it was. One of them immediately said not to panic, because their commander could not be defeated by a simple explosion, and they needed to quickly get rid of the remaining skeletons. However, he did not have time to do anything when he was unexpectedly wounded in the chest. After which, the system immediately reported that he had been poisoned, and the guy himself noticed a skeleton standing in the distance, who was the one who shot. Having cut off the arrowhead, he said that these pawns should not be underestimated, because they were excellent at stalling for time. Chi-Hu, who was caught off guard by the explosion, was thrown to the ground by the powerful shock wave. However, he immediately jumped to his feet and continued to pursue Kim Woo-jin, shouting for him to stop running away cowardly and come out. He, in turn, came out from behind the tree and asked why it was cowardly. It was obvious that he would lose in an open fight. Because with the words that if he wants it, then let him run faster, he immediately ran away, and the guy said after him that when he catches him, he will tear it with his bare hands. Jin-Hu, who felt that he was between life and death, followed Kim Woo-jin with all his speed. He then made his winning move, using the boost skill, which increased his movement speed by 20% for 30 seconds. Why, in a matter of seconds, he was able to approach Wu Jin and swing his sword to strike. However, the next second, he felt like he was falling underground, even though Wu Jin continued to run. Looking at his feet, he was surprised to notice that he was falling straight into a trap with corpses prepared for him. Having never gotten out of there, he asked how much longer he could play and told him to stop doing it. He asked why he doesn't understand even now what strategy is and thinks that he is playing with him because he is bored. Developing a strategy based on your enemy's weakness, topography, accepting all possible scenarios, these were the basics of battle. And people like him are useless leaders who relied only on their own strength and brought nothing but harm to their comrades. He immediately remembered how he once came out of the dungeon, and people began to discuss him, asking if this was the same killer and if he had survived once again. He immediately turned around and angrily told them to shut up, and if they had anything to say to him, say it to his face so that he could destroy them. Suddenly a man came out of the crowd and said that judging by what he was saying, he did not regret the death of his subordinates at all. And it's not surprising because he has no brains, and this is obvious, given that a place was chosen to locate the camp, the danger of which he warned more than once. Chi-Hu immediately rushed towards him, asking who he even was to teach him. A moment later, all his ardor died down when the guy easily slammed his face into the ground. Now he began to make excuses that all the members of his group died because they were weak, and it was not his fault. However, that guy said that it was he who killed them, and everyone knows it, and also the fact that he is simply a useless leader who only brings harm. Now he remembered who this tactic reminded him of. Wu Jin's tactics were painfully reminiscent of Suzuki's tactics. Kim Wu Jin said that he was distracting him from helping others, and the so-called retreat was just a continuation of this process. Then he added that he did not need to give verbal commands to his skeletons. Finally, the bully understood everything, including the fact that he had lured him there on purpose. Wu Jin said that he seems to have already realized everything, and if he is not mistaken, the blessing of the sun is almost over. The notification sounded in Yang Chi-Hu's ears again, announcing that this skill would soon be completed in 30 seconds. After which he loudly called Wu Jin a bastard and asked in a rage what he even was. Wu Jin replied with a slight smile that he still doesn't know who he is, and that's why he's just pitiful, but he'll tell him anyway. But he didn't say anything, continuing to stand silently and make the guy in front of him guess. Chi-Hu could only watch this. Soon after, another notification sounded in his ears that the skill had ended. Wu Jin said that it looks like the effect of the necklace has ended, and he's glad that he followed all his words like a fool until the very end. It was Kim Woo Jin's job to stall for time while his comrades prepared to use their strongest skills. Of course, this was terrible news for Chi-Hu. And not only that, skeletons surrounded him on all sides, preventing him from escaping. And Woo Jin himself said that he was so focused on catching him that he didn't even notice where he was. Kim Woo Jin didn't just run in a straight line without any goals. Instead, he led Yang Chi-Hu in a circle. While he was pursuing Kim Woo Jin, the skeletons returned to attack his subordinates. The fact that they were now here proved that the battle was already over, and they were able to quickly get to him. The bully couldn't believe what he heard, nor the fact that his subordinates, every single one of them, were destroyed. Yang Chi-Hu's eyes clouded with anger when he saw that smile and asked how he dared to look down on him, after which he grabbed the weapon stronger and rushed towards him, activating the skill of an immortal fighter. However, one of the skeletons did not allow him to reach his target, and easily parried the blow with his sword. Looking at him with a slight smile, Wu Jin advised him not to tense up so much that he wouldn't get overexcited. Jin Ah was driving along the highway, asking if Se Chang was overloading him with his assignments. He remembered how Zi-chan said that he wanted him to go to the dungeon of the two-headed dogs, and answered all the questions that it would be calmer if they checked him. Jin Ah said that they didn't need to check anything at all. He was sure that Wu Jin would come out alive and healthy. However, Zi-chang said that it was actually the other way around. If Chi-Hui lost, they needed to make sure of something for the next plan. And he thinks the same thing that apparently Wu Jin thinks. He was not a stupid guy and will want to know their goals. Like the reason why they created the name Isaac, or about the relationship between the Yongwang factions and the Skull Guild. So the reason they were helping him was because it was only part of a larger plan to eliminate the Messiah Guild. Even if Wu Jin kills Chi-Hu, they will need to at least get confirmation on whether he will continue to cooperate or not. Meanwhile, the bully already felt his body becoming slow due to the effect of poisoned blood. He continued to try to fight some skeletons, while the others inflicted much more damage on him from behind. The system again announced that he had been poisoned, and the guy himself began waving his weapon in a circle, hoping to deal with all the skeletons. At some point, he dissatisfiedly noticed that his legs were already giving out, and he could not fight as effectively as before. Looking at this, Jin thought that this was a good result. There were only 2 skeletons left, and everything would have been much worse if he didn't have so many skeletons. Now that he was completely under the influence of the poisoned blood, Wu Jin would no longer have to entertain him. Suddenly, that big guy turned in his direction and loudly yelled for him to fight him. After some time, even lying on the ground, he told him to fight with him and not just stand. In the end, Yang Chi-Hu could no longer withstand the attacks and collapsed. But even then, Wu Jin did not approach him carefree. Only after confirming his victory did Wu Jin approach Chi-Hu's body. He did not celebrate or rejoice in his victory. Now he received a necklace that was worn by Gawain, one of the Knights of the Round Table, and it had the blessing of the sun. Moreover, before returning to the past, Wu Jin had never encountered any legendary items related to the Knights of the Round Table. His black eyes looked at Yang Chi-Hu's slowly cooling body as he activated the Anubis Eye skill. The faces of his former colleagues and those who risked their lives to save the world flashed before his eyes. In Kim Woo Jin's mind, a memory surfaced of Yang Chi-Hu's meeting with Lee Se-jun, where the latter promised that he would become the ruler of the world. It was clear as day that the Messiah's Guild would not simply leave this behind after learning that Chi-Hu was dead. Wu Jin will make everyone who supported Sejong's ambitions rather than justice pay a heavy price for it. 11 players were hiding behind the trees in a dense forest, and everyone was waiting for something together. They were hiding to cope with the two-headed dog, who was the owner of the second floor where they were now. A few moments later, the system reported that the two-headed dog was defeated, which meant that the dungeon was cleared. Wu Jin came out of the dungeon and pulled his hood over his head and walked towards the parking lot, not intending to stop. When suddenly Chin Ah waved to him and asked if he had already returned, carrying some kind of document in his hands. When asked what he was doing there, the guy replied that he was running all sorts of errands and drove up there because he heard something interesting. After which he showed a folder with the words that he needed to give him something and they should talk on the way. There, sitting in the car, he finally handed over the folder and said that his brother wanted them to enter another dungeon together. And without receiving an answer, he asked how everything went, clarifying what Yang Chi-Hu meant. Wu Jin picked up the folder, thinking that to some extent he expected this, but they knew. Judging by Chi-Hu's memories, he entered the dungeon under a fake alias, meaning Zi-chan knew why he asked for the same thing. Chin Ah asked again if he fought Chi-Hu in the dungeon and how he felt in battle. Jin-ah, who didn't know what this meant for Wu Jin, simply asked out of curiosity, and he replied that he was stronger than him. To this, he began to ask if he really had a strength meter, and how did Wu Jin know about what skills? Maybe he needs to really show them. Wu Jin replied that Chi-Hu fought with 14 of his skeletons and destroyed all 14. If he wanted to prove that he was stronger, he should have just said it. They could check it at any time, and he would be happy to help. Jin-ah said that a real man should not boast about his strength, so they should talk about work. The case was about the Horned Fox dungeon in Buchen. As many as 12 failed attempts were made. Jin-ah said that he would skip the explanation since he knew everything, but it was worth knowing that he would go there again in the guise of Isaac, so it was important to know his answer. In his other life, Wu Jin cleared this dungeon in September 3 months later, but now he simply said that he agreed. After some time, he dropped Chin-A off at some place and drove on, leaving him to watch after him. Jin-Ah immediately took out his phone and called Se-chan, saying that he had just broken up with Wu Jin and there was nothing to worry about. He agreed instantly and already knew the characteristics of the dungeon, which meant relief for them. However, Se-chan said that Jin-Ah must make the final choice from now on, since Wu Jin accepted their offer. He thought to himself that they didn't have much time left, and if a group capable of containing the Messiah did not appear, they would not hesitate to bare their fangs. Wu Jin thought that remembering the past, he now understood that this happened after he cleared the Horned Fox's dungeon. The girl said that she watched him in the dungeon, and his skills surpassed the rumors about them, so why shouldn't he join the Messiah's guild? Wu Jin replied that if they want to recruit him there, they should tell their master to do it personally. He immediately got out of the car and said that he liked his audacity, and they needed his strength to save the world. And then he extended his hand asking whether he would become his ally on this path or not. Kim Wu Jin's cell phone vibrated when he received a text message and he opened his eyes to check it. When he saw the text, Kim Wu Jin's expression did not change. Instead, he looked at what was in front of him. One way or another, he will show his abilities in such a way that everyone's hair will stand on end. This is his value as Isaac. And he will be very busy to finish the preparations on time. However, since he had already cleared this dungeon, it would be the perfect platform to show off. After some time, they announced that the players should prepare, because the entrance to the dungeon would be very soon. Wu Jin asked Jin-Ah if he was ready, to which he replied that he was always ready. And he is the same guy who, together with him, conquered the dungeon of the Needle Snake while everyone thought it was impossible. But as soon as he entered the dungeon, he immediately said that he didn't think he could eat anything because it was frozen. As soon as 40 players entered the dungeon, they were greeted with a notification. However, most of them did not pay attention to him. The captain told them to monitor their condition. If they failed to do this, then instead of help, they will turn into an obstacle. They had to be careful. Even if it was the first floor, they couldn't enter the second floor without dealing with the main condition. At this time, Wu Jin signaled to Jin-Ah and said that they were leaving, to which he asked if it was all ready. When he saw the signal, they began to move. As the group gathered together, they both quietly left the crowd. After they had moved away a bit and he was sure that no one was nearby, Jin-Ah approached Kim Wu Jin. After which he asked whether it would not have been better to move with the Messiah's guild rather than act independently in such weather conditions. To Wu Jin's mocking question about who is the kind of person who can use their powers in the cold, he exclaimed that this was nonsense. His nickname is the Siberian Bear. For him, this temperature is a light breeze, just the thing to quickly cool down after a fight. Wu Jin replied that in that case, that's just fine, and he should know that this dungeon will be more difficult than the Needle Snake dungeon. To the guy's frightened question about how difficult it is, Wu Jin simply replied that he would soon find out and did not explain anything. Then he turned around and walked away, saying that they needed to move since it was so cold there, so they would at least warm up a little. Jin-Ah asked what his plan was for this dungeon, and since it was a survival quest, if he was going to build a fortress like last time. Wu Jin replied that this time there was no need for it, to which Jin-Ah happily said that he was glad that this time there would be no manual labor. Kim Wu Jin encased a skeleton soldier in armor, which he summoned from a killed black werewolf. It wasn't just armor. He was wearing heavy weapons, including a helmet, boots, even arm armor and butt. So Jin-Ah asked why they were dressed like that, after which he said that since he spent his money he could try. But the fact that he noticed that it was the skin of a needle snake made him silent. Kim Wu Jin did not answer, although no answer was required. It did nothing to prevent players from viewing item levels on the skeleton soldier. When asked if he really took all the skin for himself, he replied that Chin-A's share should have been delivered to the office. The captain looked around and immediately noticed that several people were missing, and they were obviously Russians. After that, she loudly asked if anyone had seen where Isaac Ivanov and his companion had gone. To all the apologies, she said that they would not help there, and asked in response whether they had not heard about the order from their superiors. She was determined to somehow cleanse this dungeon. What happened gave neither a good nor a bad feeling. Finally, having decided something, she turned to the exit and said to finish and guard the camp until she returned. To all attempts to dissuade her, she said that everything was fine, and they should just hang out if something happened, and she should see for herself. Kang Young-ji was an expert. Even in the Messiah Guild, she was a person who could receive special treatment. However, the moment she saw 20 skeletons killing a group of monsters, she was forced to think again. Even her common sense seemed to change. Naturally, not only they fought, but Isaac's assistant also fought with his bare hands. However, with skeletons, this all came out several times faster and less expensive. The fighting abilities of these skeletons were far superior to ordinary players. Rather, they were like experienced players. The subordinate next to her brought her out of her thoughts and asked what they should do. Should they help those two? She replied that, doesn't he see that they are showing off to show that this is their hunting ground, and they will only get in the way if they interfere? This was exactly what was expected of the player who cleared the Needle Snake dungeon, and she needed to report it to the guild so that they could recruit him. At that moment, a whistle was heard, and the girl said that this was a SOS signal, and something must have happened in the camp. Wu Jin looked out of the corner of his eye at the place where they had been before, and now they rushed back with great speed. A group of black werewolves moved howling under the sky. All of them converged in a wave towards the players' camp. Tanks with heavy shields formed the front line, and players specializing in dealing damage positioned themselves behind them. Soon the distance between the two groups was small enough for them to see each other's eyes. Kang Young-ji flew to the battlefield with great speed and immediately destroyed several werewolves closest to her. Then she asked what they were all doing, because these were level 1 monsters. They should stop doing this and take up defense. And she said that they would protect the camp by slowly moving back, and if they were wounded, then they should retreat. Meanwhile, the scout left to monitor the situation discovered something that plunged him into an indescribable shock. 1,000 werewolves began to converge in a wave towards the players' camp. The monstrous wave had already risen, and it was an overwhelming sight. The girl was even more shocked, considering that their line of defense had already been broken, but it wasn't even a wave of monsters. Chin A, looking at this, said that they would be destroyed if they were not helped. Then he asked if he was thinking about going there. It wouldn't be very smart on his part. Wu Jin learned the aura field skill and said that finally he would no longer have to cast it on Chin A. Meanwhile, the werewolves had already surrounded a group of players who lined up in a ring to be able to defend themselves. 12 waves of players brought their population to 1,000 individuals. This also meant that some of them encountered many groups of players. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in the middle of the crowd of monsters, which immediately claimed the lives of several werewolves around. The guy shouted that these were reinforcements, and the captain told him to stop talking nonsense because there was no one there except them. Kim Woo-jin preferred to fight on the stage that he himself created. From start to finish, he wanted everything to go as he planned. He threw down the werewolf corpses, activated the skill, and created explosions. The skeletons and Chin-ah rushed at the black werewolves without fear. Moreover, their movements were surprisingly synchronized. They easily dealt with the entire crowd that had formed there. At that moment, when both sides clashed in a fierce battle, suddenly, a golden light began to emanate from a skeleton in snakeskin armor holding a scimitar in his hands. This happened when sun protection was activated on the skeleton controlled by Wu Jin. Chin-ah looked in surprise at the skeleton from which this strange golden aura emanated. The glow of the sun's defense began to shimmer from the soldier's skeletal armor, spreading to his comrades. Looking at what was happening, Chin-ah thought that he had never felt such an aura and had never seen skeleton warriors behave like this. It even looked like they were all high on steroids and were going crazy because of it. A flickering golden light surrounded all the skeletons and seemed to penetrate their eyes. The skeletons began to tremble as if they had been injected with some kind of stimulant. Finally, they rushed straight into the crowd of werewolves, and then the one-sided battle turned into a massacre. Judging by Chin-ah's observations, they were now behaving like a berserker. This Wu Jin apparently used incredible magic. It wasn't suppression. It was enough to realize that they were hunting a large number of monsters. And instead of using only for yourself the buff that the blessing of the sun gave, activate an aura field, which also allowed others to use its effect, which was much more effective. The skeleton soldiers, who previously could only leave superficial wounds, now began to cut flesh. Wu Jin grabbed one of the corpses, held his hand on it for a moment, and then threw it into the group of werewolves, after which he again activated the skill of the messenger of the underworld, the explosion of corpses, and an explosion was heard. The girl wondered in surprise that they really formed a barrier and blocked the wave of monsters in the very middle. This was Wu Jin's true ability. Finally, she shouted to her subordinates that the wave had stopped, and this was their chance. The secretary asked Zi-chan if they would really help the Messiah Guild avoid arrest. He replied that everything was right, they were praised as heroes, and why did she think that they would openly oppose their heroes? In addition, under public pressure, the Messiah will be forced to reward the saviors, and they will kill two birds with one stone. The secretary asked to think about the fact that Messiah has many players in this level range, all with excellent skills. Sei-chan replied that Wu Jin is definitely stronger based on the speed at which he has been developing his abilities lately. The words about money made her ask if he really values Wu Jin so highly. He replied that it's exactly like that. And while she and Chin-ah are in that dungeon, every effort must be made to ensure that their identities are not revealed. The battle ended when the last black werewolf was pierced through the chest by the sword held by Chin-ah. One of the guys wiped the sweat from his face and said that if it weren't for the Russians, they would have been in big trouble. Having made her decision, the captain walked up to Kim Wu Jin, who was wearing a skull mask, and extended her hand to thank him for his help. After which she suddenly woke up and said that she remembered that they did not speak Korean, and they answered in broken Korean that their work was done. After that, he turned his back to her and walked away. Young Ji's eyes widened when she saw him leaving, and she asked them to wait. Chin-ah asked if they would just leave, and he replied that they had just destroyed a bunch of monsters and it wasn't dangerous there. Staying with them will only increase the chances of them being discovered, and this dungeon has just become a great place to level up. Chin-ah, horrified, asked what exactly he meant, and then asked him to say that they would not do the same thing as last time. To this, Wu Jin did not answer anything and only smiled mysteriously, leaving him to guess the answer to this question. After some time, Chin-ah was already thinking that he must be crazy to team up with this crazy idiot. By the 5th day, Wu Jin and Chin-ah finished the hunt. When they killed the last monster, Wu Jin received a notification. This was a message that meant that he had achieved his goal, he had reached level 35, and there was no point in thinking about more. The next moment, he received a notification that he now had an X-rank poison blood skill. It became an X-rank skill. Of course, all the patron did was increase the rank of the skill, which became S-rank, and that was the limit. Chin-ah asked why his face suddenly became so serious, and if something was wrong. Wu Jin said that actually there is one more thing they should do together, which made him furious again. However, before he could start saying anything against him, he said that they should have a snack, because at the second level they will need more energy. After some time, they were already roasting meat over the fire, and now apparently Chin-ah was satisfied. So much so that he said that he finally felt that they were one team and handed Wu Jin a taste of the meat. He answered all questions that he was not such a weakling that he would pass out during a fight, even if he felt pain. But the question of whether he could survive for long if the fox pierced him with its horn took him by surprise so much that he dropped the meat. Chin-ah did not answer this question, but only asked in surprise if he had done something wrong again. However, players who moved to the new stage after spending 5 days on the ground floor were faced with a completely white world, a colder world, with snow stretching endlessly into the distance. The battle against the horned fox began, however, due to its high speed, no one could hit it. Looking at how the battle was going, the girl thought that at this rate everyone would die, and they would not be able to do anything. It was necessary to find a way to slow down the speed of the horned fox. Suddenly, Jin Woo stepped forward and said in broken Korean that he himself would kill the horned fox. The girl looked at him, trying to understand what he was planning to do, and how he would even succeed if they failed. Then she tried to warn him that he would achieve nothing if he just rushed forward without a plan. The appearance of the horned fox was not too different from an ordinary fox with silver fur. It did not scare Chin-ah, so he continued to walk calmly. The horned fox attacked so quickly that it could resemble a cheetah. She was not only big but also very fast. These two elements, combined with a pair of deadly horns on its head, made the horned fox much more deadly than the spiny snake. Moreover, with the fox's speed, it was almost impossible to see or dodge its attacks. Everything was as the bastard said. The damage was small, but she is very fast, and now he could only block her blows, and attacking back would be too difficult. Suddenly, a horned fox appeared right in front of him and rushed from above, fully confident that its attack would work. And it worked. she managed to attack Chin-Ah. The fox's horns pierced his stomach, and he found himself thrown back. The horned fox's attacks weren't really that dangerous, and the problem was really its speed. That's why Woojin decided that the skeleton warrior would immediately break, so this option was not suitable, and a trap made of wooden fences would take too much time. So he needed Chin-Ah to stop her movements, and that's why he offered Chin-Ah a snack in the first place. As blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, Lee Chin-Ah looked at the fox with a smile as he clenched his vice, activating the River Styx blessing skill. Looking at the fox, he said that he was actually in a lot of pain but still continued to hold the fox in place. The girl couldn't believe what she was seeing. He stopped the horned fox by grabbing her head. But all the same, he couldn't stand like that forever. Everything would be in vain if he didn't defeat the fox while this Russian was holding her. At that moment, an arrow was shot from afar. A thick arrowhead, black as obsidian, pierced the body of the horned fox. The shooter was Woojin, and notifications immediately started pouring in, letting him know about the horrifying consequences of his skill. Of course, he did not attach much importance to these messages. Instead, he immediately fired another arrow from his bow, and the skeleton soldiers rushed in that direction. The girl and her team continued to silently watch as they dealt with the horned fox. But they still couldn't believe that these guys' levels were below 40. It was simply incomprehensible, given their tactics. Compared to them and to their entire team, those two guys were simply monsters an order of magnitude higher. The gate of the Horned Fox dungeon was located next to the Buchan Sports Stadium, and a fire finally broke out, signaling that it had been cleared. The dungeon that had consumed 12 waves of players before had finally been cleared, and everyone wanted to know who cleared it. Everyone also noticed a parked diplomatic car. It was easy to guess that it was Isaac's car. After calling Sei-chan, Woojin asked to publish his statement, and he asked why he needed to make a statement. He replied that it was worth letting the press know that if the Messiah's Guild wanted to get the horn, then they were ready to donate it. Chin-Ah immediately got angry and asked if he really wanted to give it away after everything they had gone through. Zei-chan replied with a smile that he probably has a serious plan that includes just that. And Woojin did not even argue, and asked in the end to emphasize that if the Messiah was so eager to get him. When the Horned Fox dungeon was cleared naturally, the related articles broke out like a storm. The atmosphere changed when it was announced that it was not the Messiah Guild, but Isaac Ivanov, who had received the horn of the Horned Fox. At the same time, Isaac even shared that he once saved members of the Messiah Guild in a dungeon. After this, public opinion changed again. Woojin knew for sure that he could rely on them in this matter, yet they did as he asked quite quickly. The next moment, Yang Wang called on his phone, and it was also just in time. The first thing that greeted Woojin when he entered Park Yongwan's office was a report from a large high-definition TV. Yang Wang made him quieter and said that lately everyone has been talking about Isaac Ivan. After which he said that in any case, he coped with things better than Yongwan expected. Those skull bastards apparently shut down all their operations in Korea and returned to Japan, but he's happy with this outcome. Yongwan snapped his fingers, and his secretary pulled out a skill page emitting golden light and placed it in front of Woojin. When Kim Woojin looked at the contents, he couldn't help but be surprised. It was truly unique. Bloody mist. There was no better skill for Kim Woojin, who used poison blood as one of his main skills. Yongwan said that he could become even better by joining his elite squad, and Woojin said that he understood. But this silence was soon broken by a message from the TV that the Messiah was grateful to Isaac and would generously reward him for his deed. Hearing the latest news, Yongwan couldn't help but sneer and said that they would simply lose to protect their pride. Woojin replied with a smile that in this case, their losses will depend on what they reward him with. At the same time, he thought that since Yongwan gave him a level 40 skill page, it means he wants him to focus on leveling up. When asked if he could provide him with several dungeons to raise his level, Yenwang replied that he did not see a problem with this, and he told him to buy a few with the help of a broker and send him an invoice, and he would take care of the rest. Li Jin-ah, who was watching the news on his smartphone, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration that Woojin staged this performance, knowing that this would happen. After which he said that he was interested in what they would send to Woojin, and Sei-chan said that they would send the skill of summoning golems. This was already discussed before the news hit the press. They will thank them for saving them and reward them with the summon golem skill. This gift was discussed with the Messiah Guild even before they made a statement to the media, so there was no doubt. But still, Chin-Ah jumped up from his seat and asked what about him. He also worked as hard as he could, but got nothing. Then Zei-chan put boxes of cookies on the table and said that this would be his reward. He loved food after all, so Zei-chan kept them especially for him. He in turn became completely angry and said that these were gifts sent by people who think that they are Russian. And he asked why he pretended that he bought them himself. After all, Chin-A also wanted some skill or item for himself. When asked what he was staring at for so long, Zichan replied that he had received a request to acquire Yongwan's land. Chin-A asked if he was going to stop their cooperation, cursed him and called him a bastard. Zichan replied that he was saying that he wanted to purchase several dungeons for his new elite soldier. Chin-A asked who this elite soldier was, and Zichan immediately replied that it was someone he knew very well. Chin-A asked again if he and Wu Jin really want to cooperate to blackmail Yongwan, and he replied that this is not blackmail but business. After which he handed him one of the documents, saying that it looked very good. Chin-A replied that this was the perfect dungeon to risk his life and level up. It was written there that this is rank B, and the maximum number of players is 25, plus you need to survive for 10 days. And since it's hard to find a survival quest like this, the price is quite high. This is a really good choice. Looking at the handed-out document, Seichang said not to give the document back to him, but to give it to Wu Jin. But the question about whether he, too, is not bored of raising his level made Chin-A fearfully drop the document. Later, he dissatisfiedly trailed behind Wu Jin, thinking that he was once again in the dungeon with this man, and nothing could be worse. Wu Jin, in turn, turned to him with a smile and asked what he thought about a short walk. Hansung Group were #1 in the Korean business community and one of the most powerful companies in the world, which was once questioned. Due to their closeness with the Messiah Guild, everyone believed that Hansung Group was a company created to save the world, not to seek profit. The girl asked if Chihu was dead, and the guy in front of her immediately replied that apparently he was. Then she said that he shouldn't have done something he wasn't asked to do, and the necklace had apparently been stolen. This happened because a crack appeared in the plan, which should have been more than perfect. They didn't have an item that could replace the necklace. At first, the frequent failures of the Skull Guild didn't seem like something serious to her. But that little spark turned into a flame, creating tension between them, the master swordsman and the archer. Park Yong-wan was a card she created to sacrifice when necessary, but seemed to have raised it too high. If she had known how everything would turn out, she would have dealt with him earlier, but now she had to act gradually. Therefore, she asked what was wrong with this new member of Yong-wan's elite squad, and where he was. The guy replied that he was trying to get to him, but he was protected. It seems that Yong-wang and the Phoenix Guild intend to nurture him. That's why Yong-wan seems to give him as many items and skill pages as possible to level him up. The director said she's had enough of these excuses and wants to know about his plans to eliminate Wu Jin. Hearing that it was Suzuki Aichi, she nodded, thinking that she could trust the one who held Lancelot's ring. After some time, the system reported that Wu Jin had reached level 40, and now received 8 additional slots in his inventory. He smiled joyfully, saying that he would finally be able to take advantage of the gifts he had received. Looking at him, Chin-A thought that the more he learned about him, the more amazed he was, probably only he could level up so quickly. Exploring the area, setting traps, creating battle scenes, understanding the types and varieties of monsters. Kim Woo-jin used the first day on the second floor to prepare for the hunt instead of starting it right away. He knew the types of monsters, their numbers, their locations, and had information about the most effective ways to defeat them. All this was as if all this had already happened to him, and he went through it automatically. Level 40. From Kim Woo-jin's point of view, it was a great goal to discover the gift he received. So to achieve this goal, he made steady progress. Chin-A said that since they had achieved their goal, they could now slowly clear out the dungeon. Woo-jin replied that it was actually the other way around. He had learned new skills, and it was time to put them into practice to become stronger. After some time, they finally left the dungeon, Woo-jin on foot, and Chin-A almost crawling on his knees. The secretary met them there, and immediately ran up to Chin-A, asking what was the matter, and if everything was okay with him. He in turn took her hand and said that he was hungry, and even slaves were fed. However, she immediately abandoned him and ran to Woo-jin when he asked if he could talk to Se-chan. After which he took her phone, warned her that he was talking, and said that he wanted to go somewhere, thinking that at that time he should be in Kaesong. Zichan looked at his phone, also thinking that of all the possible options, it had to be Kaesong. After the appearance of the dungeon gate, all countries in the world began to experience difficult times, which did not even think of going away. In the case of North Korea, they chose to allow themselves to be ruined, opened their doors, and asked the world for help. If players could clear a dungeon, then they were allowed to do whatever they wanted in that area. Therefore, Kaesong became one of the most greedy cities in the world. Meanwhile, one of the guys in Kaesong asked another if he was really a porter, because this was the first time he had seen him. To the explanation that it was like a pet donkey, he replied that this was not true, and he was not for a porter. That guy said that it was clear to everyone that he was there for the first time. He didn't look like someone who was wanted for a serious crime, so maybe he deceived someone. They are all in the same boat, although he may not be with them. After all, most of these guys were rapists and murderers, but they were not touched there because they were players, and they had the opportunity to return at any time if they found a way to get money. To another question about how he ended up there, the guy finally answered that he was betrayed by someone he trusted. That guy said that he has no idea what the story is, but he can believe that if Woo Jin works hard, he will make him pay. Finally, he left him and went to his place, saying that if you need him, you can call him. Woo Jin thought about the fact that he didn't lie. For betraying the whole world, he will make him pay. The central part of the Kaesong Special Region was the Kaesong Industrial Complex. In the past, it was used as a factory, and now has become a gathering place for players. Chin-Ah asked if Woo Jin really went there, and if so, then he had completely lost his mind. Zichan, looking at the score, muttered to himself that he was crazy, not paying attention to his words. Finally, he exploded and shouted that Chin-A was an idiot who had come there in the evening to suck all the juice out of him. When Jin-Ah reminded him about the needle snake skin, he quickly changed the subject and said that he didn't know why Woo Jin went to Kaesong. After which he suddenly remembered something and muttered that this was very bad timing, and that guy was also in Kaesong now. Chin-Ah immediately switched to this topic and asked who he was talking about, and Sechan replied that there is one monster stronger than Woo Jin. He thinks that now he is somewhere around level 50, and at this rank no one can compare with him. Zichan really didn't want the two to collide. Chin-Ah said that it couldn't be. If there was a person stronger than Woo Jin, he would know, and asked what his name was. Zichan replied that this is Suzuki Aichi, the hound dog of the Messiah Guild, and it is he who is much stronger than Woo Jin. He, in turn, was just finishing talking on the phone, and his subordinate asked what was the matter. He replied that the queen wanted them to maintain the same speed to raise the level for the next target, Kim Woo Jin. One of the guys asked if this was really so because he had never heard of such a person. Aiki said that since she wants them to be on guard, then he is not an ordinary guy, and they should just follow the order. Since the new victim was known, they needed to quickly clear this dungeon and begin an investigation. When asked what was wrong with the porters, one of the guys replied that they had received a message from the guy they left in charge. He said that everything was fine. Woo Jin looked at AG, thinking that he never thought that they would meet like this. Just a few days ago, he hesitated and avoided him. There were people who were called hunting dogs in the Messiah Guild even before Kim Woo Jin joined it. That was Suzuki AG. He was the best hunting dog in the Messiah Guild. Of course, this information became known only after some time. From the point of view of the Messiah Guild, it was difficult to find a person capable of replacing Suzuki AG, and he himself, having reached level 100, was limited in his actions. Woo Jin found out about everything later, but if things weren't like that, Sejun wouldn't have looked for him personally. Kim Woo Jin definitely had to get rid of Suzuki AG before he had the strength to face the Messiah Guild. When Suzuki AG entered the dungeon, the first thing that greeted him was the gradually receding screams. Of course, he came up and examined the corpse of the dead man, who, according to eyewitnesses, was killed by one of the porters and then ran away. He didn't answer the questions, thinking only that the guy killed him without hesitation, delivering a single accurate blow to vital places. The man who came with them was clearly targeting him and his subordinates. He was a well-trained man. Therefore, he said that their plans were changing and ordered his subordinates to take care of the remaining porters. They all pulled out weapons and pointed them at the porters they had hired, with clear intent to kill. One of them asked what was the matter and said that they, the porters, didn't even have weapons in their inventory, so they should have cooled down. However, no one began to listen to the words that he had a separate contract and so on, and they simply cut him into pieces. The others simply looked in shock at the scene unfolding in front of them, not quite knowing how they should react. Their opponents immediately counterattacked, and soon the clearing turned into a hellish battlefield, but Suzuki AG did not pay any attention to this. Finally, one of the guys came up to him saying that he did everything as he said, and should they split up to find that guy. He replied that the first thing they should do is take their time and find out who is acting against us. While Suzuki AG was planning to deal with this new opponent, a change occurred. Suddenly a golem appeared on the battlefield, which was noticed too late, only when it was already close. Looking at him, IG said that it turns out that his patron is a messenger from the underworld. Since he couldn't use the rest of his summoning skills without making a sacrifice, the golem was obviously just a distraction. So plans changed, and they will pursue the guy, but first they will deal with the golem. In their eyes, the golem's weakness was its legs, which had to bear the weight of a huge body, so they confused it with the help of a spell. Golems also had high resistance to cutting weapons, so it was worth using only impact weapons. Without hesitation, heavily armored tanks rushed towards the golem. Two of them had the immortal warrior as their patron, after which they immediately began to strike at the golem's legs, trying to destroy them over and over again. They were able to change weapons without orders and worked well as a team, and also knew where to aim first. Everyone who saw this had no doubt that the golem would turn into a pile of dust in 30 seconds or less. In other words, all attention was focused on the golem, and everyone was busy trying to destroy it. Suddenly a sound was heard that made the guy who heard it freeze in place in surprise. At that same moment, Suzuki appeared right in front of him and with one movement deflected the arrow flying at him. The guy, as if he had just come to his senses, apologized to the captain for what happened. He did not respond to the apology and said that that guy should not be underestimated just because he is alone. He aimed exactly at the healer while the others were busy with the golem. Moreover, he knew what the healer looked like, which indicated good skills. Suddenly a cry was heard that another attack had begun, and everyone thought that they were players, but it was not clear where they came from. The shooter pulled out a bow, pulled the string, and said that he would try to gain some time, after which he said to line up. However, to his surprise, all the shots, even those enhanced by skills, simply went right through them. The guy looked at them in shock, trying to understand who these guys were and why this happened. At that moment, it became clear who it was when a skeleton jumped out of the fog towards him and struck. The guy dodged the blow and it left just a small scratch on his face. The skeleton soldiers were completely clad in armor, and at first glance they could easily be mistaken for real players. People immediately began to fight with them, but they were surprisingly strong and agile. It was not so easy to deal with them, and they didn't stop because they didn't have to worry about getting wounded. But that's what infuriated the guys who fought them. Even for powerful skeleton soldiers, it was impossible to kill fully armored level 50 players with just a few cuts and punches. Therefore, the captain easily cut one of them into pieces, thinking that the skeletons copied all the movements of their owner. This gave him a good idea of the abilities of their master and summoner, but nothing good would come of it. In the next moment, he cut the next skeleton into pieces without stopping for a moment. The guy whom he saved from this skeleton turned to him and called out to him in a trembling voice. The captain said that you shouldn't relax, thinking that these are just skeleton warriors. They had to be treated like veteran players and use all their power. After he ordered to aim at places unprotected by armor, the players said that they understood and continued the battle. The captain himself, in turn, went to look for that guy. He knew for sure that he was somewhere there because he felt him. Finally, he found him and immediately rushed in the direction where stood a figure covered with a robe from head to toe. However, having struck at it, he discovered that there was no one under it, as if that guy was playing with them. And only turning around again, he saw behind her a figure with a mask in the form of a skull who was looking at him with blue eyes. He immediately realized who it was. Most likely it was the same needle snake hunter, Isaac Ivanov. The fight stopped for a while, and only 2 skeletons remained on the field, but then the rest of the team turned their attention to the figure that had appeared. The blond man with the skull mask was definitely Isaac Ivanov, and no one doubted that it was so. But he had friendly relations with the Messiah Guild, and therefore it was not clear why he opposed them. What was important was that Isaac Ivanov's power was recognized by the Messiah Guild, and only Suzuki Eiji and his team could stop him. Deciding that it was time to execute the second part of the plan, Wu Jin and both skeletons rushed into the thicket without further ado. Suzuki thought that he was probably retreating because he wanted to wear them out. He was a necromancer, so if they gave him an advantage, they would waste time. One of the guys said that they had lost 4 and had to catch him, but the captain said that they needed to wait until they found out his intentions. Looking at how he ran into the thicket, the captain thought that if they acted according to the rules, they would have to run after him. However, it suddenly dawned on him that if this was a trap, and suddenly this guy had more than just summoning skills. At the same moment, he loudly called the guy who ran away and told him to stop because it was a trap. And then there was an explosion, which immediately confirmed that he was right in his guesses, and they should not have gone there. In a short time, the surroundings of the field were filled with red, acrid fog. The captain turned to his subordinates and told them to be ready because they did not know what would happen next. A guy came forward out of all this smoke, saying that he was asking for forgiveness for losing his composure. The system reported that he was poisoned, and at the same moment, as if to confirm her words, the guy coughed up black blood. A moment later, a doctor appeared from the black smoke and rushed towards him, who told him to stay where he was so that he could cure him. However, the captain raised his hand and said that it was too late to treat him because the color of his blood had completely changed. The guy immediately fell to his knees, no longer able to keep his body upright. And then he began to repeat that he was generally fine and asked that he be helped and given help as quickly as possible. And then he completely rushed into the crowd, saying that he didn't want to die there. The captain did not say anything to this, but only raised his sword and cut the guy into 2 parts, getting rid of this problem. Nothing said that Isaac was using poison, but he did anyway. Moreover, it was so deadly that his subordinate died immediately. The moment they saw this picture, the players who had already spent a lot of energy fighting were stunned by the power of the poison. The guy said that he didn't notice because of the explosion, but he was wondering why this dark red fog did not disappear. The captain did not answer him and told everyone to move away from the fog because it was poison. The guy asked what poison meant because he didn't feel anything, and the system immediately reported that he was poisoned. All of them were poisoned, and this is exactly what Wu Jin wanted. He wanted the poisonous fog to deprive him and his subordinates of protection. Suddenly, a skeleton appeared behind him and rushed toward the standing subordinates, who were trying to understand what was happening to him. This would have helped him a lot, which is why he decided that he would no longer stand on the sidelines. And he rushed towards Wu Jin, after which he got into a small fight with him, and they went their separate ways again. A couple of moments later, a notification came that the executioner of the Holy Light was interested in this battle. As expected, Wu Jin's level was very different from that of his opponent, and he wanted to distract him and defeat him with one blow. The secretary said that she managed to track Wu Jin's location, and he indeed went to the same dungeon as Suzuki. If everything was as they thought, then he was aiming at the Messiah's guild and could be an excellent ally for them. After which he said that it was finally time to use what they had been working on for many months, the power of the Pharaoh. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Suzuki was already dealing with the last skeleton warriors, not paying attention to Wu Jin on his knees. Having finally dealt with them, he turned to Wu Jin and said that only the 2 of them were left, and he hoped that he was done with his tricks. Wu Jin didn't answer, thinking that the difference between them was simply huge, and he was much stronger than Wu Jin remembered. It was also now clear that he was too self-confident when he decided that he was ready to meet Suzuki. Meanwhile, he said that Wu Jin was the first one with whom he had to tinker so much, but now he doesn't have much time left. After saying goodbye to Wu Jin, he raised his sword over his neck to cut off his head. However, at that moment, as if remembering something, Wu Jin rushed forward and wrapped his arms around Suzuki, hanging something on his chest, after which the system, to his surprise, reported that the blood absorption skill had been applied. The situation has changed radically, and now the once winner Suzuki lost to Wu Jin. The system informed him that he had started bleeding profusely, and all his characteristics sharply decreased. Wu Jin said that someone like him should have understood Sejong's true nature, and asked why he obeyed him. He replied that this was really the reason to attack them. Everyone said that the world was going crazy, but that was far from the case. For those who have the power, it is fair to rule the world, and it is foolish to end the game and not notice the laws of nature. Lancelot's ring as an item was the most valuable evidence of his victory, but that was not all he got from the victory. Therefore, he poisoned Suzuki with the words that if he talks about justice and the laws of nature, then he should easily accept death at his hands. When Kim Woo Jin walked out of the dungeon gate, he was greeted by none other than the North Korean army. The moment Kim Woo Jin appeared, a fierce-looking soldier with a pistol politely approached him and handed him a walkie-talkie. Zichon said that he hopes that he will not talk nonsense about the fact that he did not know who he killed. Wu Jin, in turn, asked if he really had any problem with the fact that he killed the watchdog of the Messiah. Hearing this, Oh Sechin was silent for a long time, but Kim Woo Jin did not turn off the walkie-talkie and waited for Oh Sechin to speak. Finally, he said that, to be honest, they were interested in what he was going to do next, so he would like to meet and discuss matters. Wu Jin said that he was satisfied with everything, and he saw no reason to refuse, especially if they want to talk about destroying the Messiah. In one of the dungeons, a whistle was heard, which served as a signal for retreat, and everyone immediately began to flee from there. The fire began to spread around, but one of the guys still continued to move forward like a tank. As he followed Kim Woo Jin, Lee Jin-ah's face looked like that of a death row inmate going to the gallows. He asked if he really wanted him to grab that burning thing, to which Wu Jin asked if he was afraid of a small burn. Then he said to just wait 5 seconds so that she would remain immobilized, and he would take care of the rest. Then he took off his glove and threw him the ring he was wearing on his finger. Lee Jin-ah's expression changed as he reflexively caught the ring, He didn't understand what the ring was or what to do with it. Then he asked if he was making him an offer and said that he naturally respected his preferences. Wu Jin told him not to talk nonsense. It was Lancelot's ring. It protected the owner from almost everything except burns. If Foxfire actually had any additional properties like these, then the ring would become a necessary item. Thinking that such risks were inevitable, the guy also remembered that he had promised to buy him a lot of food if he could hold the fox for 5 seconds. Soon, the distance between him and the fox became very small, and the fiery fox opened its mouth wide, welcoming Chin-Ah. After which they rushed at each other, but he dodged and wrapped his arms around her neck, pinning her in a lock. The firefox, whose neck was locked in a lock, of course resisted, so the pain that Chin-Ah experienced intensified. And after some time, the system reported that the flames of the fiery fox had given him a curse, and he went blind. Having activated resistance to the curse, Chin-Ah thought that he would succeed no matter what, and he would eat until Wu Jin's wallet was empty. Kim Wu Jin has finally appeared. In his hands he held a 2-meter black spear, the blade of which reflected sunlight. In this state, Kim Wu Jin rushed towards where the terrible sounds were coming from and where Chin-Ah was holding the fox. Ultimately, Wu Jin plunged the tip of his spear into the mouth of the fox, which was desperately trying to escape from Chin-Ah's grasp. Si-Chang thought that if the Messiah acquired the national treasure of Japan, an A-rank dungeon, then they have something to blackmail other countries with. Looking at the secretary entering the office, he said that working hours had not yet begun, so she should not rush. Looking at the calendar, he remembered her birthday and asked how she thought about steak for dinner. The girl asked if he really decided to pay and received a free coupon somewhere or something like that. Coming out of the station building, Chin-Ah thought that if Wu Jin had not lent him Lancelot's ring, he would have easily died. Because I didn't think that the flames of a fiery fox could cause such irreparable damage. While he was thinking about this, Wu Jin calmly said that they would separate there. Chin-Ah took him by the shoulder and asked him what this meant, and shouldn't he keep his promise before he left. When asked what the promise was, the guy recalled that he said that if he held the fox for 5 seconds, he would buy him food. Wu Jin replied that he talked about it, but to be precise, he only lasted 4.99 seconds. Chin-A immediately shouted angrily that he had deceived her and was just going to play dirty. But all the same, he was unable to persuade the guy to fulfill his promise because all he did was repeat the words about 4.9 seconds. Park Yong-Wan's look when he heard this story was completely different from when he first heard the news about Isaac Ivanov. He talked about this with Wu Jin, but he answered quite succinctly. Young Wan called Kim Wu Jin just 5 hours after he finished the Firefox dungeon. Suddenly, the secretary came into the office and said that she needed to report something urgent to him, after which she looked at Wu Jin and said that she would return later, since Yong Wan had a visitor. Yong Wan said that everything is fine and she can tell now what happened. Then the girl said that John George, whom they tried to recruit, joined the Messiah's Guild. Wu Jin, listening to this, thought that as far as he remembers, they began to cooperate much later. Most likely, Suzuki's murder moved the chain of events forward. Yong Wang said that he wanted to use John to keep the Messiah in line, but now he has become a threat to them. Therefore, looking at Wu Jin, he said that now they need to come up with a plan B. And he asked what about Isaac Ivanov, whom they had just discussed. Yong Wang said that recruiting Isaac would be great, but they don't have any information about him, and it won't be easy. The secretary added that there were rumors that Isaac often appeared on the black market to purchase pages of the Skeleton Knight skill. Yong Wan said that if he is trying to find this skill, then it seems that everything may turn out to be much simpler than he thought. In the Messiah's Guild, the higher-ups only received information that Suzuki was dead, like all his subordinates. When asked what happened to the base, the girl replied that it was destroyed in Kaesong without a trace. Sejong turned in her direction and asked who this daredevil was who decided to provoke them like that. The girl said that they have information that this is one of Yong Wang's people. He was spotted in Kaesong under an assumed name. Sejun asked how she reacted to this, and she said what if she meant Park Yong-Wan. Then she had already done something to deal with him, and he stopped interfering with them. Soon his reckless attempt to keep the Messiah's Guild under control will lead to his death. And besides this, they recruited one person to keep an eye on Isaac. The screen showed a player who shows ambition by spreading his forces throughout Europe. His patron, like the one he follows, is a messenger of the underworld, and his main skill is a skeleton warrior. Apparently, he is capable of producing countless numbers of skeleton warriors, enough to create an army. And no matter how strong the enemy is, presumably no one will be able to withstand such an army. The players who witnessed his superior power called him the King of the Undead. This was the King of the Immortals, the great John George. They decided that instead of the mysterious Isaac, it would be easier to deal with John. At least he does not hide his intentions. After listening to her, Sejun said that she was right, but despite this, he will give her one last chance, and she will not have any more. The terms of the contract between the Phoenix Guild and the Frontier Guild were simple. Despite this, Yong-won was still gloomy, which made the secretary ask if the negotiations had failed, and he replied that they had not. These guys from abroad have long wanted to enter the Korean market, but being rivals of the Messiah, pride would not allow them to bow to it. The girl asked what was bothering him in this case. Partnership with one of the largest guilds was an excellent decision. The free cheese was only in the mousetrap, but if the Frontier Guild was going to cheat him, then he would use their fame against them. After that, he told the secretary to call Woo Jin to the guild headquarters tomorrow morning. Woo Jin asked if apparently now he just needs to work with the border. Yong-won replied that to be precise, they would have to protect the members of Yong-won's group when they attacked the dungeons. So he would work on his own, and those guys said that they would go to the dungeon in 2 days, so he had to be prepared. Woo Jin kept an impassive expression on his face, trying his best to contain the expression of contempt that almost burst out. While waiting for the guys from Rubege, the guys from Yong-won's team were cheerfully talking about how they couldn't wait for them to arrive. Suddenly, a guy with a goatee came in and asked to be excused because he was a little delayed by the briefing of several teams at the same time. After which he began to explain how and why the Rubege Guild is doing everything possible to ensure their safety. From now on, everything they do will be under the control of the Frontier, and from now on, they are prohibited from entering any dungeon without their escort. And in the dungeons too, they were not allowed to do absolutely anything, but just sit and level up. One of the guys got up from his chair in shock and asked what it means, and who they even take them for. The contents of the contract only talked about protecting them and helping them improve their level. There was no clause about freedom. Patting the guy on the shoulder, he said that if they did not comply with the terms of the contract, both parties would suffer. So they should have sat down and calmed down, accepting the new reality, and the guy himself should have made sure they understood. They don't need to do anything in the dungeon, just take what the Frontier gives them from a golden spoon. Finally, he said that they could make complaints, and he would personally convey to Yong-won the news that the contract had been canceled due to their unwillingness to cooperate. When there was no outrage, he said that he would assume that they agreed and they would go to the dungeon in 30 minutes. Frontier treated Yong-won's people as if they were high school students with 100 days left before their college entrance exams. At that moment, Woo Jin received a call from Ose-chan and said that he believed that all their plans needed to be radically changed. Probably entering this dungeon is not the best idea. After some searching, he discovered that the Messiah and the Frontier are in cahoots. The Messiah's recent actions seemed strange, but he never thought that they would join forces with one of the strongest guilds in America. Finally, Zichan asked why not give up this dungeon, and he would find a more bladeless one for him. Woo Jin, despite all the excuses, said that in order to catch the tiger, you need to go to his den. However, after a bit of talking with Woo Jin's arguments, he finally smiled and said to rage to your heart's content, and he would deal with the consequences. The players once again simply sat and listened to the system, which informed them that their level had been increased. It was getting boring after all. It was the third dungeon, but they couldn't get used to sitting and doing nothing. They earn money without really working, and the clearing ends quite quickly. At this rate, they will be able to clear the dungeon with Yong-won. One of them asked if it was true that Yong-won was preparing for a raid on the 6th-floor dungeon. The other replied that it was true, and they had already begun to gather players. Woo Jin thought that the Frontier Guild was speeding up its purges to get rid of Yong-won. Finally, the dungeon was cleared, and the guys began to get up, stretching and rejoicing that they had finally finished. A guy with a spear suddenly appeared and said that he didn't remember allowing them to get up and asked why they were moving. The guy said that a notification popped up saying that they had cleared the dungeon and asked if they weren't finished. He replied that they were not there to make friends, and he would repeat that in the dungeon they were forbidden to do anything without an order. Si-chan said with a smile that he believed that it was unpleasant for him because he was not allowed to do anything, but Yong-won was quite vigilant. Although this may end soon, Yong-won is losing patience and issued a press release earlier than expected. Woo Jin said that it was extremely important for him to lay the foundation as soon as possible, so there was not much choice. The information he requested tomorrow should have been from Si-chan, and it should have been extremely interesting. The next day, Woo Jin sat in front of the secretary and said that he thought that Se-chan would come there. She in turn asked for forgiveness and said that at the last minute the boss had important things to do, after which she handed over the documents to Woo Jin with the words that the plan would be implemented without any problems. There was not only information about the main members of the Messiah, but also about the guild with which they were in close relations. The girl said that according to the information found, the Messiah penetrated not only the frontier, but also the 5 leading guilds of the world. So at first they had to destroy the hands helping the Messiah, so to speak, to begin with cutting off the branches. As for the mentioned payment, she handed over the envelope and said that this was more than enough. The information contained there was priceless. It provided a list of items that the Messiah used. Also the supposed Messiah rats in other guilds and the items that these rats own. In response to this, Wu Jin finally smiled and said that she was right, that this was more than enough. Then he opened a page on which there was information about a man named Sam Oliver. This Sam was the guy who was watching him. He had already heard his name, but he had not heard that he owned the Percival spear. Finally, Wu Jin said to convey a message to their busy Se-chan that he should get the same one like last time. Meanwhile, the guy kept calling Sam, asking if he was listening to him or if he was somewhere in the clouds. After which he said that he asked a question about how many guys would be there today and what was wrong with him, why he was switching off. He replied that he was just thinking, but today there will only be one. It doesn't matter if they kill the others or not, they must eliminate only one. The guy said that he thought that he would drop out because there would be a lot of them, and he was glad to work with him on the team because he is a really lucky guy. Sam said that it was true because the other teams had to deal with 4 and 7 people. He remembered how he met with the boss and asked if that's not why she called him alone to tell him about the plan. She replied that he was right and asked if he took good care of the spear. Kim Woo-jin survived several assassination attempts and was at the top of the list for destruction. Then she said with a hint that they didn't lend him the spear for his beautiful eyes, and he should remember this. The guy thought that he should succeed at all costs. After everything he had gone through, he could not allow the spear to be taken away. The goal in this dungeon was to get rid of Kim Woo-jin, and in such a situation, the survival quest was not the most suitable factor. But if Woo-jin suddenly survives and moves to the 2nd level, then everything will become much more complicated. Woo-jin, in turn, also realized that they were planning to make their move on the 1st level and not let him get to the 2nd. So he decided that after all, it was time for him to make his move ahead of the curve. Woo-jin, who had been watching them closely for a month, was forced to acknowledge their skill. Sam talked to his people about how they should just finish quickly, take them aside, finish them off, and that's it. Turning to the side where the players stood, they saw Woo-jin quickly moving away from them without listening to his name. The next moment, he no longer walked but started running, and Sam ordered to grab him, no matter the cost. At that same moment, almost all the members of that guild rushed after the guy, right past the clueless members of Woo-jin's team. They began to discuss what suddenly happened, and probably this Kim Woo-jin just ate something wrong. Meanwhile, the guys from Rubej continued to look for Woo-jin, but they could not understand where he could have gone, especially that he had nowhere to run. One of them said that they seemed to have lost him. Because of the trees, the area was not visible, so maybe it was worth splitting up and looking better. But in a quest for survival, it was not worth splitting up, because they would expose themselves to even greater danger in this case. Everything there is teeming with monsters. So they decided that it was worth going back and discussing this with Sam, not noticing a figure standing in one of the trees. As soon as they left, he jumped down and opened his inventory to take the necessary things from there. Taking out the ring, he said that due to the increased security, he did not have a chance to try it in action. In the A-rank Firefox dungeon, he received a trophy called the Ultra Plus ring. Thanks to this ring, the rank of the skeleton warrior reached their rank. The summoning of skeleton warriors was feasible by sacrificing the corpses of monsters. Woo-jin looked at this with a smile, thinking that he would finally be able to summon a new skeleton warrior. Just in time, monsters headed towards him, and he decided that perhaps he should increase his strength a little. Those guys actually returned to their people and began to discuss the fact that everything was not going according to plan. The guy with the beard said that maybe someone leaked the information, or maybe there was a traitor among them. Otherwise, there was no way to explain it. However, he said that if someone had leaked the information, he would have rather brought help and would not have run away. He would not have come there at all. The second guy asked what he was going to do now. After all, they couldn't just wait for this guy to show up. He replied that when they were there, they would have to use all the possibilities of this quest, and they would not kill monsters until they fell from fatigue. In addition, he killed the rest of Yongwan's boys until things completely got out of control. Moving through the forest, he thought that while everything was going according to the information from Chief Naomi, it would not be easy to deal with him. But still, no matter how hard he tried, he could not understand and accept what was happening. Suddenly, they noticed the remains of animals under their feet, which indicated that the guy was hunting when he ran away. It dawned on him too late that it was a trap. There was an explosion that covered a large area so that they could not avoid it. Covering his face from the smoke, Sam thought that now everything had fallen into place, and they themselves had become a target. Then he shouted to his people that it was a trap, and they should prepare for the impending attack. One of the guys began to call Sam to heal his arm because he was wounded there, but very soon this was not needed. When the skeleton soldiers appeared, the players became nervous and the atmosphere became chaotic. The second guy turned in that direction and asked them to do at least something because they were now an easy target. He shouted that he couldn't see anything because of this dust, but at that same moment an arrow flew in his direction and he fell silent forever. Looking at this, Sam realized that at this rate he would get rid of them faster than they could strike back. And then he used the wind wall skill to deal with the dust that stood around and made it difficult to see beyond his nose. He was absolutely confident that they would win this battle, even if it meant making a few casualties. At that same moment, he noticed a swinging skeleton warrior behind him and easily avoided his blow in the other direction. However, due to the fact that he used the spear to block the blow, it broke into several pieces. Sam had no choice but to get Percival's spear, but he never thought he would have to use it there. This spear belonged to the Knight of the Round Table, Percival, and the wound that was inflicted by this spear did not heal so easily. Woo-Jin watched this from behind a tree, thinking that this was the third legendary item from the set, and he had already encountered a player wielding this spear. Since it had the effect of enhanced penetration, its strike could not be blocked by unique rank armor. Moreover, the wounds that were inflicted by this spear could not be healed for a certain time. Suddenly, all the skeleton soldiers began to retreat from the guy, which confused him because he had not dealt with everyone yet. But as soon as he turned around, he saw the skeleton of a monster who stepped onto the battlefield instead of his brothers. Dogs had better bodies for hunting or fighting because they had higher physical limits compared to humans. The new wolf skeleton exhibited a level of agility and ability that bipedal skeleton soldiers simply could not replicate. Sam thought he was fast, but it turned out he wasn't, and now all he had to do was wait for him to strike again. Sam Oliver swung his spear toward the skeleton running towards him, activating his abilities to maximum. However, this was not enough, and the skeleton warrior easily avoided his blow in the other direction. The next moment, he rushed towards him again and grabbed his hand as if it were some kind of bone. After that, he no longer let Sam out of his mouth, spinning him in different directions. Of course, humans' ability to use tools and their thinking abilities were not something that could be compared to animals. But wolf skeletons were indeed more agile than human-shaped skeletons and had greater potential for strength. Eventually, the skeleton threw Sam to the ground, who dropped his spear, and it rolled far away from him. Trying to free his hand, he tirelessly repeated curses, thinking that he simply could not die there. Even without an arm, he was able to lift Percival's spear so that he only had to reach for it. And as if waiting for this moment, Woo-Jin picked up the thrown spear, saying that no matter how good it was useless until you could strike. He didn't know why they targeted him, but since things had taken such a turn, any further conversations were pointless. The guy asked him to wait because he was just following orders and he had no choice, and he can tell everything he knows. Woo-Jin simply smiled in response to this and did not answer anything, already knowing that if he might need something, he could find it out from the corpse. Meanwhile, that same lawyer ran into Naomi and shouted that they had serious problems. She asked what kind of problem it was, but he immediately rushed to her table, saying that he had to urgently check something. Then he plugged the flash drive into the laptop and a video immediately loaded, which shocked Naomi. In the video, Sam Oliver, who had just left the dungeon with his team, was killing the dungeon guards. Looking at him, she thought that this could not be, and was she really too cruel to him? In the next video, she saw a scene showing Sam Oliver and Kim Woo-Jin, who was about to be eliminated, which meant that Sam had betrayed them. This was what made Naomi's usually confident face darken. If Sam betrayed her, then she was done for. The guy in the car was telling the other guy that he had nothing to worry about because the cleanup was successful. And then, looking out the window with a smile, he said that since the current situation was over, it was time to move on to the next step. Chin-A asked what he was going to do. If he was going to make so much noise in the frontier, wouldn't it be better to hide for a while? Woo-Jin replied that he knew this, and said that in the dungeon, because there is no better place to hide. As Isaac Ivanov, he had already experienced the sophistication of the mask, but the feeling of wearing the mask as a fictional character and as the person you killed was completely different. Having taken it off, he said that the right stage had just appeared for release from the second-level dungeon, and Chin-A had to get ready. Chin-A immediately asked in shock why him, really not understanding why he should go with Woo-Jin. However, Wu Jin did not listen to his cries and indignations, but called someone on the phone and asked how things were going with the border. Zi-chan said that no movement had been seen so far. It looked like Naomi was trying to finish this matter on her own. Then he added that they can't be sure yet, but most likely Naomi is the Messiah's informant they are hunting for. Wu Jin thought that most likely the dirty paws of the Messiah had not yet reached the foundations of the frontier, and even in Sam's memories there was only Naomi. Se-chan said that anyway, everything went wrong because Sam betrayed them, and Naomi will try to fix everything herself. If Yongwan finds out the truth, it will not just be a headache. He should have taken refuge in some kind of dungeon, and he will scare Naomi with Sam. And Kim Woo-jin has already chosen a 2-story dungeon in Taiwan, rank A, for his privacy. This made Zi-chan ask why, out of everyone, this dungeon had 23 failed attempts. The dungeon was attacked 23 times, and even Messiah had to temporarily abandon it after they failed 4 attempts. Even until the moment when Lee Se-jung betrayed and killed Kim Woo-jin, the frozen forest of cruelty had not been purified. In addition, the confirmed number of attempts by the Messiah Guild has reached 43. After this, Taiwan itself could not confirm the number of attacks because it became a den of monsters. At least these were the characteristics of the dungeon. Before the level limit, even Lee Se-jun could not do anything. Wu Jin also wouldn't be able to clear it if his level exceeded 60. There might be something there that would help in their war against the Messiah Guild, so they couldn't let it pass without checking. Zi-chan said that knowing him, there is no point in trying to stop him because he will still find a way. When asked what his chances were, Wu Jin honestly answered that it was less than 10%, even with accurate calculations. Zi-chan thought that he probably meant the chance of failure, and laughed and said that this would be enough. And Chin-ah, in turn, gave up his spirit, thinking that it was all over, and he only had a 10 chance of returning alive. Kim Woo-jin said that as long as he has Percival's spear, there is nothing that can withstand him in the 2-story dungeons. And then he suggested asking for substantive support for the Messiah through public pressure. The Messiah won't cope with this, so they don't need to spend money. And as the world fell deeper into despair, the faith, praise, and expectations placed on the Messiah Guild also continued to grow. The world was troubled by the fact that Isaac was about to attack a place that had never been cleansed before, and which had forced even the Messiah to surrender. It is for this reason that Isaac Ivanov's request shocked the whole world and caused a universal reaction. The Messiah Guild soon answered this question and said that they would help Isaac, but they also had their own problems. Chin-ah asked if they shouldn't at least give him a legendary item. They were going to clean out a dungeon that even the Messiah couldn't clean out. Zi-chan said that it is not so simple. If things continue like this, the Messiah will have to fork out a lot. But more importantly, due to this incident, the cost has definitely decreased. The secretary said that the cost of clearing a dungeon of rank A, which the Messiah could not cope with, has changed to an item of a unique class. And now, if someone else clears a dungeon of a higher rank for the Messiah, they will not be able to get away with only unique items. Chin immediately understood everything and said that now they would be able to get legendary items for clearing 3-level dungeons that the Messiah could not cope with. Meanwhile, the secretary handed over the papers that Zi-chan asked for, the details of Sam's false path and the final report. They also leaked some clues to the line to find his route. This was supposed to save them time. Looking at the suitcase she came with, Chin-ah wondered if she was really working in the field today. Zi-chang asked if he was joking, and why would the secretary go there? He should go to the dungeon in Taiwan. Along with Isaac Ivanov, many volunteers began to flock to the dungeon after receiving support from the Taiwanese government. 80 players were selected to enter the dungeon, and they all began to arrive in Taiwan. After the Messiah, there were still no players willing to challenge. But all those guys got together pretty quickly, which said a lot. Turning to Wu Jin, Jin-ah asked if he thought that was very encouraging. He replied that most of the players belonged to a guild that was unable to carry out the cleanup, and from the outside it might seem like a lot of things. But not everyone has good intentions if 23 attempts to clear a dungeon with a maximum of 80 players failed. This means that the items of approximately 2,000 players were buried there, and among them, there should have been one legendary. He was sure that there would be people who cared more about their own benefit than about clearing the dungeon. Some guy came into the room and told them to get ready, because there was 1 hour left before entering the dungeon. Wu Jin said something to him, after which they went off somewhere together, but the guy couldn't contain his surprise at what was said. Naomi slammed her fist on the table, saying that this simply couldn't be happening, and asked what it meant that the tracks had disappeared. The guy said that, given the circumstances, it is clear to them that someone is helping Sam, taking into account that their intelligence, could not determine his location. Naomi shouted at them to do everything possible to keep Sam and Woo Jin in one place, and if that didn't work, get rid of them. Secretary Lee showed the boss something, saying that it would be nice if he looked at it for himself. There was a video of Isaac's statement. First, he said that he was honored to be there with all of them, but he had only one goal, to save the world by finishing this game, and he would do everything possible to achieve it. The girl asked what they should do. This was not in their plans. The video cannot be blocked because it has spread all over the world. Zichan said that he was not going to bother with those who interfere with him, and this was a very frank declaration of war. Many players who entered the dungeon did not show any tension after receiving the notification. Instead, what was in their heads was Isaac Ivanov and his words, which they heard before entering the dungeon gates. Depending on their interpretation, these words hurt the pride of those who risked their lives to help Isaac Ivanov. Some of them were confused by the words of Isaac Ivanov, but some part accepted them, especially those who witnessed what happened in the Firefox dungeon. Chin-Ah asked Woo Jin why he did this, because of this unnecessary provocation, now everyone is staring at them. He replied that some people are difficult to convince in a good way, and there is only one way for them. This is to show superior power. After that, he summoned his skeleton warriors and prepared to begin clearing out this dungeon. He knew that in particular the players who came for the items that the previous players had brought were the worst. Looking at this, one of the guys got angry and decided that this was just crazy, and he had to find the right item before Woo Jin. Therefore, he told his people that they were moving out to look on the other side before dark. During the break, the players who had been focused on the hunt and only talked about the hunt began to have real conversations for the first time. 7 Chinese men separated from the group to sit alone with unhappy expressions on their faces. The guy asked what could have happened. They searched all day but found the bodies of only 2 players. Hen replied that at first he suspected that other guilds could have stolen the item, but after a day of searching, he realized otherwise. There were many monsters on the first level, but he didn't notice any strong enough. In other words, he doubted that a level 50 player could die there. The thing they were looking for had to be at another level. The guy said that then Van Gogh's bracelet should have been on the 2nd level, but his teammate heard something and quickly covered his mouth. After which, taking out his sword, he rushed up, but saw nothing there except some kind of skeleton hanging on a branch. Looking around, he thought that the sound definitely came from there, and he couldn't imagine it. As soon as he descended, his captain asked what had happened and why he had alarmed everyone so much. The guy brought a skeleton with him, and showing it, he apologized and said that it must have made a sound swaying in the wind, after which he threw the skeleton into the nearest tree and again joined his friends by the fire. They must return Van Gogh's bracelet at any cost, even if it means we have to fight Isaac Ivanov. Listening to their conversations, Woo Jin thought that he had not heard of such an item, but if Kun Lun sent her bloodhound there, this definitely meant that it was not a simple item at all, but at least of a unique rank. He wasn't sure what kind of items would be there, but he definitely had to be the first to find Van Gogh's bracelet. Chin-Ah said that it took longer than they expected, and he shouldn't have said that they were the only ones fighting. Woo Jin said that his guess was correct, since more than half of them are hyenas who only want the treasures of the dead. Chin-A said that he was glad that many players had gathered, but apparently it was up to them to clear the dungeon again, and he did not know when he would be able to rest. Woo Jin said that once they move to the 2nd level, they will have a lot of time to rest, and Jin-Ah asked what came over him. Woo Jin only remained silent in response, preferring to keep secret why he suddenly decided to say this. A cold wind rushed past them as they heard the familiar sound of an alert. As the name suggested, the 2nd floor of the dungeon was an icy forest with trees as tall as an apartment complex. Even though they had prepared countermeasures against the cold, the sound of chattering teeth could still be heard from the group. The guys said that their bodies were turning to stone from the cold, and they didn't know how they would fight in this state. It was literally cold enough to make anyone shiver, but that wasn't all. Some monsters had the ability to suppress their target, and it seemed that a group of players were suffering from this effect right now. Chin-A said that it couldn't be fear. The monsters weren't even visible nearby. It couldn't be that they were on level 2. Woo Jin said that perhaps it would be more difficult than he expected. The body of a living creature froze when exposed to fear. If the player did not have proper fear defenses, the effect could be far more deadly than anyone could imagine. The main problem was that the monsters that could cause fear were monsters, which was the true definition of the word monster. One of the guys called his subordinates and said that their guild would be the first to inspect the surrounding areas. So of course they moved quickly until the items were taken by someone else. Looking at this, Jin-Ah thought that in their opinion this is called a treasure hunt, and asked Woo Jin if they should intervene. He replied that anyway, such people were of no use in the battle. It would be better to come up with a plan without taking them into account. The Chinese carefully searched each corpse, but time after time they discovered that what they were looking for was not there. And after that, they continued to move on, without taking with them the objects that they found. One of the captains watched this from behind a tree, thinking that they had to hurry because someone had gotten ahead of them. After that, they approached the corpses and searched them a second time, despite the fact that the other group had already done the same. The treasure hunt, which began so unexpectedly, achieved results much faster than anyone expected. However, the captain was not sure that this was good. Since the objects were untouched, it means that the group before them was looking for something. So he said to leave them for now, because other people might be faster than them and move faster, preventing them from taking everything valuable. Like the others, Kim Woo-jin also found several corpses. He also found some treasures. He finally found one of the Kowloon boys, but his surviving allies died on the western side. Therefore, Woo-jin left him and called Chin-ah with him, telling him to follow him. Looking at the ritual repeated over and over again, the guy tried to understand what this idiot was really trying to achieve. Finally, Woo-jin found a corpse from which he found out all the information, after which he threw it to the ground. Chin-A asked why treat the dead so roughly, no matter how cool the subject was. When they called him by name, he asked if he had said something wrong, and even Zichan, who likes freebies, would not have done that. And Woo-jin, to his surprise, said with a slight smile that he was a nice guy, which actually silenced him. And then he said that before the battle began, he would explain to him their plan, according to which they would have to act. Then, to even greater surprise, Chin-ah summoned a sawtooth wolf as a skeleton warrior. Jin-ah, with sparkling eyes, asked Woo-jin if he could ride this skeleton, to which he responded positively. Sitting on it, Chin-ah said that it was simply amazing and asked when he had time to prepare such a thing. While he was talking about how he could only summon humanoid skeletons, Woo-jin threw a spear into his hands. Chin-ah asked not to talk about the fact that his plan was to put him on this bony wolf and force him to attack the monster. Woo-jin said that he even learned to understand without explanation, while smiling slightly. Finally, the guys from China found something strange. Someone suggested that it was the grave of a player. But it didn't look like anyone from Kowloon had done it, but someone suggested digging it up anyway, just in case. The captain, however, said that there was no point in wasting time on this if it was not their brother, and turned to leave. Chin-A asked that if it was an ogre, it wouldn't be easy, because it's not so easy to pierce its thick skin with a weapon. Woo-jin responded by saying that he was more worried about the fact that he had already become a hunter, apparently. The surviving monsters become smarter and stronger due to their experiences with the players. Monsters that went through battles were not encountered so often, but there were exceptions. Such monsters were already boss monsters. While the dungeon remains uncleared, the boss monster gains combat experience whenever the player fails to complete the task. At some point, he must have noticed that players were often gathering around fallen comrades and seemed to start using them as bait. Chin-A asked if he was sure that the boss there was an ogre who inspired such fear, and maybe he misunderstood. Woo-jin said that up to this point all they had done was collect information. Chin-A said that in this case he understood, and initially it seemed to him that he was simply parodying those bloodhounds. One of the guys joyfully called his captain, saying that there were simply a ton of corpses there. All his comrades immediately rushed joyfully in that direction, anticipating easy prey. However, the captain had already noticed that something was wrong. Dead bodies rarely lay next to each other. And if other bloodhounds had collected them, they would have taken the objects, but the objects were in place. There was also a bloody trail of a strange shape. Literally everything indicated that it was just a trap. Therefore, he rushed towards his subordinates, telling them to stop because it was a trap. However, it was too late. It was at this moment that the 5 players began to tremble in fear, after which several of them were easily killed by someone whom for some reason they had not noticed until that moment. And the head of the man who looked at him like an aluminum can that had been crushed was pressed into the body, and then the body was also crushed. A moment later, the captain grabbed the weapon and rushed towards the ogre, intending to deal with it. He struck his body, and the ogre, in turn, did not even try to dodge this blow. Only when the man jumped to the ground did he understand why this was so. The blade of a unique class simply broke easily on the ogre's skin. The next moment, an unknown fear enveloped his body, and he was killed by the ogre like the rest of his team. When the ogre picked up the body of the player he had just killed and began to drink the hot blood that was squeezed out of the body, as if he was drinking juice. Having drunk all the blood from that guy, he threw him on the ground with the rest of the corpses lying there. Woo-jin silently watched the scene and then turned to Jin-ah and said that they must act according to the plan. Li Qin'a sent Wu Jin and his plans to hell, but still rushed to the ogre on a skeletal wolf. The leader of the toothy wolves, a skeleton wolf that was summoned using an additional effect, ran at great speed, reducing the distance to the ogre. It was as if an invisible wall appeared in front of them as they quickly rushed forward. However, Li Qin'a smiled with all his might even in the face of such fear. Lancelot's ring denied fear. The wolf skeleton was also not affected by fear. It only affected living creatures and had no effect at all on those who had already died. However, the skeleton did not listen to Qin'a at all and simply ran wherever he wanted. But it was still too close, and the ogre was already swinging to strike his torso. Sitting on the wolf, Qin'a managed to avoid the attack in time, while the wolf quickly retreated from the ogre. Suddenly, the wolf spoke with Wu Jin's voice and told him to hold on because everything was going according to plan. Qin'a began to be indignant that he wanted to kill him, but the next moment the skeleton rushed back with such speed that he had no time to talk. The wolf again rushed with great speed towards the ogre who was trying to catch him. Qin'a in turn dealt him a blow, which, as it happened, pierced his skin right through. The next moment, the system reported that the ogre's ability to recover was significantly reduced. Qin'a said that a lot of equipment is good, but he wanted it to take a little time, so he asked when the skeletons would appear. Wu Jin replied that he should deal 10 more penetrating blows to the ogre and he would take care of the rest. The skeleton soldiers were ready and waiting for their master's orders. They waited with weapons created using Wu Jin's poisonous blood. The Chinese captain thought that the very fact of spreading such strong fear probably meant that the attack on the boss monster had already begun. When he thought that this happened faster than he expected and he needed to hurry, his people called him with the words that they had found who they were looking for. One of the skeletons was wearing armor with an inscription in the secret language of their guild. It was written there that he should meet his brother sleeping in the west and find the Kunlun property. The beast that had won countless battles was now on its knees, breathing heavily. His body was completely covered in cuts. There were many wounds from spears, swords, arrows, and other weapons. With Percival's spear, which not only had piercing power but also reduced resistance, the strategy for dealing with the King of Poisons was outdated. Qin'a said that the spear was simply amazing. He could not even imagine that it would pierce such thick skin. In response to his words that not a single dungeon can withstand the combination of a spear and blood poisoning, Wu Jin said that it could be. Only if it was in 2-level dungeons. In 3-level dungeons, the monsters were much stronger. Only this combination will not be enough. In addition, he had to become much stronger in order to defeat the main monster. The next moment, Wu Jin again received a gift from his mentor, which Qin'a was quick to notice. It was a berserker skill that transformed the target into it, giving some effects. Qin, meanwhile, he began to swear that this was too much, and he was interested in what his mentor was doing. Still, he did all the dirty work, but they didn't give him anything, and besides that, he can't even change his mentor. Wu Jin took off the bracelet containing Van Gogh's mysterious power. They said that it contains the power of harmony. When the dungeon was cleared out, people could not get enough of this news and the fact that Taiwan was finally free. Looking at this, the Chinese discussed what they should do now. After all, they could not take Van Gogh's bracelet into the dungeon. So now if it fell into the wrong hands, they were in big trouble. While they could only report everything to the guild and wait, they were not capable of more. If someone was lucky enough to take that same bracelet out of the dungeon, he hoped it wasn't Isaac. Van Gogh bracelet. It was an item that loosened some of the player's accessory restrictions. Wu Jin thought that it was worth it to enter such a dungeon for the last time. Players could wear up to 5 accessory items: 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets. It was possible to carry more, but if you exceeded the specified amount, the player would no longer receive the effects of subsequent items. If you wear a Van Gogh bracelet on your right hand, you can wear 5 rings on your right hand. The disadvantage was that the ring worn with Van Gogh's bracelet could not be removed until he died. This was a bigger disadvantage than one might think. Players generally wore all sorts of rings depending on the situation. Qin'a noticed him and suddenly asked why he had such a sour face. Wu Jin replied that he was just thinking, and at that moment the phone in his pocket vibrated, causing him to interrupt. As soon as he answered, Zichan asked how he was doing and if he could go back to base right away. Then he said that Taiwan and Korea are now causing trouble, and the headlines switched from Isaac to the return of Yang Wang. So Wu Jin was right, and Yan Wan's reputation would also change along with all this. Wu Jin said that they would move out now, thinking to himself that as Yang Wan's reputation grew, his defense would also grow. Qin'a was already looking forward to how they would eat in Taiwan and guessing what dishes he would eat. But Wu Jin said that they were flying to Korea right now. And it was precisely this that made him freeze in surprise. and asked what he meant. Kim Woo-jin came to Park Yong-won when he returned and explained the situation to him. He asked if the frontier really dared to deceive him, Park Yong-won, and Woo-jin replied that it was so. He himself barely survived, and besides that, he didn't know who to trust, so he hid and waited for Yong-won to return from the dungeon. The secretary said that she brought materials that confirmed Woo-jin's words, although in fact there was little evidence left there. Judging by the statements of the others who were attacked, the Rubege Guild was the instigator and attacked first. Yong-won listened to all this and cursed to himself, thinking that they were just damn bastards who pulled this all off while he was away. Yong-won said that given the circumstances, it was clear that they were trying to find out the size of their forces, and they would pay for trespassing on him, so there was only one thing he wanted to do. Chin-ah displeasedly asked Se-chan why he was so smiling, and whether he really earned a lot, and he replied that he lost as much as he could, because it was him. Chin-ah said that he was Yong-won, and how he was going to get his skill page back, no matter how much he loved money, the skill was valuable. He replied that he didn't need to worry about it, because the person who would return their items was already in Yong-won's office. It was Kim Woo-jin who left the office after a while and called Se-chan, after which he said that he had just been given a page of the Skeleton Knight skill and he said to hand it over to Isaac personally. All the newspapers wrote that the Phoenix Guild promised its full support to Isaac Ivanov. Park Shin-hye read all this news thinking that if Young-won became the public's favorite, it would make their work more difficult in the future. The secretary had just finished talking to someone on the phone and Young-won asked if it was Woo-jin. She replied that it was. He said that he had given the skill page to Isak and asked what further instructions would be. Young-won said that he was not stupid. Now that Isaac appeared, he must have felt the instability of his position. He said that Woo-jin worked hard after all, so as a courtesy, let him die in the third-level dungeon. If they provide him with normal support, then most likely he will calm down and leave. If he doesn't calm down, then he will need to surprise Young-won. People were talking about Kim Woo-jin, and the girl said that if this is his name, then his name alone is enough to understand that he is a weakling. The guy said that, according to rumors, he had excellent skills, and he joined the group of Young-won's subordinates, devastating more than one dungeon. The girl said that if he had excellent skills, he would go there himself, but this was not the case, and they asked to accompany him to the next dungeon. She didn't like all this, but despite this, it was an order from the head of the guild, and they couldn't do anything about it, so it was worth calming down. Finally, soon Kim Woo-jin arrived, but the girl's attention was not attracted to him, but to the old car in which he arrived. Turning back, she said that his thrift deserves respect, so she will cut him some slack. Woo-jin thought that this was his accompaniment, and Young-won was really very generous. He didn't even know how to thank him. The girl approached him and asked if it was really his first time in the 3-level dungeon. And then she said that he was of little use, so he should be silent and do as she says, otherwise she will finish him. Then she said that first he should try to kill a couple of monsters so that she could see what he was capable of. The guy turned in her direction and asked what monsters he should kill, how many and in what time. The girl thought that he was already rebelling against her and told him to just kill as many monsters as he could. After he said that he needed more time to prepare, the girl turned to her people and said that he was on his own. Chia asked if Woo-jin had gone to the dungeon again and what kind of unhealthy craving he had for them. In response to the words that he was lazy to work, he said that he simply didn't want to and suggested that they relax, at least while he was away. Z-chan suddenly noticed that earlier he complained more about the lack of an experienced partner. Suddenly, everyone received a notification on their phone that an unidentified monster had escaped from a nearby dungeon. Chin-ah displeasedly asked which guild was monitoring this dungeon and how this was still possible, after which he said that a similar situation had already happened with the dungeon controlled by the Messiah, and Z-chan tried his best to hint to him to shut up. Realizing this, he immediately fell silent, but it was obvious that it was already too late. All because this whole story happened with Secretary Lee, and they didn't want her to remember such traumatic moments from her life. She just sat silently for a while and then got up from her seat and said that she would come out for a minute. As soon as she left, Z-chan told Jin-ah that he should be careful what he says in front of Secretary Lee. He said that he really didn't do it on purpose and asked if he knew her father and what kind of person he was. Z-chan remembered how they sat with him and drank. Then he said that he would like to make the world in which his daughter lives safe. That's why Z-chan said that he was simply an incredible hard worker right before his death. The girl looked at the piles of monsters and thought that this was a rank C dungeon because there were no particularly strong monsters there. At this rate, they should have reached the second level by tomorrow. Suddenly, one of the guys ran up to her and shouted that he thought they should take a look at that bastard Wu Jin. She asked why this was, and whether he really couldn't cope with even one monster after asking for so much time to prepare. The guy replied that this is not so, and he succeeded, but he thinks that it would be better if she looked for herself. Having seen everything he had done, she thought that now it was clear why he needed so much time to prepare, but such traps could not cause much damage. Wu Jin always believed that choosing a strategy for a dungeon allowed him to clear the dungeon more efficiently, so he could repeat it clearly every time. The best strategy, in his opinion, was to finish the hunt as quickly as possible and move on to the next dungeon. And now, he was chasing the monster through traps, making the girl wonder what he was trying to achieve by leading monsters into such a trap. For a moment, she even grabbed the bow, not really understanding what it was going to do, and intending to put an end to it. The guy who was there with her asked her to wait because this guy had a plan. She asked if he really looked like the one who had a plan and what Yongwan would do to them if this idiot died there. The guy pointed at Wu Jin. Now he was completely surrounded by monsters, and the girl decided that it was too late to save him. The fog began to spread among the trees in the forest, bypassing the traps. Kim Wu Jin had practically nothing to do. Even if he just stood still, the monsters themselves walked towards him. And of course, they will be poisoned by the bloody fog. And after that, they all simply fell dead, no longer able to do anything and somehow destroy the guy standing on the log. The girl looked at it all in shock, trying to understand whether by using poison he meant to combine his blood with the fog. The guy said that he had never seen anything like this in his life, and he put in at least 100 or even more. And enjoying the harvest he received in the process, Kim Wu Jin smiled, feeling a little bored. He did not need to hold the hilt of a sword in his hand or aim a bow. All he had to do was collect the bodies and replenish his blood using the skill. The girl told the guy to go to Wu Jin and tell him what she wanted, and he asked what she wanted him to say. She asked what he meant, and could he really propose to say after this that he was expelled. After some time, Wu Jin lit a fire and sat silently near it until the captain approached him. The expression with which she looked at him now was filled with anticipation, and she said his skills are incredible. And yet Kim Wu Jin managed to shatter her expectations with one short word, and to the words that she wanted him to join the team, he said 100,000 won. The fact that this was the cost of each time he uses the poison blood skill greatly angered the girl. The poison he used was his own blood. It was literally expendable, using his blood as collateral. The girl angrily said that of course she understands, and they should pay him, since he is shedding his precious blood. The captain offered 30,000, to which Wu Jin said that this was not enough, and he would give them a discount of 90,000. Chung Yong-hong also made a concession, and said that she would be kind and make 31,000, to which Wu Jin replied 98,000. The guys couldn't understand why the captain was bargaining with him, and even more couldn't understand why Wu Jin was playing along with her. There was no need for extensive training or education to use poison as a weapon. Yong-hong and her team demonstrated this fact perfectly. When faced with a group of kobolds on the second floor of the dungeon, they effectively used Wu Jin's poison as if they had used it before. She repeatedly forced her subordinates to fight more effectively. Kim Wu Jin couldn't help but tisked. The last level began. They had to survive for 6 days. They had to be careful, because as always, there are a lot of monsters in such quests. And since they had unforeseen expenses, they should have done everything to be sure that they were not paying in vain. Some guys said that they would go to explore the territory and determine the number of monsters. For a while, they didn't find anything at all. Even though it was a survival dungeon, there weren't many monsters there. That was until they discovered a huge footprint on the ground, which indicated that it was clearly not an ordinary monster that could have left it. So most likely the goal of this quest was to fight one boss monster within 6 days, and the mortality rate was very high. Everyone present's expressions darkened as they came to this conclusion. The problem was that this type of survival quest was much harder than dungeon rank, had a high clearance rate, but a low survivability rate. Therefore, both guys immediately rushed back to camp with the words that they needed to inform the captain about this as soon as possible. The girl said that of all the possible options, this quest for survival was exactly that. The guys said that the size of the dungeon was also unusual. Its area was smaller than that of normal dungeons. The girl thought that since they had Wu Jin's poison blood, they would be able to defeat even the most powerful boss. Finally, turning to the guys standing behind her, she said that first they would try with all their might to avoid him and survive. At the same moment, a monster came into the clearing with a loud roar, and it became clear that it was a white troll. But it was not clear where such a monster came from in the sea dungeon. Cursing, Zhong Yonghong without hesitation ordered her subordinates to disperse. This is how the entire group of Chong Yonghong scattered in different directions. Someone could die as a result of this, but such an outcome is still better than the death of the entire group. The captain herself did not run anywhere, and looking straight at the troll, she shot arrows in his direction. Arrows with poison immediately pierced the troll's body, and the poison began to spread throughout it. The girl looked at this with the thoughts that regardless of his ability to regenerate, the poisoning skill should have given them some time. However, in the next moment, the monster made all the arrows fall out of its body, and the poison dissolved, and then rushed towards the shooting girl. She began to run away, thinking that this should have worked at least for a short time, but apparently there was too little poison. But it was strange because she saw that the poison spread from where the arrow hit. Wu Jin, sitting calmly on a tree, watched this picture, but did nothing to help. Looking at her, he thought that she was still performing the duties of a commander, and it was unclear whether he should intervene a little. After some time, they gathered on the field, checking that everyone was safe and that no one was hurt, and it turned out that way. The girl said that this was good, after which she asked where Wu Jin was, and he in turn immediately responded. She said that she would like to increase the amount of blood purchased, to which the guy said that he agreed, but on one condition. And then he offered to talk in private, but when asked that he was trying to bargain again, he said that he would not do this. For some time, they discussed something away from the others, which made them wonder what they were talking about. Wu Jin said that the lives of her team were at stake, and if she did not agree, the number of victims would be at least more than 4, regardless of what they did. Wu Jin extended his hand to Zhong Yonghong. On his palm were arrowheads created using his bloody weapon skill. He put them in a bag with the words that this weapon is more effective than poisoned blood applied to the tip of an arrow. The girl took the bag with the words that he was a bastard, and she would personally finish him off if something happened to her people. After that, she went to her subordinates with the words that they were having a strategic council. The guys who were supposed to be in the vanguard were a little unsure that everything would be okay with them, but they were told to dodge and not block attacks, and if they wanted to increase their mobility, they had no choice. After some time, the troll appeared on the field, and both guys immediately used the provocation skill from the immortal fighter. At the same moment, the guys rushed to run away from him, luring him into a pre-prepared trap. After this, the knowledge source mater skill called Flame was used. Looking at the flames that surrounded the troll, Wu Jin turned to the others and told them to get ready. When asked that he did not know that white trolls were not susceptible to fire, he replied that he was aware. But he didn't tell them to use fire to damage the monster. They used it to blur his vision. At the same moment, the guy dealt a powerful blow to the monster's body, trying to make the wound as serious as possible. And the captain immediately shot an arrow in that direction, and as always hit the target before the wound had time to heal. The girl was happy about her hit, and Wu Jin thought that her skills weren't that bad after all. The poison spread throughout the body, so even if the wound was instantly healed, it could not stop the poison. By the time the troll notices that the same attack continues, it is already too late. So 49 minutes after the start of the battle with the white troll, the monster with the terrifying nickname Veteran Killer fell to the ground. Everyone was immediately happy that they had succeeded, and they managed to get the White Troll Hunter achievement. The girl asked Wu Jin who he really was, and he replied with a smile that they could talk about it outside the dungeon. Wu Jin recalled that she used my blood as a weapon 217 times. It's 73,123 one per use. The girl was surprised by his question about whether she would pay him after leaving the dungeon, and shouted that this was clearing the dungeon. After some time, the whole team gave an interview about their trip to that dungeon. The guy said that there were rumors that a white troll appeared literally out of nowhere in the dungeon, and asked how they managed to get out without losses. The girl said that they achieved such a result, thanks to everyone, but the cleanup would not have been possible without Wu Jin and his ability. As soon as Wu Jin debuted in the 3-story dungeon, he received a lot of attention. It was not only that he used poison that attracted public attention, but also that he used his own blood as poison. Zichan said that, as Wu Jin knows, even the Messiah only went to the dungeons of America a couple of times. At the moment, this country did not need anyone's help, since many experienced players had emigrated to America. And yet, the fact that they found themselves in such a situation indicated that the dungeon could be difficult to pass. In any case, Yongwan took Naomi by surprise, and if so, Wu Jin thought that the frontier would go for it. Sichang said that no matter what, he is not sure that the other side with the frontier will allow outside intervention. Wu Jin asked if he was really talking about a great guild, but to himself he thought that he knew that this was so. He didn't know how the great guild would react to all this. But all the same, it all clearly worked in his favor. The most important thing was that the door would open. Putting the report on the table, Yang Wang asked the secretary if she was sure of the accuracy of the data. She said that she contacted all the players involved in the cleanup, and this report contained reliable information. Whether he was able to clear the dungeon or not, the value of such a player's existence mattered. That's why Young Wan had no choice but to seriously consider the deal proposed by Kim Woo-jin. Young Wan had no choice but to admit to Woo-jin he didn't expect him to be so incredible. When asked where the guy was now, the secretary said that he had just arrived and was supposed to get up soon. Rohana said that Isaac wanted to clear the dead forest in which their guild and the border were fighting together, but still unsuccessfully. And then, folding her hands, she asked what everyone else thought about all this. One of the men shouted that they could not entrust clearing the dungeon to a stranger, whose country's guild union had also been defeated. The second said that he was not sure what the guild's opinion was on this matter, but since they gave their consent, the government began to be interested in their opinion. The girl said that the reason why they are not allowed to clear this dungeon is that they doubt their ability to do it. The girl said that because they can use this reason to get government approval. And once they are there, they will raise the stakes, and even an unknown Russian, even a third party, let them join. And she decided that they would announce a reward that would interest everyone. Arthur's ring, for example. One of the men immediately jumped up angrily, shouting that this was out of the question, and had she really forgotten what it cost them to get it? The girl with a smile asked him to be quiet, because she said that she would raise the rates and not give something for free. Chin Ah gave the skill to Wu Jin with the words that Sei Chang said to give it to him, and something about how it suits him. He told him that it would not suit him because he kept his skeletons in the Book of the Dead or something, but he insisted that he hand it over. Wu Jin replied that it would be useful to him, and he would definitely use it. A limited number of skeletons could be stored in the Book of the Dead. Chin Ah continued to ask him if he could clear the dead forest, or if he was not ready for this yet. Since it was a dead forest, there had to be living dead there. It would be an unfortunate combination for him. Wu Jin replied that he was a little worried at first, and asked Jin Ah if he wouldn't fight the undead in the front ranks. Ignoring Chin Ah, he answered the call, and the voice said that the American government agreed, but there was a small problem. The problem was that anyone could take part in the cleanup, and they would reward the guild that contributed the most with a legendary level item. Wu Jin immediately asked what kind of reward they were going to give to the guild that would make the most contribution, and the voice replied that this reward was the Ring of King Arthur. The U.S. government stopped its attack on the Forest of the Dead dungeon because it doubted its ability to clear it. When it was announced that the reward was King Arthur's ring, many guilds joined in the cleanup. Chin Ah said that it seemed like the great guilds really wanted to clear out this dungeon. Otherwise, they wouldn't have offered Arthur's ring. Wu Jin said that this was not the point, and it was a provocation, and they believed that they themselves would take the prize. Chin Ah asked if this is really true, and if so, then they do not consider Isaac a serious opponent. Wu Jin did not answer anything, thinking that the great guild understands that one cannot carelessly underestimate one's enemies. And they are not so stupid as to easily provoke other guilds. There must have been a reason for their confidence. The man asked the girl if she really wasn't worried about anything. Of course, he did not doubt her abilities, but to offer Arthur's ring as a reward, there were rumors, including in the guild, about the master's decision. The girl replied that they didn't seem to understand anything. She said that she would offer the ring as a reward, but she would use it herself. After some time, they all gathered in the dungeon that they were going to clear. There were an incredibly large number of people. The 199 people who participated in this ridiculous show, who were chosen and recognized by the world, did not have any emotion on their faces. One of the girls came forward and said with a smile that her name was Ellis Heighton, and she represented the Great Guild. Before starting the cleanup, she suggested that all guilds come to an agreement among themselves. Chin Ah asked what they should agree on if they had just started. She probably wasn't going to agree not to fight against each other. Wu Jin said that she probably wants to determine the order in which the guilds will try to defeat the boss. It will depend on how much the guild contributes to each dungeon level. After which Chin Ah asked him what he would do. According to the original plan, he was going to just watch and not interfere. Wu Jin headed towards the remains, saying that now this is a competition, and therefore everyone will show their cards. On the field, people were still trying to understand what they would do next, and how exactly they would fight the monsters. The girl said that they couldn't stand still while these brats were running around. So she put on Arthur's ring and pulled out Merlin's staff, which the system immediately notified. These were 2 of the top 10 Round Table Series items in Kim Woo-jin's memory. Moreover, The two items had a synergistic effect on each other. To be precise, one of the effects of Arthur's ring was to enhance the weapons of the Knights of the Round Table series. The girl said that she saw no point in dragging everything out to the second level, and they should have explained there who was really in charge. Wu Jin took off his mask, thinking that this was the Great Guild's trump card. No wonder they were so confident. He expected that Arthur's ring would be used in the dungeon, but did not know that Ellis also had Merlin's item. In Kim Wu Jin's memory, Merlin's staff always belonged to Park Sinya, but that did not mean that it belonged to her from the very beginning. The fact that the item passed from Ellis to Xing, he meant that there was a direct connection between their guilds. If he gets Merlin's staff here, then Park Shinhai will not be able to influence the Knights of the Round Table in the future. Chin-Ah continued to mate whether they would really just analyze their strength at the first level, and Wu Jin said that they had a change of plans. Then he smiled and said that they would give it their all from the very beginning and sweep away all the monsters on the first floor. Ellis destroyed monsters with great speed using fire while using the maximum of her strength. The guy looked at it thinking that it was amazing as expected, and with such a level of fiery power, isn't it possible to attack level 4 at once? Among the skeletons, a man with blonde hair appeared. Isaac Ivanov also did not lag behind the rest and gave his best. Ellis came out of the thick fog. Her turquoise eyes seemed to pierce right through him. The fact that he was there meant that they were not the first. The guy next to her was angry that this bastard was feeding the skeleton the monsters they killed. The girl told him not to touch him, and they shouldn't be fooled by his provocations, and then asked what the score was. They were in first place anyway, so there was no need to worry. The guy said with a smile that in fact, Isaac's skills are not that great compared to Rumor's. The girl looked at him for a while, and then turned around, saying that they need to keep up the pace and go to the next place. Ujin thought that at this rate, their fiery power would outstrip them, but such power does not mean a quick hunt. Chin-Ah asked in shock what he needed to do again. He didn't expect to do something like this again. Ujin said that they were the only guild that was able to use this strategy, and of course it was only possible because he existed. Chin-Ah said that if he is not sure of success, he cannot help because he said that this strategy is impossible without him. The crowd's attention was focused on the Dead Forest dungeon, and therefore the rest of the guilds began to place bets. He asked Secretary Li what their lead was now, and she replied that he should see everything for himself. The Great Guild revealed the characteristics of the Ellis item, which is also located in the dungeon. Apparently they gave her Merlin's item and Arthur's ring, items that were used to conquer high-level dungeons. Pretty soon it dawned on him that these two items were using enhancements. Therefore, he immediately rushed towards the secretary and asked her to immediately cancel all his bets. When she said that this was impossible, he said that the Great Guild was just cheap. They should play fairly and not count on items. Looking at the number of monsters killed, the girl could not believe her eyes. Those two still overtook them. It was most likely an item, but they couldn't find anything better than Merlin's item or Arthur's ring. Then she approached Wu Jin and directly asked him what his secret was, and he replied that he was just lucky. After that, he asked her what specific effect Arthur's ring gave to the owner who used it. Then he said that it looked like it would become his after the cleansing, so he would like to know in advance, or she could give it away right away. And then they will do everything possible not to harm the Great Guild in this dungeon. And besides this, he asked whether the chances of winning would not increase if the strongest person wielded the object. The girl looked at him contemptuously and asked if he really wanted to say that he was stronger than her. He answered with a slight smile that he wanted to say that for clearing, he would gladly give his items to a player stronger than him. The girl said that he seemed to have become arrogant because of the small lead, and he should have curbed his pride. After that, she finally turned and left, saying that in the end, they, the Great Guild, will clear this dungeon. The man watching all this from behind the trees thought that the race had become fiercer, and that was good. In this situation, new opportunities will also open up for them, the Rubej Guild, and he would not mind destroying both of them. It was this competitive spirit coupled with the ability to obtain legendary items that allowed these players to challenge the A-rank dungeon. Of course, those who had a high competitive spirit but lacked skill or luck were mostly swallowed up by the one-story and two-story dungeons. For some time, everyone continued to fight the monsters, trying to destroy as many as possible. When they finished with them, the girl went up to her people and asked them how the situation was. One of the guys said that the results have not changed, and their difference with the Mokosh Guild has only increased. The girl asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and asking if he was sure that he understood everything correctly, she opened the statistics to see for herself. Everything was as he said, and the gap grew despite the fact that their firepower worked non-stop. Finally, the scout returned, and the girl immediately began to ask him what was going on from Isaac's side and what was going on in general. He said 50, and the girl impatiently asked what 50 meant, because the count had long surpassed the 10,000 mark. However, the guy said that's not what he's talking about, and there are 50 skeleton warriors, and moreover, the skeleton warrior is stronger than any ordinary player. At this point, Wu Jin knew that he had already used the limit of his magical power. So he decided to save his mana to use other magical skills and turn towards the skeletons who stood behind him with their heads bowed. Meanwhile, Chin A was also ready, and therefore attracted all the orcs and rushed away with great speed, leading him to the right place. Wu Jin put on a mask and said that this guy has learned to timing perfectly. After that, he began to attack the gathered monsters with great speed, killing some with the help of skeletons and others using tactics with explosions. The only thing that could be seen were the flaming eyes of the skeletons, which destroyed the monsters one by one, and the explosions of corpses that occurred chaotically in different places, so that they could only be traced when the corpse detonated. Isaac Ivanov was already overwhelming enough on his own to be completely incomparable to other players of the same level. Having received and confirmed the results, Ellis simply said that further rivalry was pointless. When she asked if anyone was against Isaac attacking the boss, no one said anything. The man looked at this and thought that this was an unforeseen situation. He simply could not lose Arthur's ring like that. The girl shook Wu Jin's hand and said that she underestimated him, and the first place is his, but if he screws up, they will immediately take it away from them. After they cleared the first floor and headed to the second, the first thing that greeted the players was a notification, an even thicker fog than on the first floor. Suddenly the man asked Alice why don't she relax because she looked scared, and she in turn told him to fuck off. The man asked her not to worry, and asked how she thought about them joining forces in the fight. They simply couldn't give away their American assets to some Russian guy. The girl responded by asking how exactly he planned to implement their joining forces. The man rushed to explain that accidents often occur in dungeons, so a group of monsters could attack from behind while she was fighting a monster. This made the girl very angry, but the man told her to wake up, because this was not a situation where there was room for debate about what was right and what was wrong. After which he finally said that she should think carefully because a lot is at stake. The girl was silent for a while and then asked if he really thought that she would agree. The man asked if she really wanted to say that she would just give the ring to this Russian because he would succeed. She replied that if they had priority to fight the monsters and not him, they would try to pull off such a trick behind their backs. He replied that he would not deny this, but with the current situation, it would be better for them to join forces. The girl said that she would pretend she didn't hear it, but from now on, if he bothered them, she would make him regret it. At that moment, a notification came from the system that the winter turtle had been killed, and they cleared the second floor. Now the turtle was completely killed, but not only that, Chin Ah, who stood in front of it, was also covered in wounds. Wu Jin approached him and asked how he was feeling, to which he replied that his ribs were cracked. Of course, his injuries were severe, but the situation was not serious, but he still asked if he would be okay if he were in his place. And then he said that they were still alive only thanks to him. If it were anyone else, they would have died 1,000 times over. While eating chocolate, he complained that during the time he was with Wu Jin, his skill rose by 3 levels, after which he stood up and asked where they were in such a hurry. And anyway, wasn't the first attempt theirs? Wu Jin replied that they were in a hurry, so that these bastards constantly trying to deceive them would not have a chance to catch up with them. The first time players received the signal was when the second floor of the dungeon was suddenly cleared. They couldn't help but be shocked by the sudden appearance of the transfer notice. And in this state, they moved to the third floor, where all they could see was black fog. For some time, they talked with each other about what was going on there and who had dealt with the earth turtle. And someone immediately smelled rotten, and they tried to understand why this was happening. The fog there was worse than on the second floor. The players' survival instincts sent them an even stronger signal as they entered this black fog that was slowly consuming their vitality. And Chin and the system reported that he could not be poisoned by the fog because Lancelot's ring resisted him. He looked around trying to understand if he thought that this would happen. This simply could not happen. When many began to complain that they had a headache or felt ill, the girl ordered them to calm down and take an antidote. She expected this and prepared in advance, but this did not mean that the antidote would be enough for everyone, for half a day at most. The man approached from behind and said that everything was worse than he thought, and they would most likely last half a day at most. Hearing a similar question from Jay, Ellis immediately answered, as if she had already finished her calculations, that everything was the same for them, and the forecasts were disappointing. Then he asked if she had thought about his proposal. This is the only chance if she does not want to wait until Isaac makes a mistake. When Isaac Ivanov began his battle with the Dullahan, other players expected this, and therefore immediately paid attention. The girl thought that if he succeeded, then she would not see the ring, and if he lost, they would have a hard time. So she shook hands with the man, who immediately thought that now his chance of getting Arthur's ring had increased. In fact, he knew that the antidote would last them more than half a day, and now time was on their guild side. The main monster appeared right out of the ground, and then his army, consisting of the same zombies as him, only weaker. Looking at them, Jin Ah asked if Wu Jin really wanted him to just stand in front of such a crowd and do nothing. He replied that the appearance of a saboteur is inevitable. They just need to pretend that they are hunting. If they leave the front line, the rest of the guilds will have a chance. This is exactly what the group wants and haunts them, but over time, it is they who have the advantage in the black fog. Finally, the battle began, and the girl and man nodded to each other as if to signify that it was time for them to begin their plan. The girl thought that she had no choice because she had no guarantee that Isaac would succeed. She continued to convince herself that she was doing this to protect the others, and they just needed to win and get out of there alive. Skeleton Knight and Chin Ah took turns confronting the zombie crowd, but at the same time tried not to reduce their number too much. From time to time, Wu Jin told Jin Ah not to be too zealous, but he only snapped in response. After some time, a sound was heard and Wu Jin smiled, thinking that they were finally there. After which, to the surprise of the observer, he used an explosion of corpses, and at the same moment the entire path began to be covered with explosions. Looking at this, the man at first thought that his plan had been discovered, and this could not be because Wu Jin had time and prepared. There were more and more people dying, so much so that there was no point in delaying any further. And one of the soldiers approached the captain saying that they were at their limit and they had no time left. The girl couldn't help but think that the supply of the antidote was being depleted, and now they would have to come to terms with the leaking forces, but she was wondering what Jackson was doing. As soon as Wu Jin appeared on the field, the players from the Great Ones and Refuge looked at him, surprised by his quick appearance. Ellis ordered her people to prepare for battle, because now it was the turn of the Great Guild to show power. However, to her surprise, Wu Jin turned around and said that he would leave it to them and return to the battlefield. The girl stopped him with the words that, at the moment of his appearance there, the turn of the Great Guild had come. He had wasted half a day, so it was worth letting them deal with it, and wasn't saving the lives of those present the most important thing. Wu Jin turned to her and coldly replied that all he had done was return the wounded of the line to safety. In fact, the wounded man in question was the same Jackson who planned the assassination attempt. But the girl didn't care about him. She preferred not to think about it for now. She said that she didn't care why he came back, and that means it was their turn, and his attempt failed. They will do everything quickly, since from now on they will act as a great guild, and they will save at least one person. Wu Jin still did not give in, and smiled and told them to wait their turn, because they had not finished the battle yet. There was a loud explosion behind him, and the captain tried to understand what was happening now. Wu Jin said that even now his partner continues to fight bravely, and they have no time for useless arguments. As soon as he turned around, people began to discuss whether Isaac had a comrade, and came to the conclusion that he did. It was the same huge guy with a stern face who looked like a gorilla. Wu Jin said that most of the Great Guild had already been poisoned, and if they fought in this state, it would be difficult for them. The girl said that he still had to give in. They were still in the same conditions, and therefore, they could also enter into battle. Wu Jin replied that they were not in the same conditions at all, because the fog had no effect on him. At this time, Isaac Ivanov's personal information began to replay in Ellis's head, and in the process, she remembered his very first nickname. Isaac Ivanov was able to kill a needle snake that had an incredibly ferocious poisonous mist. Meanwhile, he said that if all the guilds had cooperated from the very beginning, such a crisis would not have arisen. It was presumptuous to organize a clearing order, but they still had a chance. They just needed to defeat the Dullahan by mobilizing all the remaining resources. The girl wanted to object to him, but her subordinate stopped her and said that she should stop, because the situation was too serious. People began to discuss that Isaac was right, and instead of competing, they should have fought together from the very beginning. Their fight for items only made the situation worse, but in any case, the Great Guild was to blame for everything. Isaac didn't do anything wrong. In fact, he spent more time simply because he brought in the wounded. Instead of thanking him for saving her own ass, Alice started arguing with him. She thought that this was not good at all, because she herself had recently spoken about the value of the life of each player. Here Wu Jin condescendingly said that she should be more careful in her decisions in order to save everyone present. So it all got to the point where words were said that everyone present there would witness the noble request of the Great Guild. Qin, meanwhile, he continued to fight the zombies who kept crawling out of the ground. So it seemed that his energy would run out before the boss battle, and Wu Jin was in no hurry. Finally, Wu Jin appeared with the words that Jin Ah was great and did a great job of holding back all these monsters. Jin Ah looked at him in shock and asked what he had been doing all this time and where he got these items from. He replied that he received all the items in advance, and Merlin's items came as a bonus, so it was worth breaking through. Jin Ah asked in shock if he really thought that these objects would change anything, and how he was going to break through the zombie army. And naturally, Kim Wu Jin knew which card was best to play at this moment, and therefore summoned a golem. The moment the Earth Giant appeared, he blocked a group of zombies who were chasing the Dullahan. In addition, Wu Jin also summoned skeleton warriors and used Gawain's necklace. Now with his army fully operational and prepared for battle, he asked Qin Ah if he thought this should be enough. As soon as the golem was noticed by the zombies, they all rushed towards him at once, and he in turn could only fight back. Qin Ah looked at it happily, saying that this was a great show, and that the zombies were falling on the golem in a herd. However, Wu Jin said that it would be ineffective to kill zombies one by one, and they will continue to move according to plan. The Dullahan, who had been chasing the skeleton knight all this time, also turned his attention to the golem. Suddenly, the man who had been revived and treated came to his senses and asked what was happening. The doctor asked him not to move and lie down because of the action of the fog. Even cured, he would not return to his previous state. When he heard that he was lucky, and if it weren't for Isaac, he would not have returned alive, he became even more angry. The man asked the captain if they really just walked around like that, as if there was nothing like that in this dungeon. Still, in their current state, it would be dangerous to meet a monster who decided to leave the battlefield. The girl said that she was aware of this, but that guy tricked them and took Merlin's items. They needed at least some understanding of the situation. She didn't know what the rest of the players would have done to her and the guild members if she hadn't immediately given Merlin's items. Then not only the items, but also the pride of the guild and the lives of its subordinates would also be lost. Isaac was a frightening person. Those who used their skills, watching from afar, could only be amazed at what they saw. At first it seemed that Wu Jin was surrounded, but only after looking closely, one could understand that in fact, he was not surrounded. He simply took a position quite conveniently between the army and the Dullahan, summoning a skeleton and a golem to do this, to isolate the Dullahan and hit the target. But if they delay, they will find themselves surrounded and threatened. Qin Ah said that he thought it would be easier to deal with one, but that was not the case at all. He spat icy air, which, in addition to all its effects, also froze upon touch. The energy of the dead can paralyze not only the body, but also the mind, but Lancelot's ring denied this energy. Qin Ah shouted that after all, a bunch of items decide, and Wu Jin thought that everything was wrong, and they would not be able to defeat the Dullahan so easily. Before returning, he heard something from his comrades who had attempted to pass through the dead forest. That defeating a Dullahan would require fierce firepower, the likes of which only Lee Se-young possessed at the time. What he has will be less than what Se-jun had then, but still he decided it was worth a try. Jin, with Percival's spear, began to activate the skills with which he was going to attack the boss. The moment the Dullahan's head opened its mouth completely was the best moment to attack. Qin also activated some of his abilities and rushed in that direction, intending to attack him in the same way. And then he began to strike many blows to the horse's body, which forced the boss to pay attention to him. However, he successfully dodged his attack, and all that was left of it was only a small scar on Qin Ah's face. Then the monster swung his sword at him again, but this time he began to hold the sword, blocking it with brass knuckles. So the Dullahan opened his mouth as wide as he could and began to increase his strength. At that moment, a spear appeared from the black fog and pierced the open mouth of the Dullahan. A moment later, Kim Wu Jin pulled out a spear, and Jin Ah continued to look at it, thinking that it was very good that they managed to deprive him of his head. However, the ice that appeared made him doubt all this, and Percival's spear too. But after a couple of moments, the skull split into pieces, and an explosion was heard right in the place where they had fought before. Both people who watched this battle from afar covered their heads from the bright light and fragments scattered around. And when they opened their eyes again, they found a notification from the system that the Dullahan had been defeated. It all ended quite quickly, and after their boss was gone, the zombies themselves slowly disappeared. At the place where the Dullahan once was in his remains, Woo-jin was surprised to find the Ring of Hercules. The Hercules ring was an item that could influence characteristics according to the principle. The more you gain, the greater the influence. Chin-ah continued to ask him what he would do with him, although he understood that he most likely did not even listen to him. Woo-jin asked what he thought he would do, then summoned the Dullahan as a skeleton warrior. San Francisco, a historic place where America's pride was wounded. Now another historical event has taken place there, clearing the Forest of the Dead dungeon. Everyone was shocked by the unexpected performance of Isaac Ivanov and by what happened in the dungeon. Ellis decided to give Merlin's staff and Arthur's ring to Isaac Ivanov before he finished hunting the Dullahan. This fact made the world consider Ellis Heighton a great loser. She made the best of this loss. In addition, Isaac Ivanov conveyed his gratitude to Yong Wang for the skill pages because they were useful to him. Reading this news, he thought that, as Woo-jin said, investing in Isaac was a good decision. As Isaac became more active, the price of his shares and the shares of the Phoenix Guild continued to rise upward. Suddenly, a secretary approached him and, to his surprise, informed him that he was receiving a call from the Mokoshi Guild. Woo-jin called Se-chan and said that he had just arrived, so he needed to move on to the next step. He replied that he did what he asked, but he had to use it carefully because the strength was low. Chin-A, listening to their conversation, asked if he wasn't tired at all, and since they finished, he would go first because he was so hungry that he could die. After which he finally decided to ask if they would have lunch together and if he should wait for him. Woo-jin replied that he did a good job and wished him to have a good road and drive carefully. When he said that he should be grateful, Woo-jin said, "So be it. He will buy him whatever he wants to eat." Chin-A was stunned by this, and he asked if he would really buy him whatever he wanted from any menu. After which, looking at how he was leaving, he shouted when it would be soon, and he should have bought everything he promised now. The woman asked the man what it meant that he couldn't attend, and whether he really didn't understand the situation they were in. They simply couldn't put off attacking the 7-level dungeon any longer. The man asked in response if she knew how many of his students were killed, and until he killed Woo-jin, he would not cooperate with them. The girl said that because Isaac walked through the dead forest under the auspices of Yong Wang, all attention was focused on him. Was he really planning to ruin things for them right now with such banality? After all, sometimes it was necessary to make sacrifices. He asked if they really didn't think that he should take care of a newcomer who easily completed a 3-level dungeon. The second man said that he agreed with him, and it was a pity for him to see that they were worried about such insignificant problems. The girl thought that due to the fact that at the moment all attention and praise were directed towards Isaac, their status was not stable. Another problem was that this Isaac was growing up alarmingly fast, just like Sejong in the past. Sejong told them to stop, and if they were really that worried about the students, then let them do what they want. The girl exclaimed that they could no longer delay the attack on the 7-level dungeon. Sejun did not answer but only looked at her disapprovingly, which was enough. Therefore she lowered her head and said that she understood, and since the master said so, then the attack should have been postponed. Both men thanked him for his favor and then took their leave. One of those sitting at the table asked if the glory of the Messiah was not what it used to be. Or maybe these rumors were simply exaggerated in order to attract more attention to her. Previously, there were active members at each level, but now there was no one. Not even the other members were subordinate to others, and it was truly a mess. The girl said that he had better watch his words while he was there especially, but Se-chung interrupted her, and looking at the speaker with a creepy look, he asked what he could do in this case. When Woo-jin arrived at Yongwan, he pretended not to understand anything and asked why he called him. Yongwan replied that thanks to the fact that he offered to invest in Isaac, his business went uphill. Therefore, he wanted to ask him for something else, and if he could fulfill what he asked, Yongwan would take care of a worthy reward. When asked what it was, he said that one player asked him to become a partner in the dungeon. At these words, Kim Woo-jin's expression became surprised again, and he asked again what he was talking about. Yongwan once again confirmed everything and said that all that needs to be done is to make sure that he remembers it. But one of Yongwan's bodyguards said that he just needed Woo-jin to go with him. Kim Woo-jin's expression became hard and serious again, as he asked who the person was who wanted to test him. Yongwan's expression also became serious as he replied that the person who wanted to test him was Isaac Ivanov. After Woo-jin met with Isaac, Yongwan asked him whether this preliminary meeting went smoothly, to which he received a positive answer. Then Yongwan seriously asked if he understood how important this was. He had to cope no matter what. When he said that it would be good for both of them, a car finally drove up and Isaac Ivanov got out of it. After some time, he and Yongwan greeted each other and exchanged greetings. And then, deciding not to waste time in vain, he and Wu Jin immediately entered the dungeon where they planned to conduct the check. When they finally got there, Jin Ah took off his mask and said that he thought he played well and seemed to be able to deceive Yongwan. And then he said that he was simply an amazing actor, and maybe he should even end his career and devote himself to the stage. Kim Woo Jin and Isaac Ivanov were the same person, but if they were to enter the dungeon together, then naturally they would need to be seen together. Oh Se-chan was also preparing for the fact that Isaac Ivanov would recruit a group. It was logical that a double would be needed. The masks used by Woo Jin and Jin Ah had been improved to the point that they could now cover the entire body, not just the face. That's why Jin Ah understood Woo Jin's plan so easily when he didn't even really say anything about what he would do. As they headed towards the exit, the guy said that he was curious how much this beef would cost. Suddenly he noticed Woo Jin's card and asked where he got it, to which he replied that he received it from Yongwan specifically for the meeting with Isaac. Jin Ah thought that this meant that he promised to pay him with food for hard work, but paid for it with a guild card. Woo Jin reminded him more and more of Se-chan, and Jin Ah couldn't even do anything about these associations. In the dungeon, all Woo Jin did was destroy the monsters that were there with the help of skeleton warriors. Naturally, there was no struggle for survival or feeling of training. The scene was like watching a child crush ants between his fingers. The system reported that his level increased when mountains of corpses formed around him, and there were no living monsters left. His patron was very impressed by the spectacle he witnessed, and therefore granted him some of his power. Chin-A said that during the battle with the Dullahan he could not see everything well, but what he saw now was simply amazing. Woo Jin thought that this was the first time he used it correctly, without taking into account the individual capabilities of other people, but he did not expect that they had such power. But it was still clear that in this dungeon he would not be able to test his magical items to their full potential. Chin-A said that thanks to the skeletons his level continues to grow, and he doesn't even need to do anything for this. Closing his eyes, he cheerfully added that this means that soon even his skeleton warriors will not be able to compare in strength. Woo Jin cast a cold glance at Jin-Ah, thinking that he was constantly frivolous and nothing could be done about it. Seeing this look, Lee Jin-Ah hurriedly continued that if he forced him to do something he would say that he failed the test. Woo Jin replied with a smile that in that case it was just great because he was thinking about failing the test. When Woo Jin called Se-chan, he immediately asked how the test was and whether he was happy with the results. After he suggested that Woo Jin had failed the test, he replied that he thought he would guess. When asked if something happened while he was away, the man said that the Messiah Guild had postponed its attack on the 7-story dungeon. Woo Jin immediately thought that since they even decided to push back the raid, it meant there was some kind of problem. After which, realizing what was happening, he said that it seemed to him that an internal conflict had arisen in the guild. Zichan said that he also thinks so. There have been many unpleasant incidents recently. The most suspicious was the Master Archer, but these were only his assumptions. Before attacking the 7-level dungeon, he needed to deal with personal problems. When asked what he would do, Woo Jin replied that first of all he would finish what he had already started. But he will think about the rest after eating. And as soon as Chin-Ah saw the card, his eyes immediately sparkled and all the bad mood disappeared. Woo Jin, when asked what his words about finishing what he had already started meant, replied that he would first meet with Yongwan. Yongwan dissatisfiedly asked how he failed, despite the fact that Yongwan personally said that he had to pass this test. Hanging his head, the guy could only ask for forgiveness for what happened. However, Yongwan frowned when he saw this and said that he did not need his apology, but needed to hear an explanation. Only then did Kim Woo Jin raise his head and begin to say that he recognized the power of his poison, but said that he lacked skill. Hearing that he would ask him for help if necessary, Yongwan thought that Woo Jin was only interested in Isaac in such a case. Woo Jin said that he overheard Isaac talking to a colleague outside the dungeon. They are trying to hire people from another guild. When he asked that doesn't this mean that Isaac will soon leave Mokoshi, Yongwan thought that in this case, he will become a free player. And Park Youngwan's expression completely changed due to how shocking this card was. It is very likely that Isaac Ivanov will continue to attack dungeons along with other guilds. When he came to this conclusion, Woo Jin's value in Youngwan's mind increased a little, and he asked if he would pass the test a second time. Woo Jin answered his question without hesitation, and said that if he trusted him and gave him a little strength, he could handle it. Dragon Hunter, Francois Chirot defeated the last dragon in the dungeon, and with this increased the level. When the dungeon was completed, as usual, many people crowded around him asking for an interview. The man asked the hunter for forgiveness but said that they had an urgent request from the Japanese government. An A-rank dungeon had been found. So the master wanted to ask him for advice on what to do. The man asked what he wanted from him, perhaps to advise players who could complete the dungeon. His interlocutor asked if he really already had someone on his mind, and he replied that of course there are. Then the man said that if he recommends someone to the master and this player refuses, what will happen then? The hunter said that this would definitely not happen, which surprised the man. Such confidence was strange. But the hunter was completely confident in what he was saying, as if everything was exactly like that. The hatchling dungeon was a dungeon that only appeared once, creating a legendary player with the title of Dragon Slayer. In such a situation, the whole world was shocked when Isaac Ivanov received the decisive vote on the Cub's emerging dungeon. The Dragon Slayer said that Isaac Ivanov's participation is necessary to clear the dungeon. Of course, the big guilds were different. They paid little attention to this situation, and Isaac agreed to join. Yongwan was amused by the fact that no one wanted to join the performance where Isaac played the main role. The secretary said that Wu Jin sent a message that thanks to the skill he gave him last time, he was able to pass Isaac's test. And besides, Isaac would like to go to this baby dragon dungeon with Wu Jin. Yongwang said that it is understandable. In terms of rank, this 3-level A dungeon is exactly the same as the Dullahan dungeon. But no one wanted to deal with such things, because it was difficult to attack dragons. Nevertheless, it was a young dragon. In the end, Yongwang decided that they needed to write an article, and told the girl to call and gather journalists. Soon news appeared that Yongwang promised full support to Isaac. Against the backdrop of all this, Isaac Ivanov soon published the news that he was accepting a new comrade to the team. While reading this, Zichan thought that, as expected, Yongwan did not miss this chance and took advantage of it perfectly. After which he asked if the secretary had conveyed what he asked to Wu Jin, and she replied that she had. And then she said that she also checked that there were no problems with the goods. Around this time, it should have already been inside the dungeon. Jin-Ah examined the skeleton soldier who looked exactly like Kim Wu Jin and couldn't help but marvel at it. He didn't think that he was going to put a mask on the skeleton, but it seems to work despite the fact that Zichan was so upset about the money. The more he looked, the more surprised he was and asked Wu Jin if he had ever seen a doppelganger in person. Finally, Wu Jin got tired of all this and said that if he breaks it, he will tell everything to the secretary and he will have to pay for it. He said that he understood it. He just needed to put it in his inventory, and it was so amazing that he wanted to take a closer look. At this moment, Li Chen-Ah took a deep breath and asked if he would have to deal with all the monsters on his own again. However, Kim Wu Jin told him something completely unexpected, that this time he wanted to leave him on the 3rd floor. He can handle the 1st and 2nd floors himself, but he will trust Chen-Ah to deal with the baby dragon. Along with these words, Kim Wu Jin summoned the Book of the Dead and freed the skeleton soldier. Wu Jin began to free other monsters from the Book of the Dead. Skeleton soldiers of the Golden Lion and Ogre appeared, as well as skeleton knights and skeleton wolves. Looking at all this preparation, Chen-Ah asked in shock what he was even going to do since he was preparing so carefully. Wu Jin turned to him and said that there was no need to waste time just like that, and they would immediately go to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, Chen-Ah couldn't help but think that Wu Jin was just a monster. He said that he would sort everything out himself, but in the end he destroyed everything to hell. He even felt sorry for the monsters in that dungeon. Jin was no longer just a lone player. He had his own army of skeletons of different levels and ranks, his own guild. Thinking about it, now he didn't even want to stick his head out, considering what had happened and how scary Wu Jin was. He noticed that Chen-Ah was constantly looking at him and asked if he had anything to say, that he continued to look at him. Chen-Ah said that he didn't want to say anything, he just still doesn't quite understand the strategy for attacking the baby dragon. He said that they would start with the fact that he would need to leave everything else to Wu Jin and attack only the flanks, and he had already talked about this. Chen-Ah asked what he then meant by the fact that when he is lying on the ground, he should not overdo it and just stay on his back. Wu Jin explained what it was, but this surprised the guy even more. He had to just wait on the dragon's back until the right moment came. Kim Wu Jin believed that the hardest thing about dragons was that they could fly, which made them the most difficult monsters to hunt. The moment the dragon appeared on the field, Wu Jin made a sign for Chen-Ah to shut up and watch. The dragon flew around the nest for some time, and then, as a very smart creature, he immediately noticed changes in the nest. However, Wu Jin immediately used the explosion skill, and the dragon fell down, carried away by the blast wave and stones. He then began to flap his wings with the intention of using his advantage in the air, but was again crushed by a stone. Chen-Ah and Wu Jin immediately rushed towards him as Chen-Ah asked what would happen if he eventually managed to take off. Wu Jin said that he could cut his wings if they were in an open state, so his task was to return the dragon from heaven to earth. Jin-Ah asked if he really meant that he would fall with him, and Wu Jin replied that he trusted him with this as a comrade. Skeletons and monsters summoned from the Book of the Dead did everything to deal with the dragon in some way, but no matter how hard they tried, nothing worked. The skeletons simply chopped at the thick scales, but did not cause any damage. After some time of effort, Jin-Ah finally managed to pierce his skin a little. The dragon clearly did not like this, and therefore he raised his head and growled loudly, releasing fire around him. Jin-Ah turned to Wu Jin and shouted that it seemed to him that the wings were not the only problem there. Wu Jin, in turn, told him to focus on the wings, and he would take care of the rest himself. After that, he activated even more of his abilities and improved the skeleton warriors he had. Sometime after the attack, the dragon was finally struck by the poisonous blood. The dragon began to rise upward, intending to avoid the fate of being killed. However, Chin-A was not going to let him go so easily, and therefore grabbing him tighter, he rushed up with him. Wu Jin continued to shout at him from below to come to his senses, and did so as quickly as possible before the dragon rose even higher. He grabbed the spear tighter and said that it was easy for him to speak, especially when he was at such a height. After which, holding it with both hands, he rolled down, cutting his wing in the middle. He was even a little surprised that everything worked out, but when they both began to fall, he had to hold on tight, wondering if he would die. Eventually, both Chin-A and the dragon fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to form as a result of their fall. Wu Jin smiled looking at this. If it weren't for Chin-A, he wouldn't even be able to imagine such a strategy. He's already done half the job. But even if they succeeded in the plan with wings, they still shouldn't forget that this is a dragon, and it is dangerous in itself. Watching him try to attack, Wu Jin thought that he needed to be vigilant until they completely subdued him. The battle continued and the skeletons attacked him again, starting to chop and cut again. For some time the dragon tried to somehow resist them, but against such numbers he had no chance. And in the end, they still managed to defeat him. The dragon fell, but this still did not mean that he died completely. Wu Jin headed not in his direction, but in the direction where Chin-A was lying, who had fallen to the ground along with the dragon. Having activated the blessing of the river Styx, he jumped out of the pile of stones in which he was lying with a loud cry of thanks. Wu Jin said that it took longer than he thought, and he didn't get up for so long that it really began to seem like he was dead. Chin-A displeasedly asked why he thought that such a trifle could kill him. His stomach was just empty, so he decided to rest. After which, wiping the blood and dirt from his face, he asked what happened to the dragon in the end. Wu Jin replied that while he was passed out, he played with him a little, and thanks to him, he was able to hunt the dragon. And then he extended his hand to help him get up, saying that he did a good job this time. Chin-A replied that of course he did everything, only now he could not pay him off with words and had to buy him food. Wu Jin pointed to the dragon who was left without strength and said that first they need to deal with it. The master asked his subordinate how many days had passed since Isaac and his group entered the dungeon. Without lifting his head from the floor, he answered that 10 days had already passed since then. 10 days passed, and they were still surprised that he was alive, but many believed that the likelihood of success was extremely low. The master said that although the probability of success was small, but if so, he hoped that they could handle it, so that there would be an opportunity to remove them with their own hands. The second man said that they would throw away the small things and take the big ones. He spoke in a veiled manner, as if not wanting to speak directly. However, the subordinate understood everything and without raising his head, replied that he would devote his life to fulfilling this mission. Finally, the dragon was defeated, and the system reported that they had received the Dragon Slayer achievement. Chin-A couldn't be happier about this achievement and the fact that he had finally become a true Dragon Slayer. However, to his surprise, for some reason, Wu Jin did not share his amusement, and he immediately decided to ask what was wrong with his face. He replied that as soon as they leave this dungeon, he thinks that he must die anyway. Chin-A, in shock, asked him what he meant by these words and what he was even talking about. Wu Jin replied that as soon as they leave there, they will immediately be sent to attack the 4-level dungeon. Everything was true, but starting from the 4th rank of the dungeon, the stage was already only for players above level 100. It could be said that this was a group that was at the top of the guilds, and of course such people enjoyed enormous economic and political privileges. But this is not enough for them. They created their own cartel in order to make big profits and defined each other's territory so as not to invade. So those with exorbitant power and living quietly for their own pleasure, one day uninvited guests appeared on their territory. And if among these uninvited guests, he sees a face that has previously shown itself to be a thorn in the side, Then what? Finally, Wu Jin smiled and asked what he thought would happen after this. When they came out of the dungeon, the attention of all the reporters was focused on them. Everyone was trying to interview and ask something. At some point, they turned their attention to their new comrade Isaac and began filming him close up too. They asked him if there were any problems during the cleansing and what he would say about going through together after joining. Chin-Ah thought that he needed to quickly get out of there until no one noticed that this was a double and not a real person. So he threw his arm over the staggering skeleton's shoulder and began to act as casually as possible, and to say that no one can stop them and they are insurmountable in fact. At that moment, a man appeared in the crowd and pulled a weapon from his bosom, looking carefully at what was happening, after which he rushed towards Wu Jin with great speed with a loud wish for his speedy death. Chin-A did not expect this and tried to hit the attacker, but to his deepest surprise, he managed to dodge. After that, he stopped opposite Wu Jin, since this was his goal initially, and it was he who wanted to kill. And then he rushed at him with great speed and pierced him with a knife, leaving not the slightest chance of salvation. Chin-Ah looked at this in shock, not knowing what to do in such a situation. The reporters, looking at the blood, began to say that he had really hit him hard, and therefore they needed to move away because his blood was poisonous. The next rows began to ask what suddenly happened, but they were told that they did not know, and they needed to move away so that they too would not be caught. Everyone immediately rushed somewhere, but the killer decided not to stop there and rushed in the other direction, wanting to kill Isaac too. However, just as he was about to strike, someone cut him into two pieces. When the man finally fell dead, it became clear to everyone that the man who saved Isaac was a master swordsman. The reporters began to ask each other something the master swordsman had forgotten there. After all, no one expected that he would appear there. After which, everyone ran for cameras to film the meeting between Isaac and the master swordsman for the news. For a while, the master swordsman was silent. He knew exactly who this person was, who was the attacker, but he did not feel sorry for him. Although when he entrusted him with this task, he still apologized for entrusting this task to him. He replied that there was no need to apologize because he was glad that at least he could become useful, and he would carry out this task as he was ordered. After which he bowed to him with gratitude for the fact that he had been looking after him all this time. After some time, Chin-Ah approached Wu Jin's corpse, and after checking the pulse, he turned towards Isaac and shook his head. Meanwhile, the master swordsman started talking about the fact that he came there as a representative of the country to congratulate him on his successful completion. But he could not even imagine that such a tragedy would happen during which one of his people would die. After some time, all the news wrote about the death of Wu Jin and how the swordsman killed the terrorist who killed him. However, Yongwan was still furious. He couldn't calm down in the current situation. And currently, under Yongwan's leadership, there was no one who could take Wu Jin's place. This was also one of the reasons why Yongwan's anger towards Japan burned so fiercely. After all, the secretary knew how much money he invested in Kim Wu Jin, and he knew for sure that these bastards would pay for touching him. After that, he ordered the secretary to find all the information about the terrorist and who was behind him, and brought them all to him. Sometime later, Chin-Ah and Wu Jin were sitting in a restaurant where the master swordsman was telling them that he was very sorry about the death of their colleague. Chin-Ah didn't touch his food. Instead, he looked at Wu Jin and tried to notice the slightest changes on his face. Finally, the master swordsman said that if he had come a little earlier, such a misfortune would not have happened, and after that there was silence. Wu Jin replied in Russian that everything is fine, it is inevitable, and death always follows the players. The girl next to the master translated Wu Jin's words that everything was fine. He smiled and said that it was well said, just as if they were actually comrades in drinking. Having poured the drink into cups, he placed it in front of each guest, saying that he had prepared the best for them to enjoy. And then he said that, of course, it's a pity for the dead, but they shouldn't fall into despair just because they're gone. This infuriated Chin-Ah, who slammed the table and said that it was disgusting, and he couldn't listen anymore. After which he shouted that his comrade, with whom he went through the dungeon side by side, had died since they could behave like that. After which he said that they were just ignorant bastards, and if Wu Jin saw them now, he would not be able to calm down in heaven. And then, when he stood at the exit, he turned to Isaac and said that initially he thought that he was not like that at all. But it seems he understood him incorrectly, so he should have figured it out himself as he wanted, and Chin-Ah would go. After that, he left the building, not forgetting to slam the door loudly as soon as he left. Wu Jin put the alcohol on the table and said that it seemed like they should finish their meal. And he thanked him for the treats, and regarding the dungeon that he offered, he would consider the offer as quickly as possible. The master said that he was sorry that they ended the conversation like that, But that dungeon was difficult, and he wondered if Wu Jin could handle it alone. He stood up and replied that of course he could not cope with that dungeon alone. It was impossible. Therefore, he asked him to prepare one gift for him, which was supposed to change the opinion of his comrade. The consequences of the terrorist attack on Wu Jin did not end, but rather became stronger every day. Under such circumstances, when Japan announced that the attack on Wu Jin was carried out by a radical group, no one could accept it. This worked to Wu Jin's advantage, and he called the phone and asked the person on the other side of the phone where he was. As soon as Wu Jin left, the man praised Sakura, who was hiding there, and asked if she was still there. She immediately appeared behind him and said that she was there, after which she respectfully bowed her head, awaiting an order. He said that if possible, he would like to win Isaac over to their side. And is there really no way? There was no way. The situation was bad from all sides. Everything was fine when they removed Wu Jin. As a result, Chin-Ah became hostile to them and turned away. Now it would be difficult to lure him and Isaac to his side. In addition, Yan Wan is furious over Wu Jin's death. If he also misses Isaac, they will not avoid confrontation. In addition, if the Messiah finds out that they are trying to win Isaac over to their side, Xing Hie will not leave it so easily. In the current situation, as a result, Isaac's coming to their side will do more harm to them than good. The man said that in this case, it's a pity that they can't get it for themselves, because there were advantages to this too. But in any case, since he was the one they couldn't get, then they had to make sure that no one could do it. After this, he ordered them to take the skin of the Nemean lion to Isaac, and this greatly surprised the girl. However, the master said that this was payment for sending his comrade on his last journey, and he thinks that this is a fairly cheap payment. Already sitting in the car, Chin-Ah said that he was actually very angry when they were sitting with the master swordsman. Wu Jin asked if this happened because he had to hold back and couldn't eat. And this infuriated him, and he asked who he took him for, and did he really think that he could just fight for food? Wu Jin calmly asked that in that case it wasn't because of the food that he got so angry. Chin-Ah said that this was not entirely true, after which he corrected himself and said that this was not why. He became angry when he saw the faces of those who held out their hands after doing such a dirty trick. Wu Jin said that he could understand him to some extent, and he didn't think that they would contact them immediately after doing this. But still, his anger turned out to be very useful. He thought that he would be obsessed with food, and suddenly the conversation would drag on, so he came up with several scenarios. This made Chin-A even more angry because he ate almost nothing and went out, but it turned out he could still sit. Se-chan talked on the phone with Wu Jin and told him that they didn't know what else they could do, so they had to be careful. And he received an affirmative answer to the question whether if this time the attack was successful, he was promised an additional reward in the form of an Aegis shield. Then he laughed and said that Secretary Lee had brought him very interesting materials. And he asked if they were really going to give Wu Jin something that they themselves didn't have. After which he explained that the shield of the Aegis, which they had promised as a reward, was now inside the Fuji dungeon. In a closed school playground, where hundreds of officials were gathered, players ready to challenge the dungeon, and reporters who were going to film them. After some time, many reporters gathered around the dungeon, waiting for Isaac to appear. After listening to the official in charge, Kim Woo-jin and Jin-Ah entered the dungeon gate first. However, the next moment, a powerful explosion thundered at the dungeon gate. About 20 seconds after this happened, people started showing reactions. All sorts of screams began to emerge from the cloud of dust. The worst thing that could happen happened, and the entrance to the dungeon was closed. Information about the explosion that occurred in Tokyo, Japan quickly spread throughout the world through various channels. It soon became clear that Isaac Ivanov's group had entered the dungeon before the bomb exploded and were thus trapped in the dungeon. The media also rushed to report the news and portrayed it as a terrible disaster. This was the most satisfactory result for the Swordmaster, and he said that the strategy of isolating them inside the dungeon was not bad. However, he would have sent 5, 6 more reliable guys there if he were in her place, so that they certainly wouldn't leave there. The girl replied that even if they didn't, these two were probably going through hell right now. As if to confirm her words, she spoke again, that it will only take them a few days to truly understand their situation. But all the same, she could not even think that the master would ultimately like her prank. He asked what she meant, and she replied that she had placed the Aegis shield as an additional reward, but it was inside the dungeon. He stood up from his seat and asked if she really thought it looked like a prank. Recently, more and more people have been wondering about the whereabouts of the shield, because it was one of the legendary items with incredible power and abilities. But if others find out that they, even having such an item, failed in the clearing, people will become more wary. The better the cleanup goes, the lower their reputation will fall for all known reasons. In the end, since this information was false, it served as both a trap and bait, and the dungeon became the grave of idiots who dared to challenge. A notification has arrived regarding the conditions for clearing the first floor of the dungeon. At the same time, it was a reminder that no one else could enter or leave the dungeon until it was cleared, or they died. Chin-Ah asked Wu Jin how he could foresee that only they would be able to enter, and did he really have the gift of a fortune teller. Wu Jin replied that there were too many preparations at the entrance, and Jin-Ah asked how he knew that the explosion would be there. Kim Wu Jin didn't bother answering. It wasn't the full reason after all, but he was just used to things like this. He couldn't explain that in the past, facing terror threats from hostile forces both inside and outside the dungeons had been commonplace for him. Therefore, instead of answering, Wu Jin moved on to the next action and said that he would stop talking and should focus on hunting. And they had to really hurry if they were going to collect 20,000 pieces. After some time, they had already moved to the third floor of the Hellhound's dungeon and were now fighting there. Chin-Ah, who was slammed into the ground, stood up from the place where he fell with the words that they were telling the truth, and he should not underestimate his enemy. At that moment, a skeleton appeared through which Wu Jin said that he did not expect him to fight so hard. Players who attacked a 4-story dungeon usually failed on the third floor. In response to the question of whether he knew the reason, Wu Jin shouted that he could not know this and asked what he even wanted to say by this. In any case, judging by the sounds of the approaching monster, now there was no time at all to solve its riddles. Moreover, when dealing with monsters such as ogres, some decisions inevitably led to many accidents. Moreover, Li Jin-Ah was currently fighting a giant without the support of any skeleton soldiers and inflicted wounds on him. In addition, he also tried to dodge the attacks that the ogre inflicted, trying to get rid of him as soon as possible. However, in the next moment, he still slammed him into the wall, and he could not do anything about it. Wu Jin said that since he couldn't figure out the riddle, he had no choice but to tell him the answer right away. Players who enter the Hellhound dungeon will think of the Hellhound as soon as they reach the third floor. It is suicide to save your strength against the main monster on the third floor and try to defeat it in this way. Chin-A asked why he, knowing all this, just left him there and dumped him somewhere, and when he would already send the skeleton warriors there. He replied that because he needed to gain experience in the battle with the ogre, and still he would not die, because he was wearing the skin of a Nemean lion. Chin-Ah thought that really, if you think about it, he had already been hit with high damage several times, but he had never used the skill. Wu Jin said that apparently he couldn't cope, and he needed support, but Jin-Ah replied that he didn't need it. And did he really think that he couldn't handle it alone? After which he headed towards the ogre, saying that he could handle it himself, and Wu Jin should mind his own business. He again went against the ogre without the support of any skeleton soldiers, and he was already ready for battle and also rushed at him. Jin didn't care anymore, because he finally found what he was looking for. An ogre's nest and the remains of players who came before. This was what Kim Wu Jin was looking for all this time. Wu Jin took one of the skulls and activated the Anubis eye, with which he decided to view what happened to him. Memories of the owner of the skull flashed. The guy said that everything possible had to be done from the very beginning, and he was stalling for a long time. He asked the captain for forgiveness, because if he had not saved his strength, this would not have happened. The captain said that he had nothing to apologize for, and he should take the shield with him, kill the Hellhound, and be sure to return it to the master swordsman. Wu Jin's eyes, which were colored black, slowly returned to their original color. The master installed the Aegis shield as a final reward, but the shield was already stuck in the dungeon. Among the many types of weapons that existed in Greek mythology, the shield was considered one of the most powerful. What was more interesting was what would happen when he came out of the dungeon with the shield of the Aegis, and what kind of face the master swordsman would have. On the 17th day after Isaac Ivanov's group was trapped in the dungeon, they were still surviving in the dungeon. The media believed that their group simply burned day after day until they completely melted away like a candle. The media was more focused on what would happen after the death of Isaac Ivanov than on Isaac Ivanov himself. In other words, the time of opportunity was slowly approaching for those who sought to gain the legacy of Isaac Ivanov. The girl said that the master swordsman got rid of Wu Jin, and Isaac's squad was isolated in the dungeon, and there was a high probability that they would die there. She also said that John George also acted according to the plan, and public opinion also changed in their favor. Anyway, everything turned out for the better for them, and they didn't even have to interfere, so the strategy was correct. Sejun asked after a while if she thought this situation was funny. The girl asked if there was really some kind of problem, This question put her into a slight stupor. The man said that it had been 3 years since the gate appeared in the center of Seoul, and he wondered if she remembered what happened there. There was then one guy who wanted him dead, and then he must have been sure that he would not be able to get out of the gate alive. But as she herself knows, then Sejun did not die in that dungeon and managed to get out of there. After that, on the contrary, his position strengthened. Sometimes he had the thought that it was that guy who made him who he is now. So it was really funny because the situation turned out to be such that he should have been grateful to him for it. For some reason, he had the feeling that he and Isaac were quite similar. Then he asked Xing Hye if she thought so, and if Isaac got out, he would have to meet him in person at least once. Finally, Chin-Ah managed to kill the ogre, which the system immediately notified him about. Woo Jin approached him with several skeletons and said that he finished faster than he thought. He brought skeletons to him just in case, but there seemed to be no need anymore, and he looked fine. Chin-A began to swear that he died and returned from the other world, and was it really he who hid somewhere and specially came when it was all over? Woo Jin said that he was not hiding, and besides, he definitely told him that if it was difficult to call, the skeletons would immediately go to his aid. He said that in any case, they would move to the 4th floor, and the skeletons took the swearing Chin-Ah in their arms and carried him forward despite the swearing. Zi-chan said that in the dog's dungeon, everything went as he thought, and nothing was a surprise. Everyone assumed that Isaac was already dead, and even wrote about it in the newspapers, which was quite funny. The secretary sitting opposite him asked if the Hell Dog dungeon was really that powerful, stronger than a dragon. Si-chang said that the word more suitable was dangerous rather than powerful when compared to the dragon dungeon. Among the legendary items, there were some armor with the effect of absolute protection, and without such a presence, he would not have dared to attack this dungeon. After listening to the explanation, the girl belatedly asked if Chin-Ah would be okay. Zi-chan replied that there was no need to worry. He looked like a simple neighbor boy who only thought about food, but showed his real face when necessary. You just had to believe that this time it would work out, Chin. But he was not alone. Woo Jin was with him, and that meant that there was no need to worry. The man climbed out of the hole, carrying on his back the shield he pulled out of there. Climbing the wall, he was breathing heavily. It took a while to find him, because he was in such a problem area. The moment the previous owner of the shield realized that they had lost, he began using all sorts of means to hide the Aegis shield. Woo Jin also admitted that he would never have found it if he didn't have the eyes of Anubis, which showed how well the previous owner hid the item. Looking at how Woo Jin was lying on his back, Jin-Ah loudly called him a bastard and ordered him to get up and quickly help. He continued to fight the monsters, shouting loudly that he was so busy that he was about to die, and he continued to enjoy himself there alone. After which he grabbed one of the hounds and threw it away, saying that even tanks, in the end, have rights that should be respected. Suddenly, the hound decided to attack the guy with fire from behind, which he immediately did before he realized it. However, Woo Jin was faster, and therefore shielded both of them from this attack, and thus stopped it. Even after the attack stopped, the shield continued to glow with a bright golden light, and the hound seemed to calm down for a while. Chin-A asked what it was, and whether he really had in his hands exactly what he was thinking about. Woo Jin turned to him and answered with a smile that it was so. This was the Aegis shield that they were looking for, and did he still think that he simply didn't do anything? Chin-A replied that he was just sad, so he said all sorts of nonsense, and everything was fine because they had a shit and everything was planned out. Woo Jin handed the shield into the hands of Chin-Ah with the words that he thinks that now they need to slowly get out of the dungeon. You had to be more careful with the hellish dog, after all. If it launched an attack, it would immediately knock you out with one blow. The next moment, Woo Jin looked behind Jin-Ah and loudly told him to dodge. And at the same moment, they both dodged another attack, which this time came from a direction they did not expect. Chin-A asked how this happened. After all, the hell dog was definitely on the other side, and how the attack could have come from the opposite side. The reason why Woo Jin didn't show any joy was because instead of one hellhound, there were two. This was the reason why the previous team failed the dungeon, even though they had an amazing item like the Aegis shield. No matter how amazing the Aegis shield was, there was no way it could protect against two hellhounds at the same time. The reason Kim Woo Jin didn't show any joy was because instead of one hellhound, there were two. This was terrible news. Few could imagine fighting two hellhounds when even one was considered a nightmare. And Chin-Ah, just looking tensely at Woo Jin, asked if this is really like the 1+1 crust promotion. After which he again met the dog's attack with a shield, still continuing to ask what kind of nonsense this was. Chin-A, who had been through all sorts of ridiculous situations with Woo Jin, knew that this situation was not normal. However, he still continued to do his job and defend himself from the attacks of both dogs, who stood on opposite sides. Finally, he got tired of the silence and asked what they should do now, since they only had one shield. Having received no answer, he turned and fought off the dog's next attack with his shield. However, at the same moment, the second dog attacked him, which forced Wu Jin to rush in the direction where Chin-Ah was standing to see if everything was okay with him. Coming closer, he began to call him loudly, expecting that he would answer in some way. After some time, when the dust had settled, Chin-Ah got out of there and stood up, not immediately paying attention to the burning armor. But as soon as he noticed and felt it, he immediately began waving his hand in panic, loudly shouting that there was fire. Wu Jin watched as he tried to put it out and loudly told Chin-Ah not to panic and quickly took off his armor. Chin-A threw it to the ground and said that it was not a problem that it was hot, looking at how the flames were eating the armor. The hellhound simply let out a low growl. She was about 8 meters long and her body was so black that it was difficult to fully distinguish her form. At that same moment, the monsters rushed towards them, as if they were just waiting to receive a command from the leader. Looking at all this, Chin-Ah cursed and said that they seemed to have more work, and now everything would definitely not be easy. Looking around, Chin-Ah prepared for battle and said that if this continues, then simply being careful with the hellfire will not be enough. Chin-A, on the one hand, repelled the attacks of monsters with a sword, and on the other, covered himself with a shield from attacks. After watching Wu Jin run away, Chin-Ah loudly asked what he was planning to do and what he was even thinking about earlier. Wu Jin said nothing, silently cutting the monsters into pieces and not stopping for a moment, while he thought that the hellhound reminded him of the old days. An 8-story dungeon that he attacked along with other guild members. The boss monster Cerberus belonged to the hellhound family, just like these monsters, but was much stronger. And if you think about the clearing of that dungeon, then the number of hellhounds that died at his hands was 23 individuals. This is what made him smile as he cut down the next minions of the hounds. Yongwan frowned at his secretary and asked if she was telling the truth about Wu Jin being alive. She replied that this was the complete truth, after which she handed over to him the letter that had come from him. The letter said that since Japanese terrorists continued to threaten his life, he had to falsify his death, but he could not describe everything in a letter and promised to tell him in person. Yongwang smiled and said that it turns out that guy is alive, and even if he is thrown out in the middle of the Eastern Ocean, he will return alive. And then he turned to the secretary and told her to be careful and allow information leaks. She said that lately he has been acting too suspiciously, even if his life is in danger. Yongwang replied that he never believed him. He was just a tool that was needed to realize his ambitions. And since Wu Jin was alive, now he could get all his investments back. And after everything was over, he was going to deal with him. Meanwhile, Wu Jin continued to fight the hellhound in the dungeon and was doing well. Chin-A, looking at the battlefield, thought that he was just a monster. It was difficult to imagine that an ordinary person would fight like that. He climbed there even without armor that could block the hellish flames. He thought that he had simply decided to give up, and so he went there to die. However, judging by his movements, it was the other way around. He seemed to have foreseen all the attacks of the hellhounds in advance. But as far as he knew, this was the first time Wu Jin had encountered such monsters, so it was somewhat strange to observe. It turned out that despite all the power of hellfire, it was enough to simply dodge it. Finally, Wu Jin turned his attention to the remaining ones and said with a smile that there was only one dog left. After which he said that the weapon is made of bones and melts quickly, but it's okay. Because he prepared enough weapons, these were spears made from the bone of a baby dragon. The hound in turn looked at him, drops of black fire dripping from its mouth with every breath it took. Wu Jin smiled and said that he did what he wanted to do, and so far everything was going smoothly. After which he suggested that they finally call it a day and pointed his spear in the direction of the hound. Suddenly he was asked to wait, which was quite unexpected, and so he immediately turned in that direction. Chin-Ah stopped out of breath right in front of him. He decided to wait to find out what he would tell him. Chin-Ah said that he cannot continue to be a free rider like this, and he also has pride. That is why he wanted him to provide the last creature for destruction to him, because he also wanted to somehow participate. Wu Jin asked with a smile if he really thought he could handle it. He replied that of course he could handle it, after which he gave the shield back, which surprised Wu Jin, and he asked why. Chin-A in turn took the spear from his hands and said that he hated the thought of being a burden to someone. He thought to himself that what he really wanted to do was become stronger because he had people he had to protect. That is why he had to become stronger than he is now, much stronger. What kind of group did you gather people in a certain place and then ordered them to sit with their hands behind their heads? The man handed the girl a suitcase with money, saying that it was payment for bills. She arrogantly asked what it was, to which the man said that it was payment for the request, and what else could it be? This was a reward for killing local players near the dungeon entrance. He opened the suitcase and said that she had made his business much easier, so he was very grateful to her. The girl counted the money and asked what nonsense he was talking about, and did he really think that they were risking their lives for the sake of pennies? And didn't the director tell him that they only pay in skill pages or items? He said that he was well aware of the terms of the deal with the Thunderbird Guild, but recently he had problems with the supply of items. Even with money, he has a hard time on the black market, and the dungeons remaining nearby were dangerous. The girl slammed her hands on the table and said that in this lawless zone of the Amazon, the leader's word is law. Then she grabbed him by the clothes, asking since when bugs like him dare to speak out. Then she said that if he tried to say one more word, she would tear out his tongue and throw it to feed a wild dog. And then she began to put her threat into action when the man unexpectedly died from being electrocuted. The girl turned to the head, who entered the room and immediately turned in his direction. He looked at her gloomily and asked if he hadn't told her not to waste time. And why torture yourself and try to negotiate with an insect that did not understand the banal rules? Putting a leaflet with the skill on the table, he said that she should act more simply and not complicate her life. Chin, meanwhile, he was still dealing with the Hellhound and could not finish what he started, and after some time he completely passed out. The Hellhound that could defeat even experts now looked like a hedgehog with numerous swords protruding from its body. Suddenly, Jin-Ah jumped up and pointed his weapon at the man who appeared behind him, but Wu Jin quickly identified himself and said that it was him. Then he asked what happened to the Hellhound, and while he was lying there, did Wu Jin take care of her or not? Instead of answering, he turned behind his back and said that he didn't do anything and that he dealt with it only on his own. Dozens of spears were stuck into her body, and some parts seemed sunken, but still the monster was defeated. Yongwan tapped his fingers on the table. They say that this is not the first time Wu Jin surprises him. Who knew that he would decide to deceive Yongwan because he really thought that he was dead? Wu Jin replied that, as they say, if you want to deceive the enemy, then deceive your friends first. Yongwang said that it was wise not to go to the doctor because of that moment. It was better for him not to try to fool him. Saying that he was annoyed by such jokes, Yongwan released his terrifying aura, trying to scare Wu Jin. However, to his surprise, he only calmly replied that he understood, and this topic of conversation was closed. After this, Yongwang said that there was something else. It was John George, whom he spoke about last time. Lately, he had been getting on his nerves a lot. The media deliberately created a feeling of rivalry and constantly wrote about it. This didn't fit into his plan at all. He needed Isaac to shine alone, so he hoped there was no need to beat around the bush and explain. He meant that Wu Jin needed to somehow persuade Isaac to trample this John. Wu Jin asked what it meant that he wanted Isaac to get even more attention, and Yongwan replied that it was true. However, to his surprise, Wu Jin simply replied that he understood everything, after which he asked to allocate him the Formidable One and give him. When asked why the Formidable One so suddenly, Wu Jin replied that because what Isaac wanted, the Formidable One had. The Swordmaster asked the student if Isaac really asked for the Ring of Solomon instead of the Shield of the Aegis. She asked for forgiveness, and he said that he himself offered this shield as a reward, so there was no need to apologize. Since he wanted to get another item in return, the procedure was inevitable, but he could not understand one thing. How could Isaac even know that Solomon's ring was in their hands all this time? The girl said that it was not she who told, to which the master said that he did not doubt his student. He just had the feeling that the information leak was as if there was a rat among them. The girl said that she was very ashamed, so she would find the traitor right now and deal with him together with Isaac. However, to her surprise, the master told her to leave him and not do anything. As for the speed of their growth, the day would soon come when they would meet in person, and so all he had to do was wait. And now he thinks that he will have to cut them with his own hands to get satisfaction. The girl sitting opposite Wu Jin asked what she was looking at now. A ghost or a zombie? He smiled slightly and said that he thought that most likely the ghost would be closer in meaning. She asked if he was really pretending to be dead in front of the whole world and was planning to live in Isaac's shadow. Wu Jin easily replied that it was not that important, so she could think as she wanted. This angered the girl, and she said that actually he was officially dead, so there would be no problem if she killed him again. Wu Jin suggested ending this useless squabble because he didn't come there to fight, but wanted to go to the head. Looking at Wu Jin, she couldn't help but think that he was annoying her. He still gave her an unpleasant feeling. And if it weren't for the head, she wouldn't have talked to him at all. After thinking a little, the girl said that she would give him 1 minute to explain, and no more. Wu Jin asked if the formidable one works through exchange, and the girl immediately confirmed his words, asking so what. Then he asked with a slight smile whether people would also be included in the exchange or not. He wanted to know what he could get if he sold Isaac to the Thunderbird Guild. This angered the girl, and she asked if she was not there to negotiate on behalf of Isaac, but was going to sell him to them. And then she jumped up from her seat, calling him a crazy bastard, and asking if he was making fun of her. At this time, the head appeared behind Wu Jin and said that this was even interesting, but the fact that he appeared made the girl fall silent in surprise. Then the head asked Wu Jin if they should now buy Isaac by the kilogram, since that's what he's offering. He answered, who knows, after all, it's not his concern anymore, but he doesn't think that they will need Isaac without one limb, for example. There was silence, which for some time no one planned to break, after which the head said that this was a rather tempting offer, and Wu Jin should tell him more about it. Wu Jin and Chin A sat near the fire and talked in Russian masks, while Chin A did not stop eating. Finally, he asked Wu Jin if he really planned to do this. He asked with a smile what he was talking about, so that he could explain his question in more detail. Chin A said that even if you think about it a little, they just came out of the 4-story dungeon where they were on the verge of death. In any case, he was willing to go to the 5-story dungeon, but he was wondering if it was too early to take on the A rank. This amused Wu Jin a little, and he asked why he was asking and whether the player was really afraid of the dungeon. Chin A shouted loudly that he always provokes him, and asked if he should just let him get away with it. There was a rustling sound in the bushes when Chin A loudly asked if Wu Jin really saw him as a fool to treat him like that. He said that he should stop, and he really stopped and stood up from his seat, looking behind himself. A girl appeared in the clearing, greeted him in an uncertain voice, and walked forward. Then she said that her name is Michelle. She is from the Messiah's Guild, and tomorrow they will all participate in clearing the dungeon together. She's a fan of theirs, and this will be their first attack together, which is why she really wanted to greet them. Wu Jin was wondering why Michelle in particular, when he suddenly remembered what was what. As he remembered from his past life, it was in this dungeon that Michelle would ultimately die. Meanwhile, Chin A approached her and said that he was very glad to see her, and she continued to smile. Then he asked that since she was a fan, maybe he should give her an autograph, expecting that she would ask him for it. But she asked him for forgiveness, after which she respectfully bowed to Isaac and asked for his autograph. He in turn gave it to her, and Chin A had no choice but to look at this whole scene with anger. After some time, all 3 guilds, the Messiah Guild, the World Bird Guild, and the Mokosh Guild, gathered to enter the dungeon. The head asked that he really wants to say that, contrary to what everyone knows, Isaac is actually controlled by Wu Jin. He calmly replied that everything was correct, and that was exactly what he wanted to convey to them. The girl angrily asked what kind of nonsense this was, and asked the head not to believe it, but he simply raised his hand and asked, so what? Wu Jin replied that he had heard that he liked collecting items and skill pages. However, there were supply problems due to level restrictions, in which it could help in attacking the necessary dungeons. If you use Isaac, there will be no dungeons that he cannot enter or cope with. The head said that looking at how confidently he spoke, it seemed to him that he wanted something specific from him, after which he said that he is not involved in unprofitable businesses and does not know what he wants, but he is not particularly interested. If he wants to get something, then let him offer something more interesting. He was interested in the sale of Isaac, but in the end, nothing special. Looking at him leaving the room, the girl smiled. After all, everything was going as well as possible for her. After which she turned to Wu Jin and asked if his negotiations had failed. He pretended to be someone and in the end turned out to be a mangy dog. Then she asked the head if she could deal with him, and he replied that in any case he was already useless. Wu Jin said that a Cyclops dungeon had appeared in the Amazon, and he heard that they were forming a team to attack it. This made the head stop and ask, so what? To which Wu Jin replied that he would send Isaac to clear out this dungeon. And the head replied with a smile that this was the funniest thing he had ever heard. And does he really want to send Isaac, who just graduated from a 4-story dungeon to a 5-story one and at the same time of rank A? After which he laughed and said that he had some incredible confidence, and he also did a lot of crazy things when he was at his level. And finally, when he did not answer, the head said that in this case they agreed, and they would talk again if possible. Wu Jin calmly asked what in this case he was willing to offer for Isaac, who would clear the dungeon. The head replied that he was not going to buy him, and according to him, it turned out to be smarter to buy from Jin than to buy Isaac, and then asked what he thought and whether he would work under him in the end. And since he is somewhat skeptical, he will have to pass a small test, and he proposes a trade. It had been 6 days since he and Chin A and the other guilds entered Cyclops' dungeon. While fighting the orcs in the desert, Jin-Ah loudly asked Wu-Jin what he would ultimately say to Park Yong-won when he asked. The skeleton asked in surprise what he was talking about and what he should tell Yong-won. Jin-Ah replied that this is understandable, and that they are on the side of the formidable one. And does he really think that Yong-won will tolerate it when he finds out this? When asked if he had any plan, Wu-Jin replied that he did not have one, and he would hand over everything as is to Yong-won. At the same moment, Jin-Ah turned to him in shock, asking what he said and not noticing the orc's hand flying towards him, after which he quickly dodged the blow and slammed him into the ground, asking Wu-Jin what the hell he was talking about. In the end, he defeated that orc, after which he fell dead, no longer able to resist somehow. Then Jin-Ah approached the skeleton and asked how he was going to tell Yong-won that he had accepted the terrible man's offer. He replied that Yong-won, without any options, could not be deceived, so the best way out was to honestly admit everything. Jin-Ah asked why he thinks that this is the best way out, and does he really think that he will say what he understands and let them go to the terrible one? Wu-Jin approached him from the other side, saying that it seemed like he had understood everything wrong. Still, if they go and tell Yong-won about the deal with the formidable, will he consider them traitors, or will he consider that they betrayed the formidable? On the 23rd day, the people of the Messiah dealt with the monsters on the 4th floor in the Minotaur's dungeon. However, the damage that the monsters caused there was much more than the level from the ordinary monsters that they had to fight. One of the guys asked the other what their situation was, and he replied that everything was the same as his. Then he turned to the girl and asked how long it would take her to prepare to kill them with magic. The monsters noticed the only magician in the group, and the guy told Kyle about this, after which he told him to cover her. The next moment, she finally activated a spell, with the help of which she managed to send energy towards the monsters running towards her. There was an explosion, and everyone who was there died. Some pretended to die, and only a few actually died. Baldy exhaled with relief and said that they barely made it through the barrier, after which he asked what kind of bloody goblins they were. And the difficulty there was very high, probably precisely because the dungeon itself was of a high level. Until they reached the main hall in the center of the labyrinth, monsters will most likely continue to appear in front of them in droves. While the bald man was discussing the strategy by which they would move, one of the lying bloody goblins suddenly began to move, after which he rushed towards Michelle with great speed, attacking from behind so that no one had time to react. There was a blow after which the goblin fell to the ground, this time probably killed. Michelle's teammates immediately ran up to her and began asking if she was okay, to which she replied that she was okay. Then the bald man drew attention to the man who saved her, but he did not understand what he was doing there, because he should not have been there. However, he still thanked Isaac standing in front of them for saving him, because thanks to him, a member of their team remained alive. He asked why they didn't finish the job, and the bald man immediately asked what he was talking about. Isaac explained that he was talking about a control shot, after which he began to pierce the goblins with his sword in order to kill them for sure. To the bald man's surprise, immediately many of the goblins that Isaac had not reached began to tremble, after which they stood up and rushed towards the exit with great speed. Isaac explained that blood goblins differ from their brothers, other types of goblins, precisely in their intelligence. The goblins were not allowed to go far, and the next moment skeleton soldiers came out from behind the walls, who were already meeting them with swords. The bald man silently watched for some time as they dealt with the goblins, but did not make any attempts to help. Isaac, meanwhile, said that the Messiah's guild had volunteered to clear the dungeon together, so he expected more from them. Finally turning around completely, he smiled and said that despite this, it looked like they were simply no good for anything. This completely infuriated the bald man, so he turned to Wu Jin and loudly yelled at him to watch what he was saying. However, Miguel immediately grabbed his hand and called him by name, drawing his attention to her. Wu Jin approached them with a slight smile, saying that the guild leader must be responsible for security and be on alert at all times. And if he knew about the bloody goblins in advance, then he should have prepared for the battle with them properly. Judging by the lack of basic training, Isaac thought that the rumors about the Messiah Guild were an exaggeration. Baldy thought that he himself knew that he was not ideal, but he would not tolerate such an attitude towards their efforts to save this world. At that moment, the guy with a mask on his face said that they understood what Isaac said, so he should stop talking about it. There was no need to involve unnecessary emotions in this matter, because after all, they all united there to clear the dungeon. Michelle said that Kyle was right, and they were grateful for the help, and then asked what business he was there for. He didn't come there just to argue with them, instead of monitoring the work of his team. Wu Jin pointed behind himself and said that in fact, this is so, and to be honest, there was a small problem. After he said that their tank injured his leg, Chin Ah appeared and greeted them with an awkward smile. Michelle immediately rushed to him asking how this happened. He replied that it was due to inattention, and one of the people helped him sit more comfortably, and Michelle said that she would examine his leg. Chin Ah continued to say that it's not worth it, thinking to himself that now, because of Wu Jin, he should pretend to be wounded. At the same time, his reputation as a real man was crumbling before his eyes, and he was happy when Wu Jin initially said that he would give him a rest. Wu Jin looked at them out of the corner of his eye and thought that they were different from Sejong and really wanted to save the world. The bald man began to taunt Wu Jin that he himself did not keep track of a member of his team and came to them, after which he began to teach them something. And as he said there, the leader is responsible for the safety of the members of his guild, and he himself could not bear it. When he did not answer, the bald man said that he should first take care of himself and then interfere in the affairs of others. After which he asked what was wrong with him and whether he really took water into his mouth after pretending to be the smartest one. Wu Jin replied that, unlike some, he was not careless, but his subordinate injured his leg through his own carelessness. Chin A immediately said that it was really his own fault. He didn't listen like a fool and ran forward, which is why this happened to him. Baldy said that in any case, it would not be possible to clear the dungeon without a tank, and so he ran to ask for help from them. Wu Jin replied that everything was correct, but when he saw the state of his guys, he doubted it. And he suggested that his team be completely under the command of Wu Jin. If they agree, then he will make sure that they come out of there safe and sound. Baldy was completely infuriated by this, and he grabbed an axe with the words that he was just a bastard who was running into trouble. After which he went to him with the words that the dungeon needed to be cleared, and if he wanted, they could unite. But he couldn't easily tolerate his intonation, and if he was so confident in his abilities, he had to fight him one-on-one. The boy asked the girl what was wrong with her face, and was she really worried, which brought her to her senses. He laughed, asking if she really wanted to do something wrong in the master's absence and was now worried. Sun Wu came up to him and told him to maintain decorum and stop talking nonsense, because it was not for him to talk about it. And besides, while Master Se-chung was not there, she was the same as the mistress of the guild. So if he breaks the rules so brazenly again, Sun Wu won't just stand there and remain silent. The boy smiled evilly and turned to him, asking what he thought he could do with him. At that moment, the girl slammed the table and told them to stop, because there was no reason to start this argument between them. The swordmaster said that he knew that Sejong wanted to someday meet face-to-face with Isaac, but since they gathered there, it was worth getting to the heart of the matter, and whether the information that Isaac entered the A-rank dungeon on the 5th floor is reliable. The girl said that until recently she herself considered these to be false rumors, but it turned out to be true. She received this information from a person who was in the Amazon, and as they see, there are witnesses to this. The swordmaster asked who entered there with Isaac, and if there was any information about them. The girl said that for now, they did not share the same opinion with them, so they could not trust them with the tasks. The swordmaster said that it was even better, because he was not someone who could be dealt with easily, so he would do it himself. The girl said that she was reassured by the fact that he intervened in this matter personally, and she doesn't know whether it will help him or not, but Isaac himself became bait for entering this dungeon. John said that if only Isaac can be destroyed, there is nothing bad about it, and there will be nothing wrong. In the end, in this case, he will become the only Halo representative of the Dark World. After being silent for a while, the swordmaster asked what location had been designated for the operation. The girl replied that the place was Egypt, and it was the Sphinx dungeon on the 6th floor. After some time, the bald man finally lost to Wu Jin, to which his team looked on in slight shock, not believing what was happening. Lying on the ground without any desire to get up, he only repeated that he had lost, and Wu Jin stood aside and looked at all this. Chin Ah looked at this the same way, but with some relief, thinking that he himself had once been like that. The next moment, to the bald man's surprise, Wu Jin walked up to him and stopped right in front of him, after which, with a sly smile, he said that now it was time to fulfill the promises he had made. Fighting with the Minotaur after some time, he tried to understand how long they had been fighting there, because he attacked him many times, but for some reason the end of the edge was not visible in this battle. He couldn't just give up, so he asked Michelle to help him with her fire skill once again. She immediately answered well, and then he, activating his skill and using provocation, rushed towards the Minotaur. However, despite everything, he was faster, so the guy was unable to attack him and had to dodge his attack. As soon as he did this, he cursed to himself, thinking that this time the landing really wasn't very good. At that moment, he called Kyle and he rushed forward with two swords in his hands, jumping straight onto the back of the Minotaur, after which, with great speed, cutting through his torso, at the same time running down it. At that moment, Michelle launched a magic ball into his face, which caused an explosion. The bald man turned towards Wu Jin, thinking that he was very reckless when he decided to argue with him. Busy with this, he did not immediately notice that the Minotaur was attacking him again, and looked up only when the blow was already flying in his direction. And he wanted to dodge, but his leg got stuck in the ground, so it was too late to dodge, and he decided to fight back as he was. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, and the next moment the Minotaur struck the place where he stood. Looking at how Wu Jin saved him, Kyle said in shock that he was scared to death for Jordan. Lying in Wu Jin's arms, the bald man loudly asked what happened, after which he began to demand that he immediately let him go to the ground. He said with a mocking smile that the princess's desire is law and threw him down. He immediately shouted that he was just a bastard and asked if he couldn't somehow lower him down more gently. At that moment, members of his team ran up to him and began to ask if he was okay. He replied that he was okay and nothing bad had happened. And noticing that Wu Jin was heading somewhere, he called him and asked where he was going. He turned to him and said that since the tank was out of action, then someone must replace it. Baldy asked what nonsense he was talking about, and did he really want to say that he would finally fight and not just stand. After which he looked at the Minotaur and the mess around him and said that it was hell there, and was he really going to get involved in this chaos? In response to the bald man's offer to go himself, Wu Jin said that it was simply suicide to enter into battle with such a leg. And he asked if he dies, who will be responsible for his team, because it's not at all cool when a leader sacrifices himself. And then he turned back and said that it would be better if he spent this time training to prevent such a situation. The tank was not just a bullet catcher taking on attacks. Its role was to stall for time and allow the allies to attack the enemy. Zi-chan sarcastically asked his interlocutor if some ragamuffin had really come to such a good place. He responded with a smile and asked what kind of rude greeting he had, and whether the poor people really embarrassed him. And he added that apparently he is delusional if he calls him a ragamuffin and believes that this is really so. Zi-chan said that he didn't think that he could come without a reason, so he was wondering why he showed up. He replied that he probably had some important business for him. If not, then why would he need to trudge so far? Then he asked whether his words that he would try to save the world were valid, which surprised Zi-chan quite a lot. The man reminded him that he had made a decision the day Mr. Lee died. Zi-chan didn't answer, but just at the words about Mr. Lee, he looked worriedly behind the man's back. The secretary calmly went about her work and seemed not to pay attention to their conversation at all. Zi-chan noticed that he was looking at him and exclaimed that naturally those words were still valid. And did he really not know his character until now? If he had already decided on something, he would definitely do it. And this meant that essentially nothing had changed. And Zi-chan added something else. He will calm down when he repays twice as much for a benefactor and 4 times as much for an insult. The bald man looked at Wu Jin's attacks and couldn't believe his eyes. He dodged all the attacks without using his physical strengthening skill. Wu Jin thought that it was amazing. It looked like the enemy knew all his next actions. After which he began to lead the Minotaur towards the walls, thinking that if they just evade all the time, then they can't count on success. The bald man looked at this picture in shock, asking in a trembling voice what he was doing, and he should look back. However, Wu Jin did not listen to him and still led the Minotaur to the place he needed. The next moment he stopped and began to watch with a slight smile as the Minotaur rushed straight at him with great speed. After which he stepped a little to the side and let him break through the wall with his body, after which he got stuck there for a while. Everyone else still looked at what was happening in shock, not even knowing how to react to something like that. Chin-Ah didn't even look. He just shook his head, thinking that everything was all over again. The bald man thought that even though Wu Jin was disgusting, he couldn't just die like that. It was all because of him, and it would have been better if he had sacrificed himself and intervened. Then everything would have ended with his death. And now they didn't even have skeleton warriors. Suddenly, to his surprise, the skeleton warriors rushed towards the fallen Minotaur with great speed, after which they began to inflict many wounds on his body while he unsuccessfully tried to get out. Wu Jin, who was standing right under him, took the sword more firmly in his hands and asked him what it was and whether he really couldn't move. After which he rushed forward and pierced one of his eyes. The system immediately reported that the Minotaur was poisoned with poisonous blood. Finally, after many attempts, the Minotaur finally managed to get out of the wall, severely damaging its horns. Looking at this, Wu Jin jumped to the other side. It turns out he still had some strength left, and he thought that he would be able to gain some time. The Minotaur was getting closer and closer to him. It was clear that this monster had intelligence, so it could no longer be lured to the wall. But at the same moment, Wu Jin noticed that he had become furious, and everyone knew that an angry animal sees only what is ahead. Therefore, he decided that his plan of action would be as follows: to exert all his strength and in the end crush the Minotaur with one blow. The next moment, the skeletons began throwing corpses of orcs at the Minotaur, not really caring where they landed. And Wu Jin smiled looking at this, after which he used the explosion skill and blew up all the corpses of his minions that flew up to the Minotaur. A powerful explosion was heard, causing the Minotaur to fall to the ground, no longer able to stand on his feet normally. The skeletons in turn immediately rushed towards him and began to inflict many blows on his torso in order to kill him for sure. However, Wu Jin no longer looked at it. Instead, he turned and walked towards the people looking at it in surprise. John sat boredly, resting his chin on his hand, and asked why his interlocutor told only him to stay. After which he turned to the girl and with a nasty smile asked if she might want to invite him on a date. She didn't answer anything, and after a minute pause asked what happened to the last order. John asked if she was talking about Balmung, and if so, then there was a person who was ahead of him, so it turned out somehow awkward. The girl was greatly surprised by this. She could not understand who it could be, and whether there was anyone else besides them who was hunting for him. Sun Wu said that he couldn't listen to this anymore and just endure it, pretending that everything was fine. And then he pulled out a knife from his inventory, and with great speed rushed behind John's chair, putting the knife to his throat. After which he said that it is worth making a hole in his face, and only then will such scum understand what politeness is. He mockingly asked him why they should scare him like that. After all, he was their precious bait. And then he added that without his help, they were unlikely to cope with such a large fish as Isaac. Song Wu was already tired of this, and therefore he shouted that he would destroy him, after which he himself would go to Egypt to carry out the plan. Suddenly the girl loudly told them to stop because John was right. There's no better bait than John to lure Isaac and stir up public opinion, and everyone knew this. Shang Wu fell silent and removed the knife from John's throat while he barely tried to restrain his rage. John said mockingly, looking at Sun Wu, that she was actually quite good at this. The girl said that she understood, after which she told him to better engage in his role as bait. Meanwhile, all those who were in the dungeon had already moved to the 5th floor of the Forest of Giants. Suddenly, people from the Bird Guild appeared, one of whom noticed Isaac and immediately called him. And then he said that as he had heard, his data was excellent, and thanks to him, they were able to get to this place without much effort. Wu Jin also paid attention to him and turned in his direction, asking what was the matter. He whispered that it was nothing special, and he just wanted to check if Isaac had forgotten about his promise. He asked if he was really asking about the fact that he promised to give them the reward from the dungeon. The man immediately smiled and said in a normal voice that he remembered everything correctly. The bald man looked at this whole scene with anger. He could not accept what happened on that floor. Suddenly, Michelle took his hand, and when he turned to her, she asked if he was okay. Jordan immediately laughed awkwardly and answered in a slightly trembling voice that of course he was fine. Kyle patted him on the shoulder and told him not to think too much about what happened in the last battle. Michelle said that's right, it wasn't his fault. Isaac was just too outstanding. And these words of hers not only did not cheer up the bald man, but also wounded him in the very heart, which only made him more offensive. Bowing awkwardly, he stammered and thanked them for everything. Wu Jin watched their team and remembered the past when they all went to this dungeon together for the first time. As far as he remembered, then the survival rate was something like half, and even less. But now he was sure that everything would be different. He simply would not allow what happened to them last time. Suddenly a sound was heard, which indicated that the main monster of this dungeon was already there. Zichang was still talking to the dragon hunter, and Secretary Li continued to do her work. Finally, Zichang got tired of the empty talk, and he irritably told his interlocutor to stop beating around the bush and get down to business. He said that if he was really going to save the world and was firm in his decision, then he had a little thing for him. Zichang looked at him skeptically and asked him what other thing he could offer. The hunter did not answer. Instead, he pulled out a sword from his inventory and placed it on the table. Zichang, in shock, immediately grabbed it and began to ask if it was really Balmung. The hunter said that this is him, and it is he who the guys from the Messiah are secretly looking for, and, if his assumptions are correct, the only sword that can kill the Savior. Zichang looked at the sword reverently, then looked slyly at the hunter and asked if he would give him the sword for free. Zichang silently looked out the window at the flying planes, thinking about something of his own. After a short silence, he turned his attention to the secretary and asked her if there were any problems while he was flying away. She replied that there were no problems. At some point, the girl called Se-chan and told him that he didn't have to worry about her opinion. Se-chan asked excitedly when he was worried while sweating from head to toe. However, Secretary Lee said without looking at him that she personally asked the man what exactly happened on the day her father died. Se-chan fearfully thought that now she knew everything, but he couldn't find an answer to all these words. When she turned off the car, he carefully touched the chair and asked in a stuttering voice if Secretary Lee was okay. She only replied that she was far from okay, and that was where their conversation ended because Se-chan didn't know what else to say, and the girl didn't try to talk. Isaac and the others were still in the dungeon, and they continued to go through it with the guys from the Messiah Guild. Suddenly, the bald man turned to Wu Jin and asked him why they had come there, and whether everything would be okay with the guys from the Thunder Guild. Hearing him say that if they want to win the battle, then it would be better for them to unite with them, Wu Jin turned towards him. Remembering how he spoke with the leader of the Thunderbird team before they were separated from them. At that moment, one of his men ran up to the team leader and asked what they would do on this floor and what their plan was. He turned to Wu Jin and suggested that they begin the attack immediately. As they had done so far, it would be better for everyone to leave the dungeon as soon as possible. Wu Jin turned around and told him not to be stupid but to just hide separately and sit quietly like they had been doing all this time. It was impossible to underestimate this monster and behave negligently, so if he wants to stay alive, he should do what he is told. The leader looked after Wu Jin as he left, silently cursing him with the finest curses. The subordinate standing next to him kept asking what they should do and whether they should prepare for battle or not. He did not answer. Isaac was right as he said they were able to get there without losses. If they manage to get rid of this Cyclops with their own hands, then once he gets rid of Shakira, he can become the leader's right hand. Therefore, he told his subordinate to gather everyone and prepare for battle, because they would catch the Cyclops themselves. Meanwhile, Isaac told the bald man not to think about the Thunderbird Guild because first they must sort it out there. The bald man became even more angry at these words, but Michelle again began to reassure him that everything was fine and there was no need to be angry. Meanwhile, Isaac approached Chin-A and to his surprise, asked about his health. Chin-A immediately cheered up and answered with a smile that everything was fine with him, and he had already returned to normal. At that moment, monsters appeared from the cave, and the people who stood closest to it shouted loudly about it. Wu Jin looked at them calmly and then said that this was just great, so they would act according to plan. Chin-A immediately said that he understood, after which he put on the Ring of Solomon, which, when used, made it possible to control low-level monsters. Then he pointed his hand towards the monsters and activated it, intending to subjugate the monsters to his will. Meanwhile, the head was struggling with what seemed to him like monsters, and could not understand where they all came from. Finally, he grabbed the sword with both hands and shouted that if they just tried to approach him, he would cut them all into pieces. After which he tripped over something and fell to the ground, and then came to his senses, and it was as if a scale had fallen from his eyes. Looking around, he tried to understand why there were corpses of his people around, and hadn't he been fighting monsters all this time? He looked in shock at the battlefield strewn with corpses and really could not understand how it happened that all his people were dead. The next moment he turned to see behind him the cause of it all, the two-headed Cyclops looming over him. Out of shock, he didn't even have time to do anything before the Cyclops crushed him into a cake with one movement of his fist. Wu Jin stood calmly and watched as the Cyclops devoured his prey, and it would seem did not notice him at all. Suddenly a bald man came up to him from behind and called him, saying that he wanted to talk to him. He immediately turned in his direction, and the bald man said that he seriously didn't know whether this was all right and whether their plan would work. Isaac asked what exactly he meant, as if he were really ready to explain to him what seemed wrong about all this. Baldy said that he meant the striped ants, and asked if he was really going to team up with them to fight. Kyle, meanwhile, told Michelle that these ants were pretty cute, so she should touch them, but these words did not sound convincing. The bald man continued to say that now he can control the ants with the help of the object, but who knows when they will attack them. Surely this effect had a time limit, and it would be very unpleasant if they went out of control during the battle. When asked if he really didn't trust him, the man immediately waved his hands and said in a trembling voice that that wasn't the case. Then Isaac went to him with the words that of course he was right, and he would not be able to control the ants indefinitely. However, before this happens, they will have to fulfill their role in this battle. And besides, if after they do this, the insects self-destruct, then there will be no problems in the end. Chin, meanwhile, with a smile, he told the ants that they had been given an order, so they should move forward. And then he activated Solomon's ring to its fullest and gave an order, after which the ants all rushed towards the Cyclops as one. And then they began to climb up the Cyclops' body with great speed and forcefully bite him in all the places they could reach. Everyone watched the scene below intently, waiting to see how it would all end, and Chin-Ah loudly and cheerfully encouraged the ants. Baldy peered intensely at this battle. He could not believe that they had so easily dealt with the boss monster of the 5th floor. Meanwhile, the Cyclops had already fallen to the ground, no longer able to keep his carcass upright. The ants continued to bite him until they reached his eyes, which suddenly began to glow with a bright light. Seeing that those ants that were closest turned to their own and began to fight and bite them now, Chin-Ah asked in shock what happened and why they suddenly started fighting with each other. He wondered if this was because the ring had worn off. Meanwhile, the Cyclops began to crush the ants that were trying to bite each other with their feet, not really paying attention to who was who. Woojin explained that the 2 eyes of the Cyclops are actually 2 eyes of a demon, which had different skills and accordingly had different effects. The left eye of the Cyclops had a chaos effect, due to which the object lost the ability to distinguish between friends and enemies. What happened to the ants indicated that this is exactly what happens when you mindlessly run ahead, believing that you are stronger. Chin-A asked what they should do now. After all, if they rush there in the same way, the same fate awaits them. Woojin replied with a smile that this would only happen if they didn't have a plan. That is, if they didn't have a factor like Cyclops' skill reset. Baldy thought in shock that wasn't this Isaac the first time he encountered a Cyclops, and how did he then know about the Eye of the Demon and the reboot time? Chin-A said that he understood the plan, after which he asked if they could go now and immediately finish him off if it was such a thing. However, Woojin pulled out the sword from his inventory and said that he would go on his own because the Cyclops still had his right eye. The bald man immediately asked him to wait and asked if he still had the right eye of the demon, then how he was going to deal with it. However, he did not even listen, immediately rushing towards the Cyclops and not wanting to waste time on useless conversations. Chin, meanwhile, he said that there is no need to worry too much about it, and haven't they realized what kind of person he is yet? Isaac wasn't the type of person to do anything without a specific plan to make it work. Meanwhile, Isaac rushed towards the Cyclops with great speed, wanting to deal with him as quickly as possible. He paid attention to him and immediately activated the skill that he had in his right eye, thinking that he could easily deal with him. The system immediately reported that Woojin began to petrify, and he, in turn, activated Lancelot's ring, thinking that he only had one chance. Then he rushed to the Cyclops' eye with the thought that he did not know that the demon's eye did not affect him, and therefore he was vulnerable. The reboot time for the left eye had not yet ended, so Woojin decided to deal with the right one first, which he did right away. After which the Cyclops sent him flying with one blow and he fell, raising a cloud of dust. However, when the dust settled, it became clear that his fist hit not Isaac, but the Aegis shield in his hand. At the same moment, Michelle launched a magic ball at the Cyclops' head, which immediately exploded, causing him to scream loudly in pain, after which she ordered them to attack, and everyone who had been waiting before rushed to attack. Chin-A approached Woojin and asked if it was their turn now, and he replied that he would take over the right one. And Chin-A, along with the others, had to take over the left one. It was necessary to destroy him before the eye was rebooted. At the same moment, Woojin summoned the skeleton warriors, and Chin-A and the others rushed to attack the Cyclops. For some time, they all coordinatedly attacked the Cyclops, and after a while the system reported that they had killed him. This time there were no losses. But as soon as they left the dungeon and came out, they immediately froze in shock, not knowing what to do next. There they were met not by reporters, but by someone worse, armed people, who pointed machine guns at them and clearly wanted something. Baldy tried to understand what was happening because it was the Thunderbird Guild, and among them was Shakira, and the head, Terrible. He asked what kind of antics this was, to which Shakira replied that they had nothing to do with them, so they should have kindly fucked off. Anyway, Isaac probably cleared the dungeon and killed the boss, and he promised to give them a reward. Michelle said that they didn't care about the agreement with Isaac. After all, they were the very players who risked their lives and cleared the dungeon. And not only can they not join forces to save the world, but they also made threats, which was very impolite. The head replied that he thought he was quite polite, if only because he had not yet turned their bodies into wasp hives. After which he asked Isaac if he was not right in this, to which he chose to remain silent and not answer anything. After some time, the passage to the dungeon finally closed, and the people of the Messiah moved away, not interfering with Isaac to solve his affairs. The head said that judging by the fact that the dungeon has been cleared and no one is returning from there, he did not care about the safety of his people. But they were still bastards, and there was no clause in the contract about their lives, so he just had to get the item. To Chin-A's surprise, Wu Jin easily agreed and said that he would give back the item he received without any problems. Chin-A immediately asked him what he was doing and why he was giving it away, and Wu Jin replied that he should be given away because they should get what they want. Chin-A thought that it was a pity to give it away, even though the effect did not affect him, because he did not pose a threat. The people of the Messiah looked at all this in the same way in surprise, not understanding why Isaac should give away the object that they had obtained with such difficulty. After some time, when he gave the item, the PETA Guild simply got into their cars and left, which was strange. Meanwhile, Michelle approached Isaac and said that although all this was not long, she was grateful to him for everything. Kyle also approached him and extended his hand, saying that they had learned a lot with him. After some time, they talked a little more, but throughout all this time, the bald man stood gloomily on the sidelines. Wu Jin looked in his direction and smiled slightly, remembering that in his previous life he was the same. And Michelle, smiling awkwardly, apologized for him and said that he simply had a very strong sense of self-esteem. But to her surprise, Isaac did not answer her, but only turned around and headed towards the bald man. After which he approached him with a smile and sarcastically said that he really was not such a good leader. This made the bald man turn angrily in his direction and loudly ask what he was saying. Wu Jin continued that despite this, those people will continue to trust him, standing behind him, and fight with him because he is the best comrade for them, and then extended his hand to shake it with Jackson. He extended his hand with a smile, preferring not to respond to his words, and simply shook it. Chin-A displeasedly asked Wu Jin what was wrong with him, yet he said words that did not fit with his image. After which he looked after the guys from the Messiah and said that he thought that he didn't like the guys from the Messiah. Wu Jin responded by asking if he ever said that he didn't like them all. At the same time, he thought to himself that he simply could not forgive the false Messiah, who mercilessly trampled on their noble will. Meanwhile, the Swordmaster told the girl that it seems that Isaac has returned from the Amazon after all, and faster than they expected. But this was not so important. He was more interested in why she called him at such a moment. And if she wanted to say that their plan had failed, then she should have held her tongue and not said anything. The girl told him not to worry, because everything was going according to plan, and she just wanted to eliminate the possibility of failure. That's why she called him to use items like the helmet of Hades and the boots of Hermes. After some time, all the news articles began to write that Isaac and John would meet on the 6th floor in the Sifnex dungeon in Egypt. Yang Wang said that he did not think that the Messiah Guild would be the first to make such attempts. The situation was becoming more and more interesting. After which he finally returned to business and asked Wu Jin if the deal with the Formidable went smoothly. He said that everything went smoothly, but several things happened, and told Yang Wan how everything actually went. Yang Wang said that he had received a good offer, so he was wondering what the reason was for him to talk so openly. Wu Jin easily replied that it was because he told him not to try to deceive him anymore. Yang Wang said that now he sees that he understands him, after which he called the secretary, who immediately entered there. Meanwhile, Yang Wan turned to Wu Jin and said that then he would surely know what he needed from Wu Jin. Wu Jin said that he knows and must report to Yang Wan about every step of the Formidable One. Yang Wan said that everything was exactly like that, after which the girl put a box in front of Wu Jin, and Yang Wan told him to give it to Isaac. Wu Jin could not resist opening it, but upon opening the box he was immediately stunned by the fact that the ring of Osiris lay there. Yang Wan said that he had already said that he did not want John and Isaac to compete with each other. And once such a chance presented itself, it was necessary to persuade Isaac to get rid of John by any means necessary. Wu Jin said that in this case, he would help with this, after which he closed the box with the ring with a smile. Sometime later, Isaac and John met in Cairo under the gaze of many cameras. John was the first to extend his hand, and with a smile said that it was an honor for him to participate with Isaac in this cleansing. Isaac smiled contemptuously, but quickly changed his smile to a friendly one, and shook his hand, saying that it was also an honor for him. John, meanwhile, was trying to understand what was the matter, and whether it seemed to him for a second that this smile was full of contempt. In any case, Isaac could laugh as much as he wanted, at least for now he could do it. After some time, Isaac and Chin-A were already clearing out the dungeon. At that moment, John approached Isaac from behind, and said with a smile that he was really not bad, just as they had said about him. Each of his skeletons is so powerful, and John's skeletons are far inferior to his, so he has a lot to learn. Wu Jin replied that he was also not bad, but in a slightly different sense, meaning the army of skeletons behind him. When John, not understanding what he was hinting at, asked in what other sense he was not bad, Wu Jin said with a smile that the volume was much larger. John said that if he means these skeletons behind his back, then this is all only thanks to his ring. It was the ring of Hades, thanks to the use of which he could make the skeletons that another person summoned his own. Wu Jin, in shock, tried to understand whether such an object really existed, and it was probably one of those that the Messiah was hiding. John misinterpreted his facial expression and therefore hastened to calm him down so that he would not worry. And he said that under no circumstances was he going to touch his skeleton warriors. He was interested in other warriors, and specifically those warriors who were called by the people standing behind him. It was precisely those skeletons that he controlled. Wu Jin thought that it was useless to order his soldiers to attack John while he had such an artifact in his hands. Such a threat was difficult to ignore. Sometimes a hidden manifestation of force is more effective. The more it was hidden from the enemy, the more John George was already a rather dangerous fellow. After some time, John's team lit a fire and began to cook, gathering around it. Turning to the ghost nearby, John said that what a pity that those who belong to the afterlife cannot eat or drink. After which he said that he didn't know where exactly they were, but they were always around him, waiting. They did not answer him, and John mockingly said that this was the case with him, but he felt sorry for them because he was probably hungry and thirsty. But what could one do? To catch the boss of the 6-story dungeon, Isaac's strength was needed, and he could not kill him yet. At that moment, suddenly half a piece of meat in John's hands fell to the ground, and he calmly looked at the ghost in front of him, saying that here he is. It was 25 days since they were in the dungeon of the Sphinx, and during this time they were already able to reach the 5th floor and pass it. Finally, John looked around mockingly and said that up to the 5th floor everything was quite easy. So apparently it looked like the 6th floor would be quite terrible to go through. Wu Jin did not answer, but he thought to himself that everything was exactly as John had said. The dungeon was rank A, but there were still no casualties, which meant that the boss of the 6th floor was quite dangerous. And the whole world knows about his combat capability, so it is unlikely that only John was sent to kill him. At some point, he realized that he also had an invisible enemy, and it seemed that Park Shin-hai had laid out her treasure. At that moment, he moved towards the gate, at the same time thinking about a plan of what to do when he entered there. Chin-ah walked in right behind him and immediately stepped into the sand, which made him ask what it was, and was it really a desert? However, to his surprise, Wu Jin calmly replied that this was not a desert, but a thicket. At that moment, John approached him from behind and asked what they would do first and whether they would move towards the thicket. However, to his surprise, Wu Jin replied that until they destroy the killers that are pursuing them, they will not go hunting. John asked what he meant by talking about the murderers, but at the same time he ordered one of his skeletons to rush towards Isaac. At that same moment, his skeleton's attack was intercepted and repulsed by Wu Jin's skeleton, and a fight broke out between them. Looking at this, Wu Jin said that he knew so, after which he rushed to run away from that place. Chin-ah, shocked, asked why he was just running away and what his plan was, but in the end, receiving no answer, he rushed after him. At this moment, one of John's men said that he and his henchmen were running away and they had to catch up with them. John replied that Isaac should be left alone. First, they needed to catch the golem and the rest of the monsters. Listening to him talk about how special creatures must be captured, Wu Jin thought that this John was smart. Normal skeleton warriors could always be recreated in a dungeon anyway. However, with special creatures like golems and so on, the situation was different. The summoning conditions were too strict, and if they were destroyed or John summoned them with the Ring of Hades, they would lose much of their power. Therefore, Wu Jin immediately took out the Book of the Dead and used reverse summoning to prevent them from being taken away. Looking after him, John cursed him like hell, because he still managed to take most of his soldiers. When his people asked if they would run after him, he said that under no circumstances should they, after which he irritably asked if he had really gone crazy and what he thought would happen to him after he followed him into the forest. To himself, he tried to understand how he guessed about the murderers, and this matter became even more confused. And when they stopped, he said that it seemed there was no more pursuit. After Wu Jin said that his opponent was not as stupid as all the previous times, Jin-ah asked what their plan was. Wu Jin said that they naturally have a plan, after which they separated the Ring of Osiris. Chin-ah, shocked, asked him in a trembling voice where he got such a thing. And he somehow vaguely said that he has a sponsor who spares nothing. Looking up, Wu Jin called Li Chin-ah and asked him if he was used to falling. This forced his interlocutor to raise his head to understand what he was talking about. Dragons were flying overhead. Chin-ah pointed at himself in fear and asked if he had done something wrong again. Wu Jin did not answer anything on this score, but at the same time looked at him very expressively. He, in turn, was still trying to somehow get rid of his fate, but it turned out badly. After some time, they came to the corpse of a wyvern on the top of the mountain. Chin-Ah tried to understand Wu Jin's plans, whether he was trying to make him fly on a wyvern or whether he was going to summon skeleton soldiers. And I quickly figured out that skeletons most likely wouldn't be able to fly if all that was left of them were bones. At the same time, perhaps the new ring of the Wu Jin ring now had such an ability. When Wu Jin put his hand to the corpse and activated the ring's ability, the wyvern came to life right before our eyes and spread its wings. Seeing how Jin-Ah looked at all this in shock, not knowing what to say anymore, Wu Jin smiled slyly. After some time, they finally headed towards the boss of the dungeon, after which they tried to attack him from the air. However, even though they launched weapons at him from behind, he still dodged and turned to look at them. And this really scared him, which made him exclaim, "Does this monster really have eyes on the back of his head?" At the same moment, the monster rushed at them to attack in response and approached with great speed. After barely escaping the attack, Wu Jin told Jin-Ah to hold on tight because this was just the beginning. At the same moment, the wyvern turned around and rushed down at great speed, trying to move away from the monster pursuing them. Jin-Ah asked loudly if he really said that he should get used to falling precisely because of this. There were no answers, and then they fled from the monster in silence. Looking around, Wu Jin quickly determined where John's camp was and directed the wyvern in his direction. John and his men were relaxing calmly by the fire when they suddenly heard a strange sound. John stood up to check what it was and stared in horror at the picture of the wyvern rushing towards him and the monster chasing him. When the monster got close enough to them, Jin-Ah immediately stood up and began shouting to Wu Jin that he was behind him. However, he did not do anything to fly further and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and jumped down. At that same moment, the monster bit the wyvern into two halves, not noticing that the people were missing from it. Seeing this picture, Jin-Ah started to cry and shouted loudly that this monster was just a freak. It was already too late when John realized that the monster was approaching them. There was an explosion that raised a cloud of dust from which nothing was visible for some time. Finally, the dust settled and it became clear to everyone who it was. The boss monster with a wyvern in its teeth looked menacingly at the gathered people. John immediately realized that a battle without any preparation with a monster was doomed to failure, and there was nothing to do. Meanwhile, Wu Jin told Jin-Ah, who slammed his head into the ground, to get up. He immediately crawled out of the ground and said that Wu Jin was just an idiot, and he could have said in advance that he was going to jump. After which he said that he probably had such a plan from the beginning, and he felt good because he had prepared a shield for himself. And then he sulked and turned away from Wu Jin and said that he was just crazy for falling for it with him. However, Wu Jin smiled in response to this and said that he believed in his abilities. And then he started to run somewhere, leaving Jin-Ah only to catch up with him and not answering questions about where they were running. Meanwhile, the boss monster was trampling what was left of John's skeleton warriors. Standing behind the tree, he said that he barely survived, but lost not only the summoned skeletons, but also his people. And then he went to the handful of people waiting for him, saying that since this had happened, nothing could be done. After which he angrily said that they were going after Isaac right away and would not waste any more time. Standing opposite him, the invisible swordmaster wrote a question in the sand about what this meant. John replied that without Isaac they could not clear this dungeon themselves, and they would all die there anyway. But since this happened, now according to his plan, they will have to kill him first. John then said that as originally planned, he would act as bait and lure Isaac away. He will be able to act calmly when he destroys only him, and John did not think that he would hesitate for long. Then the swordmaster wrote in the sand that he agreed with the plan and entrusted it to him. John then took off his hood and said that the swordmaster, first of all, needed to clean himself up. Still, all this time, for more than 20 days, he did not sleep or eat normally because of the helmet. So whatever super skills the players did not possess, it is unlikely that the power could be used to the fullest on an empty stomach. The swordmaster did not argue with him, and after a couple of moments, he took the helmet off his head, deciding to follow the advice after all. John smiled at this, thinking that his plan was working, but very quickly removed the grin from his face. Meanwhile, the swordmaster said that now he finally feels alive. At this time, John looked behind him in fear, and loudly calling Isaac, fearfully asked where he came from there. The swordmaster, also frightened, turned around asking what happened and where he was. At the same moment, John rushed forward and with a quick movement snatched the helmet from his hands. Pulling the sword out of his inventory, the swordmaster asked what he was doing. To which John, tossing the helmet in his hands in response, asked how he could even believe this, and what he himself thought was why he ended up there. At this moment, the swordmaster finally looked around and found that he was surrounded by a huge number of skeletons. Chin-A watched in surprise at his comrade's actions and asked why he was leaving traces everywhere. He, in turn, replied that they would soon have a guest, and it was for him that he was leaving them. Chin-A asked which guest he was talking about. After all, there were monsters and enemies on all sides. Wu-Jin smiled and said that he was there, after which a figure appeared in the clearing. Silent John walked forward, this time not showing off and having fun, after which he threw the helmet towards the standing guys, which he removed from the swordmaster, who in turn fell and stuck straight into the ground. Isaac looked at him and said that this turns out to be the very helmet of Hades. John asked if he really even knew the name of the item, after which he said that in that case, it was an information leak. Chin-A, in turn, asked what kind of helmet Hades was, and where he even heard about it. Wu-Jin chose to ignore his question and turned to John, asking why he was giving the helmet to him. John, in turn, smiled and said that he had won, so this was an offering to the winner. The Hades helmet was truly a high-class item. With its help, the owner could hide his appearance and become a creature of the underworld. John, meanwhile, said that he was surrendering and therefore asked to guarantee his safety. And he clarified that security was guaranteed not only there, but not outside this dungeon either. Isaac realized that he decided that the Sphinx could not be killed so quickly. This meant that he, unlike everyone else, was quite smart. Chin-A asked what would happen to his guys if they promised to leave him alive. He replied that if he was talking about his people, then he dealt with them before coming there. Hearing this, Chin-A called him crazy, but Isaac asked him to calm down and said that this was certainly good, but he had one condition. After which he looked at him seriously and ordered him to give him the Ring of Hades. For some time, silence reigned in the clearing. Everyone was thinking about what was happening, and for some time, no one disturbed it. John laughed and took off the ring, saying that this was just nonsense and he could not go against it. Wu-Jin did not answer, and Jin-A continued to look at him angrily, barely restraining his rage. Meanwhile, the swordmaster ran through the forest, cursing everything and everyone, both this plan and John, who turned out to be a traitor. He barely fought off the skeleton warriors of John when a wave of monsters rushed after him again. Everything was too confusing, but now he was absolutely sure that it was not for nothing that he didn't like John from the very beginning. At that moment, the monsters caught up with him again, and with obvious effort, he dealt with them without stopping for a second. No matter what anyone says, there was still the 6th floor of the A dungeon, and it was not easy to survive there alone. So he didn't even dare to dream about getting out of there and destroying the boss monster. Now, it was an unattainable goal. The monsters looked at him for a while, sitting in the trees, and then rushed all as one, wanting to deal with him as quickly as possible. However, the man also began to fight them, deciding that since the outcome was now obvious, he could not die alone like the last dog. Chin-A calmly went to the toilet, thinking that the world is full of objects, so perhaps there is one that will go to the toilet for you. And at that moment, a swordmaster appeared out of nowhere and cut him into pieces in a few seconds, without even allowing him to come to his senses. Meanwhile, Isaac and John sat by the fire and waited for the trap they had set to work. At some point, a sound was heard from the side, and Isaac immediately frowned, realizing what had begun. At the same moment, he rushed in that direction, not paying attention to the puzzled calls behind him. The swordmaster continued to stand in front of the corpse of the man he killed, silently looking at it. The next moment, Isaac and John also ran into this clearing, clearly in a hurry. Looking at Isaac, he said that he was a little late, to which he did not answer anything, continuing to simply frown at the sprawling picture. John thought that he was a tough nut to crack. After all, before that, a wave of monsters was chasing him. The swordmaster looked at him and said that he guessed that he had betrayed him, and he was a damn bastard who joined Isaac. After which he frowned even more and said that he could not leave them alive and die himself. Anyway, without your tank, they won't be able to get out of this dungeon, so they are doomed to death. Activating his abilities, he stood up and offered to dance his last dance with knives. To John's surprise, Isaac smiled and also took out a sword, saying that since you are his desire, he will play along. After some time, they were still fighting with swords one-on-one. Isaac thought that although he had probably not fully recovered yet, he was still a true swordmaster. After some time, a skeleton also intervened in their struggle, from which the swordmaster also had to dodge. Angry, he ordered him not to interfere and activated an ability that cut the skeleton in 2 halves. Looking at the force of his blow, John said that this could not be, after all. He had not eaten or drunk for so many days, so he must be in a terrible state. Quickly throwing himself behind him, the swordmaster attacked him and the skeleton that stood in front of him, but John managed to avoid the attack. Seeing this, the swordmaster stopped for a moment and said that he was just a tenacious little rat, after which he spat out something on the ground, and to John's surprise, it turned out to be the core of a turtle man. And then he asked John why he should hesitate if they were all going to die there early. Let him come closer, and he would personally put an end to his life. And he invited Isaac to continue, and asked if he was really going to end it so boringly. After all, before leaving, he should wave his sword properly. Woojin smiled lightly in response, and asked if he had said everything he wanted. And he apologized, saying that this moment would be the last only for him, and Isaac did not intend to die there.